Are we live? Wait for it. Wait for it. Oh, there it is. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you're having a wonderful day. If you're watching this and it does not say live at the bottom of the screen, unfortunately, you're watching the recap. The good news is we are live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on that video. Make sure you're subscribed. You're on mobile. Press high chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly watch list in main channel. First link for the Scream a Large Boot Camp and Real Estate course. But, ladies and gentlemen, the April CPI is about to come out here in about 9 minutes. We got a little bit of analysis right before. We're going to have the numbers. What we're looking for is 5.5 or lower on the core, or even higher than 5.8. We went over the breakdown there. It's already looking very interesting, and some people have a couple of scenarios. So, Chad, good morning. I usually get very hyped for the good mornings. Unfortunately, you're going to have to wait because I already got some info for you. So, Chad, I love you. Good morning, and get ready for the CPI party. I know, tell them, baby, but here it is. So, a couple of things. Again, headline 5.0. Core 5.5. Get ready for this. This is what JP Morgan said last night. They said CPI between 5% and 5.2% would push the S&P up by 0.5 to 0.75, and a reading above 5.5 would trigger more than a 3% slump. And then Goldman says a print at or around 5% may see stocks rise 0.5 but falling at least 2% on a rate above 5.9. So a lot of people are tripping out about this range. Let's go over some more stuff. Again, month over month for headline is expected to be 0.4. Same thing with core. Again, both headline and core likely rose 0.4 month on month versus 0.1 for headline and 0.4 for core, corresponding to 5 and 5.5 respectively. Core inflation has been running at an annualized pace of 5% for the past 4 months. If this forecast is correct, April's pace corresponds to an annualized 1 month, 3 month, 6 month of 4.6, 4.9, and 4.8. Let's see. There's significant difference between the month-on-month percentages of headline and the Cleveland Fed's 0.69 forecast, which is at 0.45. Both of them are signaling above consensus with their core CPI now showing around 0.6. Fed leaders in March predicted a peak of interest rates at 5 to 5.25, which was reached this month, and they have seemed more willing to pause in June to watch data than eager to hike. Even hawks like St. Louis Fed James Bullard said they are opening to considering a pause. So if there's an upward surprise, that may have more effects on the rate path of the June meeting. Markets are predicting rate cuts by year end, and sticky inflation might instead suggest rates will be higher for longer. Fed policymakers will have the May CPI report before they decide rates, and perhaps more importantly this time, update their policy and economic forecasts on June 14th. They'll also have another May jobs report, so today's data shouldn't have any outsized impact. Another consideration is that with mounting evidence of credit tightening, things could change going forward. So April CPI data will show inflation remains a thorn in the Fed's side coming days after the FOMC meeting, when the Fed signaled an impending end to the tightening cycle. The latest inflation data will offer little support for the idea that rates are sufficiently restrictive. That said, with oil prices falling in May as recession fears rise, the next CPI report, which comes out June 13th, the first day of the FOMC meeting, will likely show milder headline inflation along with what we expect to be softer jobs data. That should be enough to persuade officials to hold rates constant and then the hikes again. So very interesting. If you haven't noticed already, we've already, just as much as we've talked about the data for today, everybody is also talking about what happens in June. So keep that in mind. And I read you Goldman and JP Morgan here in the morning because there's a wide variance of what people expect. And then again, the straddle price right now on the NASDAQ is the lowest pricing in of the last 6 months of any CPI. So 5 minutes until the day, ladies and gentlemen. While U.S. inflation is clearly on the slide, the trimmed mean CPI, which removes the most extreme price changes, remains historically elevated, suggesting that underlying price pressures are still strong enough to keep policymakers on their toes. If there's a surprise, look to used cars as a possible swinging factor. Manheim, the nation's largest used car auction house, said prices fell 3% last month after an 8.6% rise in the first quarter. Yet there hasn't been a close correlation with the car prices and the retail prices reported in the CPI. And Omar Sharif, founder of Inflation Insights, has an above consensus forecast for core CPI to rise by 0.5 because he expects a jump in used car prices as well as a rebound in rents. I hope we get a good read. Yeah, that's what you got to watch out for. Again, if any number today comes in between 5.5 and 5.7, I don't think we're going to have anything happen. So, again, if half of the people are already talking about June CPI, just keep in mind if we don't come outside of these ranges that are expected today, it's probably not going to do much. So, we'll see. And then even then, let me tell you, too, I would get up the Fed futures, bro, if you have the opportunity to. Don't forget the young Zaza. I think some of those, where is it? I think June or July, ZQ, is it ZQN 23? I wonder how this thing looks. But this could be a good one. Again, people factor rate cut, rate hike, you know. Depending on this one, this could be very good short, very good short. A little bit of risk, though. So that's one thing I'm going to be watching in line with ZN today. Market's coming down. So since last year, Fed Chair Jerome Powell has called attention to core inflation in the service sector, stripped of housing costs. That's because consumers shifted from goods to services after the economy reopened and many supply chain issues for goods were worked out. Services was the main concern. The CPI version of Powell's Supercore rose 0.4 in March, not good, though down from 0.5 in February. Let's see what we get for April. Airfares could have an interesting effect on Jerome Powell's favorite Supercore in April, says Bloomberg. Given that the rapid surge in airline fare index in April 22, airfares will likely drag down the 3% transportation contribution to year-on-year Supercore, which was 5.8 in March, while the month-on-month Supercore will likely stay elevated for the month-on-month airfare increase if it persists in April. The gap between labor cost and productivity in the U.S. remains wide enough that it may be contributing to inflationary pressure that the Fed is trying to tame. The only way to narrow the gap is to either reduce wages or raise productivity, but with companies bracing for a cooling in consumer demand and even potential recession, their choice is more likely to be the former, as we see some signs of it via layoffs in certain sectors. Just came to the U.S. from South Korea. There's no tipping culture, and I'm a little amazed at how much tips that we've seen before the pandemic. I remember the tipping rate used to be 15, but now it appears to be 20. So tips are included in the Consumer Price Index if they are automatically included with a bill, but optional ones are not, according to my colleague Jonathan Church. Meanwhile, economics professor at Ben-Gurion University, Ofer Azar, estimated that in 2011, tips reached $47 billion. What the hell is this? I didn't even think about that. I've never heard anybody talk. They're talking about tipping. They're saying tipping is factored into the CPI. That's a fun fact right there. That is a fun fact. So, Chattadonia, you ready, man? You got 2 minutes. So, again, look for the numbers between, 5.4 is easy, bullish, 5.8, easy, bearish, anything 5.5 to 5.7. It's not going to be good. The closer to 5.5, though, the better it will be. He said 5.4 is my middle name. So, Chad, good morning. Get ready. We're going to have a lot to go over. Still in the bond play. I think that one's going to be interesting. You can watch ZN. Again, I'd even watch some of the Fed futures as well, too, like I said. And then let's have some fun. Let's keep it clean here. You got 30 seconds. Chattadonia, good luck. Watch for any big moves in treasuries if there's a front run. And that's all, man. That's all. 30 seconds remaining. Again, average weekly earnings will come in, but I wouldn't get bogged down with anything else. Let's see what we got. 15 seconds. Good luck. Like the video. Oh, my goodness. Let's get the shoe. Oh, man. 5 seconds. Ba-da-ba-ba-bop. Wait for it. And boom, bonds have shot up. I'm assuming, wait a minute, you're getting a pop. I'm assuming, I don't have it yet, 5.5, 4.9 on headline, and then 5.5 on core. I don't know. I don't, that's nothing. So again, initial bond pop, headline comes in at 4.9, core comes in at 5.5. It's both 0.4 month on month. Wages year over year negative 1.1. Year over year is negative 0.5. But I don't know. Right now you're getting an initial pop. I'll take it, but I'm kind of leaning towards negative. The only bullish part here is CPI headline is 4.9, but I'm waiting till everybody freaks out that core cannot go below 5.5 for 4 months in a row. So the chart looks exactly the same. So we'll see. Initial pop there. Again, core is exactly the same. Headline drop, though. So now you have 4.9 on headline. You now have the lower end of the interest rates are higher than headline CPI. But then again, core is still very, very sticky. Let's get some of the breakdown. So again, right on target. Average earnings weekly declined 1.1 year on year, 0.5 year over year. And let's see, bond play. Our bond play is still up on the short, so that was a big pop for now. I'm still going to ride that one out. So the annual increase is a little cooler than forecast at 4.9 against the median of 5. Again, month over month on headline came in exactly the same, but it led to a lower year over year. Neutral is, again, if anybody is going to feel good, headline came down to 4.9. I just don't like core not dropping below 5.5, but again, this is now going to be the environment that pushes you for the next 3 to 4 weeks until we get any other earnings or the PPI data or anything like that. So just keep that in mind, though. This is going to give you a little bit of runway. Last CPI took 30 minutes to hit 1%. We're already up about 0.5%, and I think we're down a little bit below. Dollars declining as well. CPI comes in line. 2-year yields are at the low of this session. The initial take may be that, well, this could have been worse. So that's what some people are saying. Bond plays are coming down if you're still short now. So again, initial bond pop, TLT's on the high. S&P is up about 0.5% since this came out. So already it's a pretty decent one in terms of reaction, which I'm surprised. But we'll see when we get to about 1% how the market takes it. Data is made up. Could be delayed. Well, let's see. We could go through and start picking it apart. You're going to start getting, takes like a couple minutes. Everybody is going to start going over the diffusion of it all. We're going to see little by little. Again, headline came down. The only thing that I think is not good is that core is not dropping below 5.5, but the market is not taking that as negative. Josh is a bear bias. Not in this case, but I'm just calling it for what it is. Again, I think today's nothing now. Like I said, as long as it stays within 5.5 to 5.7, I didn't think we're going to get anything. I think we might get cucked on the day. So if anything, I'm more of a crab bias today. I don't think we're going to do anything, but it's still early. We'll find out. We will find out. So the biggest contributor in the gains in April was housing, but remember that this is a lagging indicator. Statisticians are only now incorporating changes that happened months ago back to 2022. The one reason why Powell looks at the core gauge excluding housing. It came out 5.5 exactly on the core and then 4.9 on the analysts aren't saying anything right now. That's it. I'll read it to you as it comes out. I think, again, the first comment says it's better than feared. Headline coming down below 4.9. When you look at it, it looks great to have a 4.9 headline, but then the 5.5, it just core is just very, very sticky now. We've spent about a quarter in a month not being able to go below that one. But as long as the market doesn't vomit off of that, that's fine. It didn't go in higher, but it didn't come in lower. So I think that's what gives you some of those could have been feared vibe. So used cars and trucks followed by gasoline were the other main contributors to headline again in CPI, the Bureau of Labor Statistics says. It's how they spin it. Well, people are going to spin it as a decline on the headline, but I don't know how far it's going to take us. So right now it's 0.38. Like we said, today was pricing in about 1% compared to the typical 2.5%. So, and then the bonds 0.5% is a big move, but they are not going above levels from last week, which is interesting. So we will see here for now, but I just get ready for, you got your data, and no surprise. How about that? That's the simple way to look at it. So now factor that into whatever else we have moving forward. And then Upstart, what else? Where's Apple and Tech? UWM had earnings. 50-50. I just think, I think we're going to get cucked. Again, yesterday, if you watch here, I'll show you the chart. So yesterday's watch list, like, remember I showed you guys the box? So I could show you yesterday's, and then I'll show you what it looks like right now. So this was the picture from yesterday's watch list. This was core inflation. And like we said, if we came in this box, it's probably not going to be good. So now just take a look of just how today looks. This is to give you an idea of what, again, headline dropped, but it looks exactly the same still. So pretty much the chart looks exactly the same after today. It's because it can't go below the 5.5. So that's it. If we stay in there, though, if we could hold up more than 1%, I will be definitely wrong about that. But we're going to find out. I see this as an absolute win. Take it, baby. Take it. Like I'm saying, it buys time. So now, again, you have PPI and consumer sentiment this week, tomorrow and Friday. But this is, if everybody loves the narrative from it, people are coming off of the banking stuff. You haven't had bad banking news in 2 days. People are going to interpret that a certain way. So we will find out. What are the rate high? Oh, yes. Let's check the Zaza. They chilled out, actually. So, again, just like all the bonds, any bond play just popped up. So that means the yields, the odds went a little lower. I'll see it as a win if Upstart holds the gains. I do. We're awfully close. And then Amazon just went crazy on that. I didn't know they were up 0.92. But, yeah, Upstart, hopefully. We'll see. Good morning, baby. Good. But it's only been 7 minutes here, too, so it's still very early. All right, so let's see. The 2 and 10 curve is steepening largely in line with numbers. That suggests markets was expecting hot inflation before the release. Bitcoin is moving in tandem with stocks, also moving higher after the on-target print. So the ticker for Powell's Supercore, the CPI version, Powell's main one would be the PCE gauge, which isn't out yet. But the founder of Inflation Insights is calculating it at 0.1. A collapse, he says, that would be great news for the Fed. As Chris and Sharif say, they point that core services, excluding rents and LER, just rose by 0.11. That's the category that Powell's been focused on because services, excluding houses, have been lifted in a tighter labor market. That would be really comforting for policymakers. So that's your first one. Supercore only went up by 0.1. I think last month it went up by 0.5. So this idea of core excluding rent and housing and all that, that one finally had a drop, or it still went up by 0.1, but it's better than the 0.5 because it has only gone up every single day or every single month. So that one's for the bulls right there. So now if you want to ignore everything about core and all of that, you could just look straight to there. That if Powell's favorite gauge declined, that's what people wanted. So we'll see. And then market's still staying pinned here at 0.36. I believe it's almost 0.5% total from the bottom there. Again, it's only been 8 minutes. So a breakdown of the month-over-month Supercore core services excluding rent and primary residence and owner's equivalent of rent. The April number is 0.1 down from 0.4 in March. So that's what it is right here. This is what we're talking about. This is what Powell wanted. So remember, it was like February, rent was still expensive or Supercore and all of that. And then now that's coming down. So that is your big positive development on the day, it looks like. If anyone's going to like anything, they're going to like that one. Headline and month over month were exactly the same. It's weird because headline came in at expected, but then the year over year dropped by 0.1. We're rallying on 5.5. It's very small. Again, this is still all small. So we'll find out, like I said, even though I think it's going to be a cuck, we'll find out by the end of the day. But just for any other, remember, CPIs, the last 6 of them, they were moving us like 2%. So this is very, very bearable right now. Again, even the bonds, the yields are trying to come down, but it's still not like bonds have been moving like this on a normal week, sadly. So April's 30 core CPI shows inflation is not receding fast enough to justify current market pricing for sharp rate cuts by the end of the year. That said, Bloomberg believes the Federal Reserve is now placing a greater emphasis on credit indicators, and with so much uncertainty over future credit conditions and debt ceiling risk coming to the fore, officials are likely to be less reactive to any single inflation report surprise. So that's one take right there. So they're saying this doesn't support Fed pause, but it does. It could keep the market. Or they're assuming the Fed isn't going to be as responsive to one. But again, like we said from the beginning, we still have the June CPI as well. Win Thin, global head of currency at Brown Brothers, says still the data underscores how stubbornly high inflation remains despite 500 basis points of tightening in QT. One good thing for supermarket shoppers, dairy products are now down 0.7, the biggest drop in 6 years. Wow. Milk got cheaper. Milk got cheaper. Again, it's been about 11 minutes since the release. We're up about like 0.4 now. We're trying to work our way up there. Bond yields have already came down. Fed futures moved a little bit. You're at 41.50 on the futures. Damn, so that's like 41.70. Hold on, though. That's actually pretty high, though, I feel like. But we were just there. So futures are trying to go right now. Airbnb, 107.50 is the level. And then if it goes to 107.50, I think it could drop to like 95. And then if it goes below 95 or 92, then you get into the 80s. But I think around below 107, I might want to grab a little bit. Gold scares. Oh, yeah, where is gold? That could actually tell you a little bit about today. Gold is up on that, interestingly enough. Roblo reversal. Oh, wow. Okay, Roblo. And then you have Upstart, Airbnb still down. I didn't check any of the other. Where's Oxy? They're only down 1. Okay, back to your regularly scheduled programming. So the Bloomberg measure of Powell's supercore, excluding housing, is updated. It corroborates what Sharif said, 0.11 increase. That is the smallest since last July. Great news indeed for the Fed and Powell. So that's your good news right there. I've seen 5 different posts on it right now. Core services, excluding shelter, has moderated to 5.1 from 5.7. So core service, the super core is your bullishness. If you want, again, if that's what you want to ride there, that is 5.1 from 5.7. So at the very least, Powell's preferred gauge now is in restrictive territory, aka the interest rate is now higher than that inflation rate. So not bad. Not bad at all. And then Supercore year on year comes down significantly from 5.8 to 5.1. Application specialist Owen Min notes, largely due to airline base effects bringing down transportation contribution from 3% to 2.5%. So this is what everybody is liking right now. Again, I'm telling you, the last 6, 7 ones, especially as we're running up here, as everybody is piecing that one together, I think that's your bullish impetus until we get anything to the contrary. Yeah, nobody was talking Supercore prior to today. No. I mean, again, it's what Powell said was going to happen towards the summer, and we were I would assume it was priced in, but it is a bigger drop. But then again, I mean, we're at 0.6 right now, and it's still pretty early. So we'll see. I will see how long that takes us to. It's either that becomes a sale or here today, gone tomorrow. But people do like it for now. NVIDIA broken. VIX one day, we'll see. What it coming in? 5.5 on core, 4.9 on headline. But again, the bullish factor of today seems to be that core, excluding housing, has finally had its biggest drop since July. So pretty much you've had a drop. What's it called? This gauge of rent, Powell has been calling it out for a while now, but this was the first time it's dropped since almost a year ago. About 10 months ago? So looking at supercore service inflation year-on-year basis isn't quite so encouraging. Yes, it's dipped, but it's still way too high for the Fed's comfort. So there you go. This is now kind of a bearish aspect to it that's coming out, but pretty much they're saying now, even though supercore went up, if you look at supercore of services, that is still elevated. But again, this one is still below 5%. So there's definitely some good news in the report. Several indexes declined in April, led by airfares, which fell 2.6 on the month. Rising in February and March, the index of new vehicles declined 0.2, and the index for communication decreased by 0.1. Gasoline was up the most since October 2022, part of the reason for the 0.4 gain in headline CPI for this month. Next month, CPI may be the blow. If it comes in below 5.5 still, but then again, now everybody coming into the next one is probably going to focus on super core if that becomes the reason why we go up today. So we're going to find out. So now you're at 0.71. You have a third of a percent. If we go up 1%, then this will be a surprise for now. We'll see. Again, I don't know where the NASDAQ's at, but initially now, that little second leg, this is now turning this into a way bigger day here that wasn't expected. But again, it's all priced in at 1%. So anything above there, that's where today starts to look more like a normal CPI day. So Vincent Reinhart, chief economist at Dreyfus, says, was today's print disqualifying for Fed action in June? I think the answer is no, he says. Hot dog. Big pop on gold. I blame my tipping for the higher CPI. I can't believe they factor that in. It's crazy. So here's another sign of supply chain problems getting resolved. Appliance prices fell 1.9% in April from March, the most ever. The major appliance category is down 3.4%, also the most ever. All right, what time? It's been 15 minutes, 17 minutes since this all came out. Up about 0.7 at the high, which is still pretty phenomenal considering. And then right now, everything came in line. Headline dropped a little bit. The real story here today is super core inflation, a.k.a. services excluding housing coming down. So here are the biggest month-over-month increases. So the biggest decline this month was sewing machines. Tax returns dropped by 6%. Fees for lessons or instructions. Used cars, they dropped 5%. This is month over month. Lettuce dropped 3.5%. That's great. You guys, if you are interested in lettuce. Commodities went down. Fresh biscuits dropped 2.5%. Pet food dropped 1.1%. Motor vehicle repair dropped 1.6%. Women's outerwear and men's suit, they were kind of more in line. Remember, women's outerwear dropped a lot last one. Not bad. Snacks went down 1%. Audio equipment, if you want a subwoofer, not bad. Not bad. So Ira Jersey, Bloomberg's chief U.S. interest rate strategist, says, as expected, CPI report with some details promising for future inflation leads us to think that the knee-jerk rally and bull steepening is warranted, though only one data point, the trend of inflation didn't re-accelerate as some feared. We continue to think Treasury yields will remain range-bound for now, but the curve may continue to bull steepen over time. Dropping tips inflation break-evens points forward towards a market still not concerned about price gains continuing far in the future. That risk still remains, yet the Fed will breathe a sigh of relief and feel comfortable pausing its rate hikes at the June meeting. Damn, Ira Jersey's pretty bullish on it. Again, they're saying that it's, They're saying the move is justified and that this justifies Powell's pause if he wants to do it. And then I'm waiting for the biggest increases here. Now you're back up to 0.75%, 0.75. Yeah, super core is inflation excluding everything that matters. Well, it's at least its first drop. So I guess people are excited about the first drop, but then ignoring the fact that core won't drop. But then again, if you want core to drop, that is a good sign. Like Ira Jersey said there, it's like people are very forward looking on some of this. So you're still going up there now. It looks like we might get above 1%. The biggest declines was admission to sporting events. Public transportation dropped 4.9. It says fuel oil dropped 4.5. Energy dropped 1.6. Again, milk. This is the biggest drop in milk month over month in like 6 years, or I think year over year. Lodging away from home, travel dropped 2.9. Eggs dropped 1.5 after 10% last month. You think Airbnb will go down 100? It could. I mean, they already sold it off 5% more than priced in, so we'll see. And then 107 is a big level for Airbnb. So if they get clapped at 107, it could probably go down to 90s, maybe high 90s, low hundreds. So the core services, excluding housing, was running at an annual rate of 4.1 over the past 3 months. Core went down if you minus housing. This is key. Yes, some of that was expected, but yes. But then again, the one thing I just think until core goes down 5.5, I think a lot of it's the same, but we'll definitely give the olive branch to core services coming down, though, or super core, because it just hasn't. I mean, again, we've brought up super core many, many times here. Again, Powell has emphasized it, and this was actually the first time since July that it dropped. So do I think it's a little bit of a reach? Yeah, but then again, like I'm saying, you haven't seen that in almost a year. So I could understand the reaction, and this is what's given us a little bit of a surprise. So like I said, if we move above like 1.1%, I believe that's where we start to get in above what this event was priced. So we'll see, but we got 9 minutes. We'll get more into the news. Let's wrap up here the final comments here. So the Treasury curve paired earlier flattening after a mostly inline report with the added bonus of lower print on overall year over year. It roiled investors that look for more inversion. That's not to say investors overweighted the importance of CPI, but rather an inconclusive report kicks the can for monetary policy down the road. Amen. I hope you guys get that. Again, this type of report definitely kicks the can. But everybody was already talking June ahead of the time. But this should give us fuel unless PPI or consumer sentiment acts upon it. So the big picture shouldn't be lost. Overall, CPI peaked at 9.1 in the first half of last year and has steadily been declining now under 5%. It's been bumpy, as Powell says, but there is definitely a lot of progress. Damn, they starting to give you the, what's it called? They showing you the montage, bro. So again, this is the latest thing I read. Here is the accompanying chart for you. But this is 9.1 CPI. This is where you are today. This right here is what people like to see. Again, you are watching that decline there in the inflation, even if the last 4 months has been a little bit smaller than the previous drops. That is the big one. Oxy's on the high. I like the kick the can comment. I do too. I think that's what it is, but we'll see. I still believe in the cuck for today. There's something about core, but then again, no one's talking core. They're talking super core for the first 20 minutes. So we'll see. But again, IRA Jersey, the bond market, some people like it. I'm pretty pleasantly surprised. We're still actually up on our bond play, but it just seems like the bond market. I agree with the other comment though. It might stay here within this range until we get the next piece of info. Super core, fragilistic. Expialidosis. The yen seems to love the inflation numbers from the U.S. It strengthened sharply against the dollar upon the CPI release. So inflation shows signs of moderating, giving the Fed room to pause. CPI is now under 5% after peaking at 9.1 last year. Housing, used cars, and trucks led the U.S. price gains. Airlines fare index leads declines, and dairy also drops. That is the quick summary of what we just got. And there's core. I think Upstart, Upstart just holds above 20. Our plays will hit, but we'll see what happens. Am I riding the rate hike train? Not yet. I'm kind of in the middle. Technically, I'm actually shorting that logic with the short to 10-year. So I don't think we're going to get a rate cut this year unless we get like a catalyst that just like another bank collapse or something like that, or economic data collapse or a very, very hot print that's just like discuss. But even then, I don't think they'd cut on a hot print. Thoughts on possible default? For now, the base case is that it shouldn't happen and be prepared for a last-minute deal. But as of the meeting yesterday, nothing developed. So, yeah, you could raise tensions by 0.1 or 1 point if you wanted. So at first glance, CPI represents a nothing to see here release, with the monthly change in headline and core in line with expectations. The year-over-year change in headline actually dipped to 4.9 thanks to a slightly lower than expected reading on unadjusted CPI index. Pundits might point out that the core index came out slightly higher than forecast, but that shouldn't be enough to spur the Fed into any action. The bar is considerably higher than that. We noted earlier there wasn't much risk premium embedded in the market pricing for this number, despite the split forecast profile. While the change in core was ostensibly on the high half of the distribution, another soft reading for services excluding rents and a deceleration in shelter justifies a dovish interpretation. So they're hammering it home right now. So far now, 15 minutes, 25 minutes there. Analysts are, again, I'd say 3 or 4 different analysts from bonds to just normal equities. They're saying dovish interpretation of this right now. Ben Jeffrey, rate strategist at BMO, writes, overall, it's a slightly weaker look at consumer prices in April, especially when considering the super core figures. The bull steepening reaction resonates with both the details of the print and also a market that was preparing for a stronger read that was ultimately delivered. We're on board with the steepening move, and from here we'll be looking to this afternoon's 10-year refunding as a test of duration appetite. With the inflation data now in hand, we expect a decent result for the new notes. And stock futures have climbed with contracts on the S&P now up by 0.8. So again, they were even talking about how not much was priced into this event, which makes it that much more interesting. Next support will be 98 for BNB. And then you're moving up. So again, been about 30 minutes now. We're just under it. Like I said, even though it seemed like nothing at the front, analysts are very dovish on this now initially. So I'm still watching out for the event that we actually kind of end up around here or end up within the same levels as the last couple of days. But now we are above Powell. I don't think we're at the day before Powell, but this is all the range that we've been here. So we're going to find out. Climate change will increase prices next month. I don't think we factored in climate change yet. You talked to Powell about that. CPI already came out. That is why we're up by 0.83. So again, it's a very weird one. Just considering, because you would, if I've any other time, like we've moved more than 1% with everybody more confused. So again, like I'm telling you, the chorus right now from the analyst, the chorus is all that this is dovish because rent went down in Supercore, but you're up only 0.8. So we've had times where it was more debatable and we'd be up by like 1%. So that's the only factor, but as of now, it is a good reaction. Markets are liking it for now. UWMC, I didn't see that one. So it was not a good time to have scotch at your local bar. Distilled spirits away from home jumped 2.3 in April, the most ever. If you bought those for home use, you were better off with that down by 0.1. The BLS notes these categories are based on smaller survey samples. So the inflation report seems to suggest that for the time being, the Fed will not have a problem with inflationary pressures, which are trending as expected, said Giuseppe Setti, president at Toggle, an AI-powered market analytic platform. With core at 5.5, traders would do well to remember that rates historically are always higher than inflation except during a recession. In other words, rates don't need to rise for monetary policy to be restrictive. September cut, but as long as July cut, if that gets less priced in, that's the interesting part. But again, this move did cause a bid on the bonds. So we're going to see how this plays out. We will see. But Chad, it's about 6 o'clock right now. So we're getting to our normal timing here. So give me a second. And then the stream should be faster today. So you guys should be hearing me today with much less of lag, but then you might lag individually because of the bandwidth. So, but you should be hearing me instantly today. There should be less than like a second of latency. So good morning. Good morning. Yeah, you feeling good? Feeling good, man? Yeah, we're going to have our good morning. I'm going to get my good mornings when we get back, baby. That's it now. We're getting ready to start the morning. Oh, man, we'll just do the good mornings now, baby. What's up? What's up, Lori? What's up, Danny? Good morning, Daniel Hardin. Indiana King, Nepal. Oh, what's up, baby? Oh, wait a minute. It's Nepal's birthday. Oh, man. Oh. And did we miss Danny? Oh, we missed Danny's. Was that Danny? Wait, yours was Monday, Danny. Oh, no. Oh, it was Monday, huh? Oh, happy birthday, Nepal and Danny on the late one, baby. Good morning. What's up, Open Face? What's up, Matthew Arias? I think I butchered that one, too. Lucky Soldier, baby. Good morning. Kevin Romero, Jim Birchman, Mike, what's up, baby? Get some. Arturo, Jack Barnes, Tony Garlinger, baby. Oh, man. Jay Laker, Jay. Oh, good morning. What's up, Nick? What's up, other Nick? What's up, Satisfactory? Sam Ulrich, Edwin, baby. Oh, Trader Sage. Oh, Astro, good morning. Dylan Jordan's here. He's ready to go. AR Trades, Battleborn is in the house. Jerry Woods wants some of the CPI. Ernest is ready to go, baby. Rob has been here, and he's ready to fight. RJ, baby. What's up? Ben Stone, Jay White, Alpha Go, baby. Oh, my gosh. What's up, Jimmy? Good morning. Real Fried Rice, Preforms, Kobe McGuire, Bob E, Woodrow Sizzler, and JG Industries, baby. What's up, In and Out? What's up, Charlie? What's up, Servandos? Oh, Matt King, good morning. Good morning. Oh, I hope I didn't miss any because y'all are coming in hot, bro. Y'all are coming in hot. I hope I didn't miss any, man. So if I did, forgive me. But Chattadonia, we love you. God bless you. I hope you're feeling good. And get ready for some news. I'm going to go to the bathroom, and then we are going to kick our day off. You have the CPI. Initial reaction is bullish. We are still priced within 1%. Core services dropped, and headline went down. Everything else stayed the same. So let's see what happens. But, Chad, I love you. I will be right back. And follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity.
Where we begin with the big issue, another pivotal piece of economic data.
In the US, we've got inflation coming out today.
A lot of the details really do matter here.
Inflation is the big problem.
We're really looking at those core non-shelter services in this report.
When it comes to the CPI report, it's all about core services.
It really does just come down to the stickiness of core services inflation.
Especially outside of shelter, things like recreation, things like consumer spending.
And that's the inflation that's worrying for the Fed.
They have said that they're very data dependent.
Reiterated that they're going to be data dependent from here.
A lot of market participants really expect and want to see slowing in the economy.
A lot of the inflation data, I think it gets a bit more nuanced now.
And that is what you're hearing from a lot of people as they parse through the data, including Bloomberg's own Michael McKee joining us now. Mike, what's the latest from your read of the granularity of this report?
Well, the headline numbers come in basically as expected, Lisa, with both core and the headline numbers up 0.4% on the month for April. It's in the year-over-year numbers that we see a little bit of improvement, with CPI headline falling to 4.9%, which is a little bit of good news, I suppose. On a year-over-year basis, the core falls to 5.5%, so that is good news as well. But it's the core services ex-housing. You heard a couple of the economists in that shot string there talking about that we really see some good news, and that is when you take housing out of the services side of it, this is Jay Powell's favorite indicator, we see a decline from 0.27 to from 0.29 to 0.27 on a month-over-month basis, but a fairly hefty over 50 basis point drop in the year-over-year number, and so it does show some progress being made. What moved during the month? Well, the rent of primary residence. The rent numbers are still holding up housing, up 0.6%. That was after 0.5 last month. Gasoline was up. You probably know that if you fill your tank, 3%. Used cars, breaking a string of 9 months of declines, up 4.4%. Now that may revert.
Oh, not bad. Again, you hear that intro? Supercore. Everybody's bringing up Supercore now. Rent excluding housing or core services, that is literally, it's taking over the narrative of today. So we'll see how strong it is, and if we hear from any other Fed officials in response over the next couple of days, we'll see if that's a welcome sign as everybody takes it. But Chattadonia, are you ready? Are you ready? It's time to get into the news. Microsoft eyes Firefox search deal. Interesting. So inflation slowed more than expected, giving the Fed room to pause rate hikes. Headline print eased to 4.9 in April from 5%, but accelerated 0.4 from 0.1 month on month as expected. The core reading edged down to 5.5. A Bloomberg calculation of Jerome Powell's favored supercore rose by 0.11, the smallest increase since July. Futures jumped after the data, while Treasury yields in the dollar dropped. Oil all but erased their losses, and gold gained. U.S. equity positioning remains moderately bullish, and European investors are still slightly bearish after volatility positioning and mixed flows in the past 3 weeks. On the NASDAQ, long outnumbers shorts about 4-1. Ooh. Sushil Wadhwani said a market shock akin to 2011 or worse is needed to spur U.S. lawmakers into action. He warned that Congress may push the U.S. to a brink of default and credit downgrades before it resolves their standoff. The risk this time has to be that you'll need significant market turbulence to get these folks to agree, the founder and CIO of quantitative firm PGIM said. Joe Biden didn't rule out a short-term debt limit hike, but was absolutely certain that the U.S. won't default. And Wall Street's Borrowing Advisory Committee, an external panel that advised borrowing since 1998, told Janet Yellen that the short-term impacts of protracted negotiation are costly. Long-term implications of a default are unthinkable. First Citizens deposits topped estimates following their rescue from SVB. Deposits were $140 billion for the first quarter, beating consensus of $119 billion. Net income included a $9.82 billion preliminary gain on the acquisition, and the new SVB unit added $65 million of net interest income. U.S. prosecutors are looking into short seller activity in bank shares, Reuters reported. Regulators said the activity surrounding the bank crisis is an area of an interest for the Department of Justice, which is looking for potential security market manipulation, and the Biden administration is investigating Rockwell Automation over their operations in one of their China-based facilities, the Wall Street Journal has reported. High-yield credit spreads are the most vulnerable to pressure related to the debt impasse, credit sites said. It sees CCC spreads at risk of widening towards 1,500 basis points. IG spreads may fare better. The firm recommends a barbell strategy. Too much debt and little to cash flow, that's the dangerous combination some companies face. King Street's Capital Paul Goldsman said that B-rated firms are levered about 4 to 8 times while risk-free rates have jumped, creating a precarious situation for companies staring down maturities, and declining earnings will add to their predicament. It's a huge math problem. And then the cost of ensuring U.S. debt default now eclipses that of some emerging markets and even junk-rated nations. It's more expensive to insure treasuries than the bonds of Greece, Mexico, and Brazil, which have defaulted multiple times and have ratings many rungs below the U.S. Why did they name them by, why didn't they call them deadbeats? No? Okay, we can't call them dead. Okay. I'm sorry. 9:30 a.m., Gary Gensler speaks, and again at 1:20. 10:30 a.m., EIA, U.S. oil inventories. 11:30, U.S. to sell $36 billion of 17-week bills. 1 p.m., U.S. to sell $35 billion of 10-year notes, so 10-year bond auction today. And then 1:30 p.m., Biden speaks on why Congress must avoid default. 2 p.m., U.S. April budget statement. Earnings include Disney, Groupon, Robinhood, and Beyond Meat. USTR Catherine Tai plans to meet China's commerce minister in Detroit this month. People familiar said that would be the latest senior in-person encounter between the nations after a pause triggered by the controversy over an alleged spy balloon. Option traders now doubt that the Fed will pivot to rate cuts within months. In the past week, multiple positions emerged in options linked to SOFR that target additional tightening being priced into June and July policy meetings. Governor Representative George Santos was indicted on federal charges. People familiar said he rejected demands from Democrats and Republicans that he resign for lying about his education and career. Turkey's election outcome may determine whether the country becomes a buy again for global money managers. The ECB's fight with inflation is not over and more action is still required. Christine Lagarde told Japan's Nikkei newspaper, but Joachim Nagel said that the rate hike cycle may be approaching their home stretch, and Yanis Stornanaris told Greece's Emersia increases almost certainly will cease this year. Mattis Mueller said a slower pace would allow officials to assess the impact of their actions so far. Poland's central bank will probably leave their key rate at 6.7, fueling speculation of a shift in the favor of rate cuts running up to the tight election in October. China picked a little-known government official as their top financial regulator. In a surprise move, Li Yunze was named party secretary of the new National Financial Supervision and Management Bureau. Yi Hoimin, chairman of the CSRC, and Zhu Hexin, chairman of CITIC Group, were viewed by investors as the frontrunners. Hong Kong dollar pulled away from the weekend of the allowed range against the dollar after repeated intervention helped drive local rates to a 4-month high. A gauge of local borrowing costs climbed to the highest since January, further shrinking the city's discount rate to the United States. Pakistan's former PM Imran Khan appeared to be at an anti-graft tribunal hearing after his arrest sparked violent clashes. The court will announce their verdict at a later time. Taiwan's exports of chip-making equipment to China fell 26% in April, 10th month of decline. South Korea jobless rate dropped to 2.6 from 2.7 in March. China's new lending, which may come out today, probably declined in April from the previous month. U.S. crude inventories rose by 3.6 million barrels last week, the API is said to have reported. That would have been the first increase in 4 weeks if confirmed by the EIA. Still, stockpiles at Cushing fell more than 1.3 million barrels, and distillates slumped by 3.9, the most in almost 7 months. Oil dropped after a 3-day gain. ADNOC said energy demand has rebounded quickly this year, especially for jet fuel. India's diesel consumption hit an all-time high last month. Base metals fell. LNG stored on ships jumped to seasonal records in a sign of stalling demand. Volume data has stayed on the water for more than 20 days, topped 3.4 million tons. Copper inventory marked for withdrawal from LME fell to the lowest on record, a sign of weak demand from industrial users. Separate SMM surveys show China's copper and aluminum ramped up runs in April from the prior year. Consortium backed by LE and KKR agreed to buy Syneos Health for $4.4 billion. Ferrero Group, FC Barcelona, and a Middle Eastern port have tapped U.S. high-grade private debt markets in recent weeks. Several potential borrowers may come to markets on Wednesday if CPI print is favorable. Bloomberg's Brian Smith wrote, for issuers combined, it's almost $5 billion from Tuesday. Brookfield raised $19 billion since the start of the year. Earnings were in line. Credit Agricole Investment Bank posted record performance as trading revenue soared. Toyota's profit forecast was in line with consensus, and shares rose on buyback plans. Rivian reported a narrower than expected loss and reaffirmed their annual production plans as cost-cutting efforts buoyed the EV maker. And HSBC said they're picking up clients and staff from Credit Suisse after the takeover by UBS. Cisco to make telecom gear in India and diversification move. Microsoft Oracle discuss sharing AI servers. Microsoft eyes Firefox search deal as Bing chatbot gains sputter. Courtside Group filed for direct offering at 10.3 million shares. Triumph and Move impact for MRO solutions for Boeing 787 system. P&G Hygiene third quarter net income beat in India. And Microsoft makes its first nuclear fission deal. Winners and losers. JetBlue ranked the best U.S. airline while American Airlines faltered in a flyer survey. Overall, sentiment continues to sour, though first-class passengers saw improvement since 2022. And heads up, if you're flying Eco on Air New Zealand in need of a nap, from September to 2024, the airline will offer sleep pods for rent at about $100 an hour. Nice. Rumors of a Taylor Swift memoir sent fans rushing to pre-order a mystery book known as 4C Untitled Flatiron Nonfiction Summer 2023, The Guardian reported. It may not be hers, but don't tell that to Swifties who've pieced together clues and are convicted it is. If you're still looking for that perfect summer read, consider these 10 books. And then finding love at work can improve morale and boost productivity, research shows. But there are all too many horror stories. Even though office romances became common in the 20th century, cultural changes have shaken the relationship landscape, and what seemed acceptable may not be anymore. Still tempted? Here is a guide to office romance in 2023. Chad, you could find your soulmate. You could find your soulmate. That's all I'm saying. Dolly rocks. Dolly Parton will release Rockstar, a 30-track epic with 9 originals and 21 cover versions on November 17th, according to The Hollywood Reporter. Features collaborations with Paul McCartney, Ringo Starr, Elton John, Stevie Nicks, Lizzo, and Miley Cyrus. And then, on this day in history, dial 1 for the White House. In 1877, President Rutherford B. Hayes had the White House's first phone installed in the telegraph room. He didn't get too many calls, though, as the only direct line to the mansion at the time belonged to the Treasury. And yes, the phone number was simply 1. It'd be 50 years until Herbert Hoover had the first phone installed at the president's desk. Wow, American history. Look at that. Spy loves it. 0.89 now. You're going for the 1%. Oh, Chatadonia. Wow, we did that very, very fast. We have a lot of time. We got a lot of time here. Drink a little bit of water. That's nuts to think about. The first phone, baby. The first phone. So, let's get to the chat here. Let's see what the chat has. Hopefully, you guys weren't too shy yesterday. You know what I'm saying? Were you guys shy yesterday? A little bit, a little less shy. So there's this SPY moving up. We'll keep that there so you can see it poking out the top. The question I asked today, I said, do you think the CPI is going to come in higher or lower? 65% said higher. 35% said lower. It did come in lower, basically unchanged, but they love the core CPI, excluding housing and rent. But let's see the chat plays. Good morning. Closing my Roblox May 34th puts. Undecided on the numbers. Sometimes could be good. Sometimes could be shit. Gattuso. Middle of the week. Let's see how this ends. Still in my MRO calls to 24. 9 days out. Watching bonds in the queues, but really just waiting to strike. Still holding my 1200 NQ short. Schwab puts SPY TBD. Let's go, baby. I'm awake. Chads unite. Amazon calls short 2ZN 115.070. 165 Apple puts 519. Let's go. Long CL above 73.75. Shorted below 70.35. 41.25. Long ES above 41.70. Short below 41.30. Need your CNN, your NBC. Got that chat up on my screen. Oh, he dropping the classics. Uncle Terry, God bless you. CPI will drop. AMD, long QQQ calls. Market super indecisive. Might long Disney, but I am biased. SPY puts, and then TOT with eyeballs. I don't know if you saw that one. But Chattadonia, not too bad. What else we have so much time right now, so we could talk a little bit more about CPI. I already went to the bathroom too. I don't know, today's schedule, we had a lot of time, so tell me what you got. Then we will chat here to open up the morning. But Chattadonia, what is your first play of the day? What do you got for me? What do you got, Chattadonia? Shopify puts, Affirm shares, 420, 414, SPY 519 calls, Airbnb leaps, closing Airbnb puts and ARK calls, FedEx 230 for June, CRKN, Kraken, SPY calls, Twilio, short my portfolio, SPY calls, shop puts, PayPal calls, Neo calls, watching bonds in the end, continuation on Palantir, SoxL, selling my Upstart call, Amazon put, Airbnb put, Roblox calls, AMD, short the 10-year TB, SPY 420, SPY 419, naked SPY puts daily, Square leaps, Palantir long, waiting to average down on MPW, RNG, YOLO, AMD calls, UNH, Amazon calls, AMD, Tesla calls, TLT both ways, YM long, Buenos Dias, Apple slipping, Joshy, I'm bullish, what's up, Brando, selling Upstart, Habibi puts on hood earnings, Twilio, KRE in long term, short Airbnb, Visa calls, holding AMD, 85 calls, Tesla calls, TLT put, selling Upstart call, BlackBerry calls, PayPal calls, put, TTD, 519.71, SPY 510, 416 call, bullish NQ, Airbnb shares, UVXY calls, SPY calls, Roblox, Google, Fiverr calls, AMD, Airbnb, pricing in IWM, daily Josh calls, short my portfolio, I feel that, SYK, ISRG to the long star, Upstart squeeze, NOG calls, Disney calls, strategic options, Rita, Laker calls, SQQ, God is good, Google event, Palantir, and the final play, baby. Jesus is here, Warrior calls, God calls, and Google after the conference. We'll take it, baby. Let's go. Wow. So, Chad, that's I don't even have my plays for you, honestly. I think I'm just watching the bonds and then any of the earnings plays and then what we have from yesterday. So, again, Upstart, we have that one. That was the play from yesterday. Going to be watching that. Watch Bowen. They've been getting the news. We still have another play on that one. Then Disney there for earnings as well as Netflix. That'll be a good one. And then TSM, we got some stuff there. We'll see how the chips want to play out, especially with the China stuff. And then even you have Win as another sympathy and then Airbnb, another post-earnings. We'll see how all those play. But for now, though, I think we are getting into the end of earnings season now, or you will get a couple companies, but these have been the big ones, man. We have got the big ones. So we'll see what happens. Let's have some fun here. And Chad, now, we got a lot of time. Do you have any questions? What should we talk about? Again, if you missed the CPI, very simple breakdown. It came in lower by 0.1 on the headline. Core came in, but it showed signs of moderating given the fact that core services excluding housing fell. The super core that Powell has mentioned month after month after month that he has said is sticky, that was your very bullish factor of the day that has brought us up to the high point of what has been priced in. Palantir. Chips in China. Well, just yesterday, chips were doing again, last couple of days, chips have been doing very good. You even had like WDC, they were able to bounce. And then we've had a lot of China news. So pretty much taking two separate events and combining them. That's why I'm looking at TSM. But I'm not like fully sold on it. So we'll see how it plays out there. Yes. And then Airbnb, yeah, they got so many downgrades. Let me find it for you. Look at this. These are all of the not downgrades, but price target decreases. People held their positions, so they didn't upgrade it or downgrade it. But from the morning till today, it's at least 15 price decreases on Airbnb. So one just even came out there too. But again, watch if it breaks below 107.50. I would be down to pick up like low hundreds, high 90s. That's what I was saying. So once it breaks below 107, though, then we could get involved. But I like it, though, because I was looking at things. We'll see, though. Again, I'm still tempted to hold the cash. So I just give me a good price. Give me a good price. Give me very good price. ACAM was good. I forgot about that, actually. It was good. Remember, they had that little issue there with the OPEX or the capital number yesterday. That was the only weird part, but I do like it. Again, Netflix, too. We have the Disney earnings, and then Netflix is at the level, so we'll find out. It's a total joke. I mean, the thing about today is that it was surprising in a weird way. Like, you just got to think about it. Nobody was talking about Supercore for the last 2 months coming into this, and nobody was really caring about it at all. But the fact that it actually came down, it was like a welcome, positive surprise in that sense. So it is. You see how everybody jumped towards it, but the fact is it showed up on the data. So, but most people were under the impression that we wouldn't have seen any progress in there. That's why most people weren't talking about it. So we'll see, though. But until we, like I'm saying, we need to get through the end of the day because the core number still, it does bring up some questions, and we'll see how much, forward-looking data with a lot more data will take us. Good morning. The more emphasis on Supercore, the stickier inflation is getting. Well, Supercore coming down. Just remember, what did I tell you guys in November? Remember, after listening to Powell, we discussed this because Powell said it very plainly. He said by the end of summer, the year over year, that's going to be bringing it down. Oh, Clout Chaser, baby. What's up, bro? Why are you so, whoa, Clout Chaser waking up early. Showing some love, baby, with 50 memberships. Oh, we got time to celebrate that. Oh, no, let's go. Oh, Clout Chaser. Let's go, baby. God bless you. That's what I'm talking about. See, is that inflation? Nah, he's just in the game, baby. Oh, man, so are you bullish or bearish on that? I'll take it, man. That's very good news. I got a lot of good news. I even had really good news last night. I'm going to tell you guys eventually. I might tell you in the middle of the day, but that just added to it, Clout Chaser. Oh my gosh. Oh, now Edgar, too. God is good, bro. Finger to the sky. Horn. Wow, what a day. Wow, it was already a good day. Yo, you got to turn your membership gifts on. The chat is gifting all of you. Y'all got to make sure you turn your membership gifts on right there. Oh, Edgar, Father Edgar, even Rob showing some love too, and Martin Shkreli. Don't forget all the chats, bro. That's amazing. God bless you. Thank you, guys. Wow. Okay, I'll tell you the good news I'm nervous to tell you the good news. I'm not nervous, but it's very good news, Chad. I feel very much at peace. I'm very excited. We had some very positive developments, so. I love you. I love you, Chad, okay? So, God, that means a lot. It means a lot in knowing some of y'all are very legit, okay? That's, it'll make more sense when I tell you. So, God bless you. God bless you, baby. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking. I don't even have, I'm not even going to sell you likes for TID now. They just dropped 100 memberships, bro. 100 memberships for the Chad. And even the Chad today, if you haven't known, it's live. It's live and direct. So, you have no delay today. You should be on, 1 second. All right, I'll just tell you. I'll tell you what it is. Since not everybody's here, I'll tell you it. The good news is we found Mr. Stalker Guy. So that's why it's a very sigh of relief, even when I see names in the chat and people could get weird and all of that. But yeah, we found Mr. Stalker Guy yesterday. Oh, it's a very big relief, bro. It's a very weird situation. It got even weirder, but it was a blessing, man. So God is good. So yeah, Bravo 6 confirmed. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, bro. So thank you for the love, man. And again, even just seeing some names, even if it looked like, you never know, but it's very, very good, bro. It was a very, very, very good piece of news. Especially that's been a long time, bro. This has been the same person who is going nuts. So I'm very, very excited that we have that out the way because it's one less thing to worry about. So it's beautiful. It's beautiful, baby. But yeah, that's my good news. Patrick Picardi. Oh, what's up, baby? That's my man. God bless the chat. Nothing but love. Robert Wills. Kenrick McGee. God bless. All right, that's what we do. We had enough time. We just did like 100 memberships. You got the chat coming in. Let's go, baby. Let's go. Mm-hmm. Ba-da-ba-ba-bop. All right, Chattadonia. We've gone over the plays. You guys are getting hyped. It's a good day. CPI, again, we're still within 0.7. I really want to see how this is going to play out throughout the rest of the day. But ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, here at the Cult, before we do anything, before we try to chase a dollar, before we try to enrich ourselves, we must pay homage to a very special group of people who has sacrificed more than most of us ever have and ever will. And I am talking about the veterans of the United States of America, ladies and gentlemen. So on behalf of the Cult, the people here, the people not here, we want to give a huge special shout out all the active servicemen, past servicemen, anybody who has served this country for real. God bless you and thank you for your service. Even shout out to the families who all made their sacrifice. We love and appreciate you, and I encourage all of you to show love and appreciation to all of your veterans out there on a day in, day out basis, baby. So God bless you and thank you all. And big shout out to anybody else out there giving back to their local community and helping out. All the doctors, nurses, teachers, firefighters, police officers, the garbage men, the janitors, the people with the nonprofits, people helping out grandma. If you giving back to your community, you deserve that too, man. I hope you know we appreciate you and keep showing love, baby. But ladies and gentlemen, please rise. Place your right hand over your heart. Say it with me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all, baby. Send to the Jets! Oh, it's game time, baby. Or nah, let's go. Oh, we did it, baby. Oh, how do you feel? The Jets have been sent. The data has came in. The market is up. Everybody is focusing on the thing they weren't focused on, and the thing you were focused on didn't move. And now we got more data and a couple more earnings, and you still have the banking stuff, and you only have 2 minutes until the bell. So, Chad, get ready for it. Today should be fun. My real question is not only one, where do we end up, but two, what type of volume do we get today? And then there is a big 10-year auction. So even then, beauty is, if you're still in the bond play, you still have profits. I'm surprised because that's not what I thought today if today ended up good. So that's good for us for now. But just keep in mind that 10-year bond auction today, that will cause some moves. I believe it's around 2 p.m. So we will see. Would you touch on Airbnb earnings? I liked it. I liked it a lot, and it's actually exactly what we wanted. But it's going to be 3 months of bumpiness until the next earnings. But pretty much, I like the fact that they had that they guided lower. That's what I'm saying. It makes the comp way easier to beat for next quarter. Again, that's why they went down. The guidance that they gave this quarter, the guidance signals 11 to 12% slowdown in their guidance, and that's the slowest growth that they've ever had. It's not a slowdown, it's growth of 12%, but that's the slowest guidance that Airbnb has ever had. So, but the thing about it that I like, again, first quarter net EBITDA and net profits set a record, even first quarter revenue set a record. So all of our numbers are there, but it was already getting beat up by Wall Street on good numbers. So now let it get beat up on bad guidance. And again, I'm a buyer below like 107. That's what I'm looking for. Even now I'm considering it, but I think we haven't averaged on it in a year. So now after that, earnings an easy comp for the next 3 months. In the next 3 months, pretty much we could buy Airbnb is what I'm looking for. Just ahead of next earnings, I'm probably going to want to own some more Airbnb for the long term. All right, Chad. Yeah, 15 seconds. Call out any plays. Like the video. If you have any questions, let us know. Again, we have some earnings today too. Post any news. We could confirm it all. And get ready, baby. Let's have a good one. Let's see where those upstarts open up. Round 1. Fight. Upstarts 500% at the bid, 700% at the ask. Now it just adjusted. So not bad. 20 cents to $1. They just dropped it again on the bid. So I'm going to hold those, though, for a little bit. Upstart play. Nice one. Be wise, my friends. NVIDIA is coming up. Again, we're at 0.71. The number you should be looking for is 1.1 on the NASDAQ. That's like the limit of today. So we'll see. And if it breaks that, that means the bullish impetus is very strong. Canon and Amazon filed joint trademark infringement suit. What the hell's that? Airbnb sinks by 14%, biggest one-day drop since 2020 IPO. So again, we're still in the upstart. Again, they came back up 500% on the bid. Again, 700% on the ask. Inflation data, super core is the answer for today. That's why you actually went up off of it. Otherwise, nothing really changed. Except for you had a nice surprise on headline coming down. ACAM's back at 84. They're starting to do the run. Amazon and Google. Remember, you have a Google event today for AI. It's Wednesday. Yeah, Google's at 108. It's cheaper. Remember, they were near 110 yesterday. It's a tighter range, but if that's what you're into, the Square's barely up. PayPal, they're up barely. Remember, they were hitting 52-week lows yesterday. Let's see. Where's Netflix? Apple's running there. Again, Apple, Google, SPY at 0.82. NASDAQ's at 1.1 now, or 1.0. So get ready. If NASDAQ, as SPY, you could factor in 1% too, but NASDAQ more than 1% is already a good sign. You're at 41.67. Where's bonds? Bond plays are still green, though. That's the weirdest part about today. So if we hit 41.55, man, this is that level for the last couple of days, pretty much since day before Powell. You should know this price point. There's Google, ZBH, McDonald's on the high, Apple's still going, a firm pop. What's that one play we had? Upstart's coming down. They're killing the premiums on us. UWMC, I think they had earnings, right? Oh, wow, they're down 12.9, and then Redfin's up 7 this time. And then Google is still at the high. Redfin. Let's see, BNB. BNB's coming up. So, again, biggest drop since 2020 on Airbnb in a single day. It was, I mean, it's not bad. 22 cents to $1. Upstart is just moving a lot. So, like, one pop, one drop will move that contract 100%, 200%. So, I'm watching it now, but it's going all over the place. So, I'll give it some time. I think you either take profits on that right away, walk out with a bag, or you just hope it continues like all the other runners like Carvana and shit like that. I think Carvana was on the high. Again, we hit 1.0. You're at 1.1 right now on the NASDAQ. Again, everything's green. The only thing in the red right now is energy. Discretionaries 1.3, tech 1.2, materials 1.1. Amazon at 2%. Jeez. And then AMD's on the high. TSM is still down. I think China plays are still down. Win is down after earnings. Tesla's up 2.5, 173 actually. Good for you, Tessie. Good for you. Let's see where Netflix is at. Tesla's on the high. Again, SPY's still holding here. NASDAQ is going up. SPY's kind of holding off a little bit. Dow's the lagger on the day. Netflix is holding up. Again, Netflix has to get above 336. It's been having trouble there. Boeing is on the low. EH on the low. Google on the high. Baba's starting to come up, and then even Shopify. And we'll see if Airbnb comes down. Dividend plays are down a little bit. Tessie, baby. Yeah, Tesla's doing good. Again, I feel like we haven't seen it at 173 yet. Yeah, since earnings. So it's getting back to the earnings level there for Tessie. Again, Google's at the high. They have that event. CLRO special dividend. I think that was yesterday, right? Open lending shares jump 46%, triggering volatility halt. IMF sees Israel growth slowing. And then where's the good old banks? So XLF up 0.5%, KRE up 1.2. Again, SPY's trying to work here, then see if the bonds come down. BABA. And then K-Web starting to move up. Airbnb at 112. UAE's Royal Group shorts U.S. stocks on global recession fears. What the hell? What a headline. United Arab Emirates Royal Group shorts United States stocks on global recession fears. That's coming out right now. It's listed as breaking news. The UAE, the Royal Group, is shorting the U.S. stocks. So it's either they're either going to be right or we're about to squeeze the Saudis. Very interesting. Boeing's going lower there. Bonds are trying to go down, but they're catching a bid now. So see what the bonds do if we get red candles. Right now, the shape is the same. Bonds are up and stocks are up, so keep that in mind. Everything's moving exactly the same. MPW went red. That's crazy. That's coming into the debt ceiling. Do the math. You guys, you get what I'm saying? I'm telling you, it's not the base case is that nothing should happen, but there's a lot of people just running around here on some weird, just like the tension is rising. Just keep that in mind. That's the irony of all of it. Upstart still up 30. That's its first drop. Kind of looks like Palantir yesterday, if you remember. Even then, Palantir's still up again. And then Netflix now 336. You need this one to hold. And then even Redfin's at the high. Is 1050 actually? Wait a minute. Is this a breakout point for Redfin? Yeah. Redfin hasn't gone above 1060 this whole year. I think you have to get past 10. I think you go to 13, but then realistically, it's like $18 should be the next level. Yeah, BABA is going nuts. K-Web's up. SPY coming down. ACAM is on the high. I really wanted that one. It was only at 80. Damn, that was up at $82 in the morning. EU going to approve Microsoft deal. Wait, did that just come out? I know they're going back and forth with it, but unless you want to play the Activision, I mean, I really wouldn't give it too much attention. But I don't like that play. It just could get tied up a lot. Just look at VMware. And then bonds are catching a bid now. SPY. It was about 3-4 minutes of green. Oh, yeah, I forgot. I closed out the ES this morning. That MES that we were down on. I closed it for like $20 profit. I forgot because now I kind of want to short this. 41.46. We still could test 41.55, so watch out. Again, we could either sell off right here or we do a little drop. Then we hit 41.55, 41.60, and then sell off of that one. Roblo's doing the Micron. Bad play, good reaction, bad earnings. Yeah, they're up 4.7. Square is in the PayPal gulag. Damn, we were just barely down on that, and then that flip. PayPal's dropping another 1%. And there's ACAM. Airbnb starting to come back down to the lows. So that's good. Upstart still holding just under 500% at the bid on the contract still. 20 cents to $1. Or is that 400%? Either or. And then SPY's at the low. So watch out here again. Bond just went up off of that. Latest news was the UAE shorting our stocks. Again, I think so. What I'm thinking, you might come back up here. If we just don't dive from here, you bounce up here again because there's still a lot of bullish sentiment today. And then maybe the next reject, I'll take a greedy short on the MES. KRE, is it slipping? They were up. Again, banks are up 0.5%. I think KRE had a 1.5. Yeah, oh wow, KRE just slipped. Is this because of, what's it called? Not first, is like First Citizens? What's First Citizens? FCNCA, right? Yeah, First Citizens. They're up 11 still, but they're having their own thing. Arcutis Biotherapeutics halted after 18% drop. MC Bree Green. Yeah, UWMC again, bad earnings there. And then it's going to go down once they need to re-sign Kevin Durant. You could blame Matt. NVIDIA, Amazon. All the big tech is still holding. Again, right there, that was just banks. That was something the banks just gave up all their gains. They're still green. Again, energy is the only thing in the red. Baba and Google now on the high. Baba's really running, actually. And then Baidu is still in the red. Google's still going. Low is on the low. Lows. Disney's dropping now, too. They were just at 103. They have earnings after the bell. Yeah, First Citizens is having their earnings call. EDU. Even Redfin came down. Again, 4 lows here. So first time being low of the day. You've given up half of the ultimate high. So to give you context, this was the first. You're now to the first candle of CPI. So again, watch for bounce up to a new high. If not, welcome to Cuck Zone. Welcome, Habibi. Welcome. We'll see, though. Still very early. We got a lot of daylight to burn. Tesla's still kind of holding. Again, Upstart's still working. Oh, where's Bobo? Bobo's still at 200. Orders did not help. They had another piece of news today. And then Arcutis Biotherapeutics. Where's McRib? All right, another new low there. You have yet to get that bounce, selling off right below the level. And then McRib is down 3 all of a sudden. Ascend was looking good. TLT's on the high, so bonds are catching a bid. Remember, bonds and stocks are green. Everything is green right now. So this is doing the opposite. But now let's see if bonds keep catching a bid as we sell off. That could now give you a very unique setup, because then that's bonds reacting to data as well as fear at the same time. But for now, it's nothing's too crazy. Again, I don't sound dramatic, and I hope you don't get dramatic, but just get ready for a lot of back and forth. Like we said, if we stay within that range on core, unfortunately, we might run into the issue of a cuck day. But this could be a big reload, so watch out, because like I'm saying, watch out for a high test, or just watch out if death and destruction is met early. You're like, you just said not dramatic. Why'd you say death and destruction? 8.5 million in 12 minutes. Tesla's starting to go down now. Low ticker's getting active. Watch those banks, though. I definitely think there's something in the background. And then Rumble, again, Tucker Carlson. He's making his Twitter show, apparently. And then bonds keep catching a bid. Again, bonds higher, stocks lower. We'll see when this stops. And now you're back to 0.3. So, again, you're in the first candle now from when the CPI came up. You're pretty much right where we were at the close of yesterday. And a little bit, right now you ticked right where you were today, pre-market in the morning. So you're back to pre-market levels a little bit higher. So you're holding some of the gains. And then bonds keep catching that bid. KDNY on the high. The Dow Jones is down now. NASDAQ 0.67, hit a high of 1.1. And then SPY is up 0.3. Yeah, ACAM's holding its high too. Spotify is. Oh, yeah, Roblo. Roblo's holding up too. Disney came down. Palantir still running. 3.5, 988. Remember, $10 is the level for them. So let's see here. First little green candle after that sell-off. Watch for the reload. If not, then you go below CPI level. PayPal new lows. See if it hits a 52-week low. Let's try it. Okay, I bought one MES long. If it goes back up to the highs, then I'm going to sell out and short it. Roblo's hitting a high. And then let's see what the bonds do. Again, bond auction for the 10-year is going to be big. And PayPal. Where's Netflix? Come on, Netflix. Break the 336. Do it for the people. Google's about to hit the high. Still below 110. Rita's down $20. Really? Why? Whoa. Did they do an offering? Coin running. And then TLT's hitting another high, though. Watch out. So, again, this could either be a little bounce or not, but bonds are bouncing. Coinbase, 3 big candles right now. Rivian. Yeah, Rivian's still holding 10%. Not bad at all. And then Microsoft, all the tech still has gains, but they're near pretty much where they opened except for Amazon. Spot 52-week high. Where's BNB? Come on, BNB. Give me 107, Habibi. I just bought a MES, a micro short to the long side. So I'm playing the reload, but then I do think, because I think it's either going to flush from here or you bounce, you make one more crazy pop, and then that either turns into a squeeze, or that squeeze, if that fails, then we'll hit a new low, and then we'll give up all the gains. But we'll see. But then, like I said, my base case was cuck today. So I really think we're going to get a lot of back and forth. Oh, Mike, I said micro short, my bad. A micro, yeah, like ES, yeah, my bad. Then stocks Europe, and it hits session low down 0.5. So Europe stocks are dumping right now, believe it or not. That could be it. Maybe Euro close, we run off of it. But I didn't know that. That just came out. So literally Europe right now is dropping while we're up, almost 1% on the NASDAQ. They just hit 0.5 negative. All right, another low and another high on the bonds. So again, as of now, everything is still green, but if this continues, you may end up with bonds up a ton and then the stocks go down on it. But as of now, it's green, but from here, they're doing the opposites. Match.com on the high. Coinbase has been running. SPY is still gassing. Now we're still up on our short on the bonds, believe it or not. But now it's only $60. So bond play is about to go negative. And then SPY hitting another low. Tesla bounced up a little bit on that. Again, a lot of weird push and pull again. There's still a lot of names that are up, like a decent amount. Again, everything was green. Now financials are red, healthcare red, industrial red, staples red, and then energy's down 1%. Nvidia. Yeah, the KRE was what, bro? They just went red. So regionals are up 1.7 when we were looking at them when the market was, 0.5% higher right now. But regionals have definitely taken a little bit of a dump right here today. Again, even JP Morgan and big banks have just gone red. Again, XLF was even up 0.75%. How did CPI come in better than expected and we sell off? I think it's what I told you from yesterday and then even at the data. Again, it felt weird telling you it in the morning, but we'll see. It's not done yet. We could still bounce right back up, but I told you it was going to cuck if we stay within that number. Everybody got really hyped up on the core services, but like we said, if we stay within that number, that's it. If you didn't notice, we literally hit 1.1 on the NASDAQ and then sold off instantly. So it's just like, I don't know. I think there was a positive surprise with Supercore, but for the most part, again, core inflation just did not change. The 5.5. So 5.5 to 5.7, like I said, if we stay there, we'll probably cuck. First Citizens to bring combined capital plan to the board in July. But we'll see. It's not done yet. I mean, I just went long on a micro for that reason. I think we're going to get a crazy pop. People are going to feel good, and then we'll see where we're at from there. Now you're right halfway through. So this was CPI candle now. So you've given up a majority of the CPI gains. Market's only up 0.16 now on the futures and the S&P. NASDAQ still holding up pretty good, though, 0.68. PayPal, new 52-week low. XLF is still dumping. That's the weird part on today. Yeah, PayPal, 1.8. $64. I think we get weed news on the 11th. And then the Google event. Google is doing, they're doing an AI event today. Yeah, McRib got slashed. It was up a lot in the morning. And then the Saudi shorting. They're shorting the bank, or they're shorting the U.S. stocks, they said. Tesla's holding up great. Tesla's popping now, up 2.6. Bonds keep catching a bid, though. It's like anytime. So, like, you're getting Tesla, and I think Amazon was up, too. It's like you're getting movements right now, but anytime we get a little green impetus, the bonds just keep catching a bid. Again, it's been a pretty nutty bid on the bonds all throughout the morning. So you got to realize the only thing that stayed up is the bonds. So guess what? Just like yesterday, remember, either the market's going to catch up with it or not. But just look at this. It's a straight bid on the bonds, and then you have that auction today. So still going lower, even though Tesla had that candle. 4139 on the futures. Again, the tie's like 4132. That's where all of this data started to really come out from. Damn, 4126. You've sold off 30 points right now since hitting 1.1 on the NASDAQ. Super core narrative, not narrating. Well, again, we'll see. Because people were very bullish on it this morning, but nobody was talking about it prior. So I think it was a welcome surprise. Like, I think that's because it was a surprise, but it's also just like we said, core is at 5.5 and has not gone down now for 5 months in a row, even with real estate showing a benefit to CPI. But then again, today's not over. I think we're going to cuck. It's like either we end up right where we started, maybe a little lower, or we end up towards the highs of the day by the end of the day, which could still happen. So just get ready for volatility here, and then it's setting us up with our runway. Okay. So little green bonds not catching a bid here. So see if you get any sort of rally across any other names, though. But you can't have the bonds catch a bid. Zion on the low again. Real estate, regionals. Regionals and XLF, they just dumped out of nowhere. Tesla. Some Bowen, Hopium. Yeah, I think our contracts went down. Where's Upstart? Forgot about that one. Contract's still at $1. Bottom for 20 cents. Yeah, TSN was hitting 52-week low. So watch out. The bond bid returns. That green candle has turned red now. But let's see if it actually dumps or not. Again, there's a big level here because pretty much once you get to the CPI level, like where we started, if you go lower, everyone's going to tweak out. But 4140 on the futures. Again, right now, you're at 4126, 4127 to 4119. So actually, I think the CPI level is the 4119 level that we stayed pinned at yesterday. Bonds are hitting a new high. We are still up on our bond short, but only by $60 here. So again, I was up 900 into the morning. By the time it gapped up, we were only up 200. Now we're only up $60. So what I'm trying to tell you is that the 10-year bond and all of the bonds, those are the thing that have moved the biggest off of this, and those are the ones that are holding whatever early move and continuing. Not to mention the relationship with the SPY. Yeah, banks going red. Pac W only regional seeing green. Oh, hailstone, baby. God bless you, my friend. Good morning. PayPal, because the earnings. Again, just constant sets of bad earnings with PayPal, and then they still have a high premium on their shares. Like I said, if it goes I don't know, with a 5 handle, I might have to pick it up, but I think it's just working through this multi-year low now. PayPal at 60. Where's BNB? MO went down. MPW. 3M is at 142. Walgreens kind of holding up. Roblo's at the high. That one's still going. Palantir hit 10 and then came down. Redfin's still 10.18. Twilio's on the way. Wasn't Twilio negative? Yeah, Twilio's down 13%. They're running up now. Again, PayPal and Square. PayPal's murdered, though. All righty. Then ACAM's still at the high, too. EBS, huge recovery. Oh, damn, 960. What did we get it at? Oh, no, yeah, we've had a wild run with EBS. Did you see the MPW letter from Hedgeye? I did not. They hate him, though. Hedgeye and the other people, like, I think they're all tied in with the people that are trying to sue them or that court case with them. But, again, there's a lot of negative press around MPW, given it has like a show me story. Oh, I'm seeing it now. I think they're probably outlining it for given the court case stuff. So I'll read it though. Again, I like reading even if it's negative. It's not like, I mean, sometimes they bring up a lot of good stuff to consider. So, like MPW where we're at with it, we're not doubting the the struggle that it has here. That's why it's like being aware of the risk is good. It's just assuming that, we're going for the value, assuming that it's not as bad, borderline. All right. Moving back up a little bit. Bonds down, SPY up. We'll probably see a little bit of that until it starts to chill. All right. Sava's on the high again. You remember him from yesterday. Carvana's running. See, Tesla's just holding the gains. So that's your first bounce since dumping. And again, the first time the bond stopped going up. And then Amazon's hitting the high now. Let's see. Shopify on the high. Where's Disney? Again, Disney has their earnings today. Beyond Me, even like Robinhood. Navita, huge candle. Okay. So, Ryan, you're banned next time. Okay? I love you. Amazon. Yeah, Amazon. It was Amazon and Tesla. Those are the one holding up. LPSN from yesterday. Oh, yeah, we saw that one. I think, didn't they say it was like a buyout or something? Or was that the reverse split one? Palantir, they were just at 10. The MES, the long one that we got like 10 minutes ago just came up. So, again, this was the first level we declined. Bonds are matched up at the same level now. NASDAQ is still up 0.8. So, even with all this, again, when you're watching Amazon and Tesla hold up, I mean, they're holding up the NASDAQ pretty well. I think all of the tech names are still green. Yeah, even Apple's still up by 0.6. Contracts with little to no volume to get out. You gotta price them good. That's it. I mean, usually around the bid, that's the problem with the liquidity. Palantir is running up again. Sava as well. Palantir now above $10. And then SPY's making its first move towards VWAP since the that morning dump right there. And then bonds, we're back to $100 profit on that one. CRISPR going for highs. They just had their earnings. They were actually been on fire the last couple of days. Snow. All right, pop above VWAP. The bonds aren't dropping as fast, so let's see here, though. That's a big move off the bottom now. That's 12 or 15 points off the bottom now. So like I'm saying, get ready for this stupid pop, and even just today, anything could really happen. So again, Palantir's running, Snowflake, a lot of different tech names, and then some of the other earnings that were still doing good, but you also have Amazon, Apple, Microsoft, Tesla. You know, we're talking big percentages on very big companies. Yeah, Palantir, 1014, up 6%. Yeah, Shopify's on the high. I bought a micro ES at the bottom here just because, again, what I'm thinking is that it was going to run back up, test the high again, and then I'm going to short the high if we get up there. But we got a little gain, got $30 on that MES for now. But we'll see. Microsoft, open. Microsoft is, yeah, they just woke up. That's 0.5%. 0.5% in 5 minutes on Microsoft. Amazon's up 2. Apple's still up 0.7. Tesla's up 3 or something. Tilray? Oh, again, the weed stuff should be here. Again, today, Roku just had a pop. 2 candles on Roku into the high. Remember yesterday it was moving? I didn't sell Upstart, no. Again, you still have like 400, 500% on the contract. But I'm right. I mean, again, we were in the money yesterday. So yesterday I thought it hit 22 or 21. So I like it. And then we still have a month on that contract. So again, we only spent $70. So I wish I got shares because I would have been able to capture the money. But the good part with the options, my risk is very, very minimal. And this time we actually got a decent amount of time on it. But we'll see. You know, the options hate you. Icon Enterprises Q1 conference starts. So if you want to play ICANN, there it is. Again, SPYs now, we're making our way back up. I think this is back to the top of the CPI. Yeah, you're now getting back to the second. This was when everybody right here, this is when everybody realized that super core went down. So that's what we're in between on. Tesla's hitting a high now. Again, Roku's on the high. There's Eli Lilly as well. Redfin's even coming back up. Team, they're up 2.7. They're actually doing great. Microsoft now, new high. Google, AMD. Bro, your high ticker has a lot of stuff on it. It doesn't mean the low ticker is not active, but these are all just NASDAQ big names. Again, here's the irony. NASDAQ is at 1.08. When S&P was right here, NASDAQ was at 1.1, and then we sold off. So this little bounce and drop here, this was all the NASDAQ and tech names. So again, discretionaries are up 1.29, tech is up 1.2, and then energy and financials are in the red. And financials only down 0.1%, so see if those wake up too. Tessie, Z-Lab taking profits. ENSC, we saw that one yesterday. Z-Lab, they're up 10% at the high. Beyond Me, it depends, but their numbers are pretty bad usually. I haven't looked at Meta. Again, bonds are coming back down now. This is interesting because let's see what happens if we go up, but then bonds end up going lower. I want to see how the market will respond. There's Meta's off the bottom. Google was the one leading earlier. Again, there's AMD still. Microsoft just had a fat run. China names are working again. In the morning, they were doing their thing. Palantir. 1017, that's big for them. Snowflake on the high. So is MSTR, even ServiceNow. Again, still getting green candles as bonds are going red. 41.59. Let's see, book map. Again, this is like right in between the run that we had. Palantir on the high again. So yeah, right below 41.60. So again, this is it. We steadied around here after everybody was focusing on Supercore. And Google and tech right now is insane. Again, tech is the leader on the day now. XLF bounced a little bit, still negative. JP Morgan's green. Goldman red. KRE still down 0.3. VWAP sell-off. Watch the bonds. I think the bonds will give us some of the answer for now, because they've been very, very sensitive. It was just like yesterday, too. The last 4 days, the bond stock correlation, we've seen a lot with it. So let's just see if this continues to play out or not. So you're getting back up to open there. Again, you're getting a lot of this back and forth stuff. Okay, back up here. Egypt on the high? Or no, EYPT. I got excited. CRISPR on the high as well. Shopify, 52-week high. Now Baidu's going. Again, just a lot of tech names, man. A lot of tech names that even if they either had earnings recently, I think they all did report recently, and they're all running. Coinbase, again, that's another one. Except for Square. Square's dead, and so is PayPal. Yeah, the MES, $58. It's not bad. That would have been $500 on a big one. But not bad. I don't know. I guess it could come up a little higher. But 41.60. So again, pretty much what I was waiting for. I think we maybe get back to 41.55-ish and then sell off from there. But if it really is going to go down, this could be it. And then when's Euro close? Hour and a half. Okay, bonds going a little lower. Let's see what they do here with the markets. And then Google's about to go 110. Amazon's near 110 as well, too. All banks are at VWAP. Yeah, and the banks, they're weird. Again, banks gave you a little bit in the morning, but then they did what they did the last couple of days. They're just selling off random 1-2% gains out of nowhere. Boeing did hop up a little bit. Palo Alto Networks on the high. Snowflake, ACAM. Below 107 is where we could grab more Airbnb. I don't know. I mean, it moved. It was down 15% in the morning. Now it's like 11.9, 12%. But I thought it was going to keep going down. I think they just need to. I think they just need to clap the other stuff. Oh, is my TTD play up? It might be. I haven't checked. Let's check. Yeah, it is from $1 or 92 cents to $1.60. Oh, and that expires in 2 days. So do we sell that or do we wait for earnings? You have TTD random play and you're up on it. I think we may just play the earnings. We need a hit. All right, we're still holding here. It's been a little bit. Have not gone out there. Bonds still kind of holding. All right, let's try something. I sold the MES. I made $50 off of it, like 56. And then we'll see what happens. Because it still could go higher, but then if we hit 41.55, I'm going to short it again. I'm doing it small, though, too. And then I still have not touched my initial bond play. I'm up 170 on the short there. So the yields aren't being as aggressive as you would think. That move there in the morning was wild, but that's it. BB going insane. Amazon 110. Airbnb getting a candle. Yeah, BlackBerry up 5.7. I'm not sure. I just sold on that one. I was short at the highs or a new high. Amazon's ripping, though. Again, Airbnb just got a candle, too. Disney red. Tesla's still holding. Again, all of your big tech is just holding up very, very well. Like Google, Amazon still at the highs. Again, Airbnb is running. Upstart Brewing. Yeah, a little bit. Contracts are still holding. So that's still same prices on that one. I sent an email on headline for the summer. Looks like it might start to appear rising. Let's see. So he says summer will be a tough headline. Should start going back up or at least be extra sticky. The 2022 CPI from December was relatively flat, particularly June to August. The SPR was reserved as an efficient hedge. Once we get to that starting point in June, the year-over-year is likely to be rising. So let's see. I see what you're saying. So this is what it is. So I think it might be harder because like in July, we're going to be comparing it, but oh wait, no, this is this year. I see what you're saying. The year over year comps it pretty much stayed flat. So we're comparing it to last year. I think it all depends, but I think you're on the right track. And my bad yesterday too for clapping you again. Apologies on there. Like I said, man, we deal with so many people, and that's why I said, bro, the good news today, we finally found one of the stalkers who has been harassing me for a very long time. So it does take away a lot of stress from dealing with random people individually. So very, very good. Very, very good. But apologies again on my behalf. But I see what you're saying, though. I think it just depends on the trajectory, but there was a lot of stability last year at the same period. But then again, the higher the number, more likely it'll be down than not. So it's still a little bit up. I can't believe you never mentioned how crazy it got. It was wild. So that's why most people have no idea. But it's cool though. Like it's done now. That's it. You can't hide behind the anonymity or whatever it was. The amenities. Can Biden talk about the debt ceiling? Got news. My job is closing the building. I need a good laugh. I thought you wanted a real update. I was going to give you a real news update, but you want to hear about the debt ceiling, huh? Well, I told you what we're going to do. We're going to raise the roof. Come on. Simple as that. Let's get down to fucking business. Where's Mitch McCarthy? Mitch McCarthy, that's it. We haven't seen Biden on the... I know, right? Usually they comment around this time. Uber's popping, NASDAQ wild. You sent me a debt ceiling play. I think just debt ceiling is if it happens or not. The Saudis just went short on U.S. stocks. The deal yesterday had no progress, and everybody is just we're just getting closer. So we'll see. But my goodness, you're saying Booz Hamilton? They're a leading provider of management and tech consulting to government and commercial organizations. They derive their revenue from government contracts, 97% of their total. Oh, I see what you're saying. Interesting. BAH. Interesting. Suture. He's saying BAH because they have most of their money from government contracts. So if you have a government shutdown and any payments get delayed, they would probably suffer a bigger hit. Interesting take, honestly. You took that to a different level there. I thought it was going to be something with like bonds or anything like that, but I like that. I don't know if I'll take it yet, but that one's a interesting one to think about because again, it's still all plays for the debt ceiling boil down to us needing what's it called? To just it actually happening or not. So, but if it doesn't happen, then there's no play. But if it does, I think that might work. Very interesting take. Bonds coming back. Okay, this is where it gets weird now. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. If SPY drops while the bonds hit a new low, that's it. The bonds might just give it all up now. Some ECB officials start to think September rate hike may be needed. So ECB is saying September rate hike. So that's hawkish on the other side of the pond. Snowflake and Microsoft still moving. So watch out here. Let's see. Because based on what we saw today, the market should rip if the bonds go down. So see if they move together. Nah, it looks like the market. That was looking very interesting there if it was going to flush. But that ECB comment's not good. But again, it's on the other side of the pond. Senators query Jamie Dimon on JP Morgan ties to Jeffrey Epstein. So that was a bond flush and then pop, and now we're going a little lower. Let's see. Again, back to 4140 on the SPX. So it's a high, very high level, man, honestly. This is back. This was some of the highs of yesterday. I guess we were already here from Friday, or this was the high of Monday. What does it mean? Stocks and bonds go in the same direction. So pretty much like an easy way that you could look at it, like when you look at my screen, easy way is just look at the numbers right here. You see in green on IEF, it says bonds are up 0.52%. And then take a look, stocks are up 0.52%. So that means they're both in the green today, right? So what we're meaning is like the relationship. They either both move in the same response. So if stocks go down, bonds go down. But a lot of what we've seen too, and what it used to be a lot in the past, it would usually be an inverse. So then if bonds would go down, stocks would go up. And then if stocks would go down, bonds would go up. So what we're looking for is it's for flip-flop. So the last couple of years, we've been playing this little game of flip-flop because sometimes the stock market follows the bonds, sometimes it inverses. Ever since Powell, we've borderline been doing like the same thing. It's like been a baby inverse. So it's honestly been very hard to read, but that's what we're kind of looking for here is to see is one leading the other or is that relationship gaining steam again, and how is that impacting it? Yes, exactly. That's why the 60-40 portfolio is supposed to be safe. Exactly. Amen. That's why everybody was mind blown last year because your bonds went down and your stocks went down. Bonds had their worst year in history. There it is. Okay, a little bit bigger of a flush. We should have took in the short, but I just took the profits on the long, so that's just as good. I don't want Airbnb to rebound yet. So if it rebounds now, that's kind of unfortunate. And I know some of you may be confused, but I haven't bought an Airbnb in over a year. So I would love to, after a guide down in earnings, I would like me a good price. But we'll see what happens. I would give it a couple of days, if anything, though. All right, we're coming back down, though. And this time, the bonds, they're low, but they're not moving as much, definitely. And now the shape looks like they're kind of matched up. Bonds are doing a little bit better than S&P now, and then a little worse than the NASDAQ, but the shape looks fairly similar now. SPY at the lows, bonds at the lows too. It's been almost 1.5. I think it's been a year. I think our last purchase at Airbnb was it was May 9th, 2022 at 124. So, we will see. So it's like literally, like 1 year to this date almost. tell me if the market's going to dump all. I wish I could, because like I said, the number's 5.5. So based on everything I said on yesterday's watch list, I think it's going to be a cuck. So I was not, if you were here in the morning, you probably heard it. I was not a fan of this. I didn't think that, I thought it was going to be a cuck, and it kind of is looking like that. So I don't know if we're going to dump that more. If we dumped early here without that stupid pop, we could have dumped all day. But right now, I think you're going to whipsaw, go back and forth until we get closer to tomorrow and closer to the PPI data, and that's about it. So you're either going to end near the lows of yesterday, or we're going to end near the highs that we set today. And then if we break the highs, given what we reacted to in the morning, there's a potential for a squeeze. So that's just all you got to watch out for. I just think that a lot of people, the emotions today are going to go back and forth, but I don't think the data gave us enough to move us forward without forward looking on the data, like by a lot. Oh, yeah, that Airbnb was after hours earnings too, huh? Oh, yeah, Euro closes in an hour. That'll be big. And then Europe is down right now. And then bonds trying to go a little lower. So let's see what happens here. I'm playing it slow. It's going to, I really believe it's going to cuck. So I wouldn't stress yourself out today. You don't need to. So especially if you could space yourself out in the right environment here, you do not need to stress yourself out. Just in the sense, like I'm saying now, you're playing that shitty game of looking to the next data set. So, yeah, tomorrow's PPI in the morning. So that right there, we'll just go into that, and then we'll see if China does any better or not, and then how we finish post-Euro close. And then a couple more earnings, but most of them are done. Yeah, Redfin up 56% on the week. They love them negative 93 EPSs. It's wild. I think the difference with Redfin is that was just their debt position increasing. I don't even think people were buying the earnings. Because when we bought Redfin, they had like 6 months of cash left, and now they might have a year. They reduced their debt a lot. But I feel you. WWW, or Wolverine. VIX at 17. Yeah, this is VIX below 17, 16.98. And bonds and stocks, they're staying pinned near the lows here for a little bit. Yeah, upstart premiums are coming back up. You got an extra 30, 40 cents per contract there. How do you stay sustained in this market? Expect less and go slower. That's it. I mean, that's why I'm saying, like, I'm telling you now, just don't get your save your energy for today. In the sense, either you're going to get, if you are a trader and you are a scalper, you should be ready for today. But if you're really trying to swing something right now, I would not get, like, just don't go crazy on it. Again, if you go for these little moves, but I just think we're going to get a lot of back and forth here. And then again, tomorrow's data will be another confirmation on what we have or what we don't have. All right. So let's see. He wants to bounce. The bonds ain't really moving. No Wendy's play, no. Disney, I think, could be good. I like Disney. I want the Disney dividend announcement. So, and then I think they're going to have good news on the parks, but I don't know what Disney Plus is going to do, especially compared to Netflix. That's the only X factor. But I think they're going to surprise on the parks because of, what's his name? What's his name came back? The CEO, not Bob Dole. What's his name? Bob Iger? Bob Dole. So I think he's good, but that's about it. Because you stated your price. Oh, yeah, you're right. I shouldn't have stated my... That's the rule. I pulled the Caroline. Never mind. I have zero price for Airbnb. I retract all statements. I will not buy below 107. I retract. I retract all statements. I changed my mind. Thank you. I do. I'm serious. I retract my statement. I'm no longer a buyer at 107. I changed my whole opinion. DNB? What's that? Dun and Bradstreet? Oh, I think they had something there. I think they had like record earnings. DNB. And then little bonds have been more pinned than the market. Again, we've seen this a couple of times so far. Again, DNB is popping right now. I'm going to hold the upstart play, yeah. I think, again, at this point, you have 400 or 500%. You know, that's $70 into like, what, 300, 350 almost? So you could do whatever you want with it. It's like, I hope if your account needs it, you take it. But I'm willing to push this one. I took the Airbnb one. I've taken one of the last, so like my last like 5 contracts have all hit out of my last 5 option plays. I've only taken one of them, and because the other 4 that hit, I didn't take profits, they went to 0. So again, from EUFN, even the I forgot actually we took the Boeing, but we left one of them, and that one's at break even. So it just depends. It's a little difficult compared to the shares, but that play has time. However, if you already got an instant 405%, you got to do what you got to do with it. So just take it however you please. But thankfully it's small, so it's there. Almost 400% on Upstart paying the plug, baby. Hey man, it was a good play. I like it, man. And shout out, who was it? Was it Matt? I was like Matt. So I'm blanking on the name. He was the one who asked the question yesterday, so it was a great one. CLSK kicking butt. Again, bonds barely moved. SPY moved a little bit, but we're still kind of in this range. It's been about 1 full hour. And volume at 21 million. Now we're talking. That's actually big volume finally. And then AMD on the high. Again, DNB was running up there. AMD's up 4.7. Where's the NASDAQ? Still 1% with all this. The SOX is going up right now. Again, AMD, I think NVIDIA now too. They're starting to break a little bit. Yeah, Goldman is starting to finally, too bad. But all the banks, though, still today, KRE and XLF just have not been on top of their game. About more Walgreens. There you go, baby. I like it. Yeah, Redfin's crazy, bro. Again, Redfin now we're sitting on something stupid. 208% on Redfin. It sucks that covered call, though. If we covered that, now we're down 75% on the covered call, though. An Airbnb covered call, that worked. And then Uber covered call, we're down 13%. But solid 200% on Redfin now. AbbVie, Flushing, potential buy. I'd want AbbVie a little bit low. No, I sold those BB long. I sold those with the tax loss harvesting from end of last year. Yeah, AbbVie is actually really low comparatively, but just like let this shit die. So I don't know. I think if you've never bought it, it could be good. But then again, this is still like 36% higher than any price we've ever paid for it. So I would want it a little lower. But if we could get a flush on AbbVie, that would make our life a lot easier. Coin, let's go. And then SPY's coming down now and bonds catching a bid. So let's see. Bonds up, stocks down. Bonds down, stocks up. Bonds come up, stocks go down again. What is that? Cold on the high. TTD still going. Zion new low. Again, there's been like banks are low-key flushing all day today. White House says CPI report is progress. Default is the biggest threat. Now you're talking, White House. And then oil numbers came in 2.9 million barrels, EIA says. I think that's a little bit lower. Or no, the estimate was 2.5 million draw. Came in at 2.9 increase. So watch oil plays. You might get a little reaction there. And Net's on the high. Toast is still going. Upstart got a candle. CL pop. Yeah, AMD was going nuts. Even Redfin was trying to go crazy there, but it stopped. Again, 1070 is huge. This is the highest now net Redfin has been on the year, and it's actually holding. So if we get above here, this starts to get fun. Yeah, this was their earnings level from June last year now. I guess 1 year ago they were at the same price. Coin is still moving up there. Tesla's high. Nvidia is now hitting a new high or about to. AMD is the one that's up 5%. Roblo's up 7%. Roblo's hitting another high right now. And then bonds catching a bid now, so let's see. Because that won't be as good, though. Sweet 10K. CRISPR again. 154 highs, 8%. McRib still flushing. Send, staying pin. Microsoft still up 1%. Google calmed down a little bit. It was Amazon. And then Tesla. Roblo was down 15%. Was it? That was 15% after hours? I guess, huh? Yeah. On Rita, I wouldn't buy. I mean, we're out of Rita. Again, Rita was good and there was other stuff, but that's that's what I was worried about is if it dropped because of our covered calls. I didn't want to get trapped in it. I don't even know why it dropped today. But I do like Rita, but again, we played the Padufa on it. So, that was a nice play too. Redfin 1080. So, see S&P kind of tweaking. Bonds again catching another bid. Redfin 1082 now. Yeah, Hexo. Yeah, because of the weed. So the Hexo play, thankfully, because we got clapped instantly, thankfully it was small and then it was arranged, but it's tied to Tilray. So as Tilray goes up, your Hexo will move with it. And so we do have a little bit of exposure into the weed stuff. So depending on how that plays out, though, that could be our time to get in or get out. But you're down $30 on it. That's not bad at all. Roblo, huge recovery. Redfin's is getting it. That is insane. Because the other days, it was like Carvana and the other ones, and then Redfin wasn't playing along, and now he's doing it with everything. But watch out, man. Even on the SPY here, still a very weird day considering what we've already dealt with. You've now held this level for a decent amount of time. It's been about almost 20 minutes we've been in this little range since flushing almost an hour ago. And then, again, the relationship with bonds and stocks a little interesting, too. We did not buy any Airbnb today. And again, Roblo's running. AXP is on the low. Yeah, Visa too, and MasterCard. Those things were runners yesterday. Again, banks are getting silently clapped. It's not like a big one, but just slowly but surely. Banks, regionals, big banks, small banks, they've all been just slowly selling off. And then right now we're down on the Dow by 0.16. SPY is up 0.35, and then NASDAQ is up 1%. Crowd riot. Whoa. High tickers going crazy, and then bonds catching another bid. Oh, watch out here. Yeah, Palo Alto and Crowder doing good. Iova's on the high. Again, regionals are coming a little lower now. Bonds, another big set of bidding. So pretty much, I think we should go lower here. I guess the bonds sold off a little extra at that point. But watch, if the bonds keep catching a bid, you might sell off. Or if bonds drop from here, then we could start to go up. Industrials drop. Yeah, industrials are the third worst on the day, down 0.35. Financials are second worst, down 0.5. And then energy is the worst, down 1.1. Staples went negative, and materials. In the green is tech, discretionary, communications, utility, real estate, and healthcare. Iova, again, we just sold out of that one. That one I keep seeing on the high ticker. Oh, Roblo, 39. There he is. It's a very interesting day. I mean, just watch the recap. This morning was wild. Just from the CPI, again, the fact everybody just started bringing up this new thing or the new core thing, and then the reaction, but then it just didn't move below the 5.5. It's definitely interesting. Someone said it reminds them of December. I haven't compared this to the December CPI, but this one was definitely there's a lot to take in, and then unfortunately, you still have one more along the way. Yeah, you're starting to dump. Again, bonds were leading that one, so there it is now. That's almost 10 points, bro. That's the crazy part. Remember yesterday? That move that you had, like, right here? So if you notice, today's so big that that's, like, almost the size of that. If you don't really realize it. So, again, that one's a pretty big one. CRISPR's been running all day. Apple's catching a red. Again, banks are still at the lows right now. But, again, bonds were catching the bids. SPY went down a little lower, but last time bonds were here, stocks were at the same price. So you could kind of justify it here. But we'll see. Again, you're near the lows. Okay, so that was a big wick, bro. Again, that was 3 more points lower. Almost, 6 points from the high of that candle. CRISPR is really running now, $70, 10%. It's at 70.25 now at the high. A lot of buffering. So, yeah, I switched today. We switched the stream to a lower latency, but it makes it where you guys lag a lot more. I'm sorry. That's the only problem. But you hear me instantly. I'm getting it too. Oh no, you gotta refresh. They hate us. I thought it was me, but you should be hearing me a lot quicker. Well, refresh if anything. SPY going down, but bad news. I need to go to the bathroom. Okay, follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity. I love you. I'll be right back.
We should be focusing our attention rather than worrying about whether or not we get a small beat or a kind of miss on inflation.
Well, there's lots of things to consider, debt ceiling being one of them, but debt ceiling being a very immediate consideration, because June 1, as Janet Yellen's pointed out many times, is around the corner. I think she has a little bit more time than June 1, maybe to June 7th, and if they can make it June 15th, they're going to have a tax date from the corporate tax receipts, which may take them out to maybe July. But it's brinkmanship. It's a game of poker. Neither side is showing their hand right now, and I think it comes right down to the wire, and it becomes a little scary for the markets. That's why CDS is trading at 175 right now, 1-year CDS on U.S. Treasury default, which, by the way, shows to be a worse credit from a credit CDS perspective than where Saudi Arabia and Slovakia trade. And if it's equivalent to where Chile is trading right now. And so it's not a very good thing, I think, for our country to be going through this. And it's really a shame that they have to wait till the last minute, have this level of brinkmanship. And so will short-term treasuries maturing in the month of June trade at higher and higher rates? And might Treasury 10-year notes rally on this? For all these Treasury traders are out there that are kind of, positioning around the Treasury curve. Yeah, that's probably going to be the next move as you move into June.
Well, if you can get, 5% plus yield on the short-term T-bills, do you buy that?
Yeah, I think you do.
Do you buy the risk?
I think you do. I think you buy 540 bills because I think they'll furlough furlough employees before they'll ever let the debt actually default. But it'll get to that scary moment, which will bring both sides and whenever you have a compromise, it'll be both will want to consider it a win, but both will have to consider, major concessions to get that done because I think the heels are dug in on both sides of the house here.
Do you short stocks in this scenario?
Stocks are really remarkable how well they are trading. But when you talk about stocks, you talk about the S&P 500, you talk about the NASDAQ, and we just talked about the NASDAQ 100 before I came on. And they're looking strong because there's a very few cohort of stocks that are driving those indices higher. And if you look at the Russell 2000, for instance, it's lower on the year. And so do you short stocks here? I think stocks are overvalued based upon their current PE and based upon a recession coming, and they're overvalued for two main reasons. Number one, I think the stock market is thinking the Fed is going to be easing.
He did not sound like anybody
and that's a wrong assumption in our estimation. I think the Fed will keep rates firm throughout the course of the year.
All right, you're flushing into a low.
Until we're actually...
So again, that bond move may have preceded it, but you're hitting a new low on the SPY without the 10-year hitting new territory, and now the tech stocks are kind of selling off a little bit here. So NASDAQ is still solidly in the green. The SPY is about to go red now, and you are about to give up all of your CPI gains. 41.20. This is now the... Damn, we should have shorted it when we sold out the other one. So this was my idea, but we went 10 points lower than I thought we would hit. So yeah, you've wiped out about your 2 points, 3 points away from wiping out the entire CPI in the morning. AMD, NVIDIA. Rivian's down. AI boom sets stage for cloud stocks. So let's see. That level will be big. So 41.19 on SPX. So you just bounced up a little bit, but we got to test the pre-market. If we break that level, you'll either bounce from there or not. So it's going to be like 41.19. You're at 41.22. Again, the bonds kind of preceded that, but the bonds are not at a new low. So SPY hit a new low before anything, and then I don't know about the NASI. The NASDAQ has not hit a new low yet. So again, SPY seems to be the one that's kind of doing its own thing right here, and then the Dow is just getting clapped. CRISPR. Yeah, Tesla just gave up 1.5%. The SPY candles are still red, and watch out if bonds catch another bid. So, low key, I think you need, if the bonds still hold here, I think we could keep dropping, and if bonds take another bid up, stocks will keep selling off, I'm assuming. But let's see, again, another new low. We are entering the CPI level now. I think you broke it. 41.19, that was the level of yesterday, and yes, you are now back. You at least hit it. You didn't go below it on the futures, but futures are now at the same exact level as when the data came out this morning. So welcome to Cuckland, baby. Welcome. Even if we bounce today and hit the highs, I still think it's a cuck. So now I'm triple I'm triple believing it. Oh my goodness. Yeah, bonds are going up again. Yeah, SPY is red now. SPY is down. The NASDAQ's down 0.5. NASDAQ is solid, though. So, bro, you got to give up. That means Microsoft, Apple, Amazon, all of them need to go and get red. Greedy short would have killed it. I'm mad. We took the long. We got the pop. It didn't go as high. I sold out here. I said I'll short if it goes here, but then the expectation played out, but we could have played it a little better. But GG if you got it. How low? Well, 41.19, we've held very good. Otherwise, now we're just going back to the range. You're going to do the 41.17 to 41.10, and then 41.10 to 41.06 will be stubborn, and then 4100 flat, and then if you flush that, we go back down to the 40.80s all the way down to 40.60. I don't know if you'll do that all day today, though, but we'll see. And then wait for Euro close. Bonds are catching another bid there, so like I'm saying, stocks are hitting a new low, and bonds aren't hitting a new high or low on any of that. So let's see what happens with it. Tesla's now starting to plummet. Microsoft, so all those big tech names are starting to give it up now. And then the bond short still up, which is good. McReeb. Zero chance we're bouncing out. No, we still can. Again, I'm cuck zone. That's it. Today is going to frustrate the shit out of everybody. It came in at 5.5. I'm just sticking to my original thesis. Damn, you just hit 41.12 and then bounced 4 points off of that. So now you like fully flush the, what's it called? You fully flushed the level, I believe. Yeah, so you went lower than CPI, and then you just bounced 5-6 points off of that. Alrighty. There's NVIDIA, see AMD. They're still up 3. And again, there's a lot of gains still. Microsoft's still even up 3/4. I'm surprised the NASDAQ's only up 0.5. Tech is still up 0.7 as an industry. So energy's down 1.3. That's probably weighing on the SPY too. Was CPI data slightly good? Yes. I mean, you could easily say there was a positive surprise in CPI today, but it wasn't like it was like a good appetizer, but it wasn't the main course. But the surprise was that super core services, excluding rent and housing, went down. That was the first time it dropped since July. However, overall core came in at 5.5, and that is the same level for the last 5 months now. So for almost half a year, none of this stuff has came down in terms of core. And that's the thing I didn't like. But a lot of people today, it was very bullish in the morning, even though it was below we didn't move 2%. We were only up 0.5, 0.8. I kept calling that out in the morning. But the logic here was that it was a nice welcome development. That headline dropped by 0.1, but mainly that the services, excluding housing, finally showed signs of easing up. And that is the main indicator that Powell has been talking about for almost a year now, 7 months at least. PayPal new low. Oh man, they're savage. No way. Yeah, PayPal 64.30. Then Zscaler's on the high. Upstart, they hate us. Why do you believe we're going to get cucked? I'm going to have to refer you to the watch list, my friend. I said it in the morning as well, too, but I think the watch list explains it very good. Banks gapped up to dump. That's the second time they've done that this week. Again, remember Monday, they went up for no reason, 4 or 5%, and then literally went negative. Zscaler's running up still a lot. There's buffering. It's because I think YouTube limits our bandwidth. So as more people get in here, it just slows it down until people leave because we're on instant. So that's what happens. But you're hearing me almost directly. That's the good part. Airbnb puts, no, not now. We have the Twitch too as a backup if it is really laggy for you. Yeah, if you click the like button, it should fix it. So we're coming back down here. Tesla, new low. Now AMD, SPY is trying to go lower, and bonds keep catching a bid. NVIDIA come down. Yep. Square, damn, they even got Square too. So PayPal's still flushing. Square, now Tesla. And a lot of the hype we had in another bid on the bonds once again. This is getting interesting. So 41.14. That's another 6-7 point drop. So the low of the day is 41.12, but we went right back above 41.19, and you cannot hold it. And then again, bonds are coming near the hype. It's very early. It's been an hour and a half. We got 30 minutes till Euro close, though. I wonder how much effect the Saudi news is having. Good question. Because that was in the morning, and then we did start going down. Can I buy you lunch? I appreciate you, brother. Bless you. Tell me, all right, what am I eating for lunch then? I was kind of feeling some Chick-fil-A. I'm not going to lie to you. Or nah. God bless you, Benny. That's our man, baby. God bless you. Thank you, my friend. Chipotle. Wow. IP silent death on federal investigation news. What? They just had the conference call, too. Tesla is still, again, Tesla's about to go negative. They just gave up like 2%. But now all of the tech is about 0.75 up. And then Apple's 0.43. IEP gets attorney request seeking info on some units. I'm sorry for saying Chick-fil-A. Yeah, my bad. How delayed do you think the Saudi news is? You think they've been the ones buying the credit default swaps? Possibly. But either way, I mean, all my interpretation of the Saudi news is major tinfoil. But my interpretation of the Saudi news is that they're doing it because of the debt ceiling. That's it. Oh, if you get in Chipotle extra guac, it's $5 for extra guac? I feel you, man. All right, he said, so we going to Chipotle then? You tell me, Benny. You tell me. I like Chick-fil-A, though. I'm feeling Chick-fil-A. They don't charge you for guacamole because I don't think they have guacamole at Chick-fil-A. Doesn't seem to be any appetitive for big SPY moves. Well, PPI tomorrow morning will be big. PPI is another inflation gauge for producers, and then PPI feeds into the PCE. So that will be interesting. And then consumer sentiment on Friday. So little pop there after kind of testing down here. Again, the moves don't look big because we've moved a lot today, but like you're moving a ton. I got the gas. Oh, let's go. I got gas, guacamole, and let's go. Until the SPY hits a new lower bounces. We'll take it. Last couple of days, we were, again, comparing this to yesterday. If this was yesterday or the day before that, we would be right at open doing nothing. So at least we're getting some movements. How can we have played this better? I think we messed up just by I could have shorted right here. If I shorted right when I sold, we would have played today perfectly without catching any of the move on the upside. So, but other than that, it's just the only way you really got clapped is if you really fell for the CPI upside move off of the. Again, it felt really bullish in the morning. I was surprised, but I think that was the only way it got you is if you really fell for it. But then again, even if you fell for it, you had that opportunity to play this little setup. Damn, I got delivery fee and I got double meat. Let's go. I got gas, delivery fee, and the other stuff. That's crazy. God bless you guys. God bless you. But either way, I mean, I don't think today is. I still believe in some of the upside. I know some people don't like it when I say that, and I know you're like, it's so confusing. But my base case for today is we do nothing. So we're down now barely. The Nasdaq's still up. The Dow Jones went down, but I would not be surprised of a lot of sell-off, a lot of bounce, a lot of sell-off, just to kind of relatively end up in the same range we've been in. Valero's on the high. Yo, why is Valero running? That's an oil name. Most of them are down right now. Damn, sorry. Double B. And we got queso. God bless you guys. Thank you. It's already been an amazing day, even beyond the trade. So God bless you and thank you. So your first chat in the Twitch, you said, Josh, can I ask you something? You can, but this sounds like a setup. So, but I'm down. What you got for me, man? Good morning. Damn, taco stand burrito. You deserve all that. Damn, even Charlie showing love. God bless you, Chad. God bless you. For the TP afterwards. Dude, all right. I'm telling one day I might just let you guys, I'm going to just live a day of life based on the Chad. Can't forget the tip. And to that, thank you, Chad. Thank you. I'm geeking right now. It's fine. We should do that. I'm going to have a day where I'm going to let Chad decide everything I do. Yeah, $5 for napkins is crazy, though. I didn't. Wait, where's the inflation? Didn't we just get CPI numbers? No way. No way. That'd be wild. I'm down. This has inspired me. Because I'm going to get, that's it. I guess I'm going to DoorDash Chick-fil-A. I'm going to say, can you guys charge me $5 for napkins? And then here's $20 for the tip. And then there you go. Oh, no, it's not a setup. I did this because I'm banned on YouTube. I don't know why. Oh, you're sorry in advance. Well, it's okay. I forgive you in advance. You still will have to make a new name. And just don't rat yourself out again and just vibe with it, man. You know, always new, good, renewed vibes goes a long way. Homie needs a chip and drinks. Oh, my gosh. Even with the laggy stream y'all showing love, God bless you. Let's go. I'm ready to go. I'm ready to, I guess, am I getting Chipotle or Chick-fil-A? I'll bring it on the watch list. I'll do it for the watch list. But we are going lower. The Qs are dropping. So the NASDAQ is the one selling off right now. So you don't see it on the SPY. NASDAQ is hitting a low right there. So you don't see it, but it's happening. So SPY is like staying pinned right here. But NASDAQ and tech, they're giving up a little bit there. And again, Valero, only oil name I'm seeing going up right now. Josh gonna bring. I don't even know how this even happened. It was all I did. It was Benny. It was Benny. Benny said lunch is on me, and then y'all were like, "Oh nah, Josh, I got lunch, napkins, guacamole, a tip driver. We got a driver, delivery. You need more napkins? Yeah, now go get a frozen lemonade and a cookie. Come on, Josh. There you go. Come on, get a nice little ice cream sandwich. Oh, thank you, Abraham. I love that name, Abraham Lincoln. JPY going hard. Yeah, I think that's what's lifting up the 10-year. They liked it, but we'll see. We'll see. Yeah, they're at 0.54. I think it's about the same as the 10-year, though. So the correlation is intact. Yeah, you got 0.49 on the 10-year. Okay, little bail. Again, you're at 41.18 right now. So 41.19 is the level. Let's see where we go from there. We love it here. Well, let's go, man. Let's make it to the end of the year, man, and let's see what happens. Oh, lucky soldier. Woo! Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. Oh, do you feel the love? God bless you guys. Thank you. I was already so happy today. You have no idea, man. So, and it's all about community and the fact that, we don't have any other things that will disrupt the community. Maybe there is other stuff in the future. I'll put it in guys' hands. But God bless you guys. I love you. For real, man. Good day. Good day. Even beyond the CPI confusion. And let's make it through let's make it through this week. Let's make the most of it. And let's get through this year, baby. Let's go. It's game time. Why did it dump? I think for the same reason why it went up. I just think a little bit of overreaction to the upside, maybe a little overreaction to the downside, because that was a big drop as equal and opposite reactions. But for everything, I think it all just boils down to the reason why we went up. I personally believe it was not sufficient enough. That's why I think it was going to be a cuck, because the main thing, the core, did not come down. And then it is positive. I respect it that the core services, excluding housing, dropped, but it wasn't. I don't think that was enough to, give you a full-blown runway to run up through the rest of it. Oh my gosh, we got more, baby. Lucky Soljo and more. Alex says for Pepsid in case you get heartburn, and a little something for the lamb korma and garlic naan. I'm not eating all of this, chat. I'm getting Chick-fil-A. I will have Chick-fil-A on the watch list or Chipotle, okay? I'm not getting garlic naan. We'll have to say that one. We will have to save that one. I'm going to be able to buy some caviar and toasted white bread. Oh, man. Don't get me started. Oh, my girl's got to eat. Hard. Chad, I can't control the love, man. I can't control it, bro. I can't control it. Happy Wednesday, CPI day that's cucking us. And for some reason, the chat is just hype today. So we'll take it. Nan and hummus, bro. We got everything. We got food for my girl now, too. Oh, man. The stream it shouldn't be delayed. Refresh. Today it should be laggy, but it shouldn't be delayed. Like, you should be hearing me with less than 1 second of latency today. So everything should come in pretty fast. Yeah, motherfuckers hype, baby. They hyped. Yeah, try refreshing and everything. IEP on the low again. Carl Icahn, they had earnings today. And apparently the FTC for delivery. How much is I got $25 for delivery already. Oh my goodness. Oh my gosh. For the new bathroom candle. Now are you trying to pay me to go to the bathroom? Oh my gosh. This is getting out of hand. This is getting out of hand, chat. God bless you all. You guys are causing inflation. Get some mango guava pie, some Jollibee. Yo, I'm going to get me a chicken joy, bro. Now I got shish kebab. I might write all this down. This will be my next 5 days of eating. Yeah, Chad printing money. I don't know. It's either from the upstart play or it's from the fact that we said it was going to be a cuck. Or Chad is just feeling blessed today. I don't know what it is. Ketchup for the waffle fries. Oh, yo. That reminded me. And now that we're talking food and y'all are showing so much love, I got something for you. I don't know if this is tinfoil, but I'm about to change your whole Chick-fil-A experience, okay? We're bringing something back. Oh, are you ready for this? Oh, man, and God bless you. We got Snoke for some chicken nuggies, and then we got $5 towards Alexis. If anybody wants to get Alexis there, I don't know. Are you ready? Next time you go to Chick-fil-A, you're going to get Chick-fil-A sauce, but I want you to get ranch. Bro, I'm telling you, the ranch is amazing. I used, back in the Jack in the Box days, we would get the ranch. Have you ever gotten ranch from Chick-fil-A? Uh-huh. Oh, you hate ranch? Oh, and here I thought we had a bond. Oh, man, never mind. Never mind. I'm going to refund all these donations. You don't like ranch? What do you mean? I thought we were family, bro. Yeah, who hates? I've never met anybody who hate ranch. Oh my gosh. You're allergic to it? I don't even know. You know what the weird part is? Is that Clorox owns Hidden Valley. You know that, right? So that's, I don't know if that helps or hurts the argument. But that's crazy. Wow. Today I met people who don't like ranch. Wow. That's amazing. You guys aren't from California, huh? Yeah. That's great. Ranch. We love ranch. Yeah, but that's all right. Well, I thought I had something for you. But no. No. And then bonds coming down here a little bit, and then SPY could probably work its way up. The problem is that last time bonds were here, we were a little higher. So, but bonds are pretty much in the same level here. SPY went a little lower. So watch out, though. If bonds come down, you might be able to go up based on the current, what's it called? The correlation of today. Yeah, we love ranch. Yeah, west of the Mississippi, we love ranch. Mm-hmm. Huddle or Huddy. We've seen that move. Apple bouncing. Tesla still not out of the gulag yet. They were doing very, very good, then gave it up. Oh, yeah. So get ready. You're going to get food in your thumbnail today. Follower of the word. Welcome, my friend. And happy Wednesday, man. Let's go. Again, we still have big data tomorrow. I hope everybody doesn't forget that. PPI tomorrow is going to add on top of this. So it's already been a wild day. We still have a solid 4.5 hours left. So just get ready. And then just remember, we have tomorrow. Then you got a couple of earnings after the bell here with Disney. And then banks are selling off all day today. That one looks kind of like Monday. They had a baby gap up and then just gave it up instantly. No Powell today, but we should either probably towards the end of the week or past that, we should start to hear from some Fed speakers. Let's call real estate day. Damn, 38 months, baby. Join the best team in the States and Canada. 9 p.m. Eastern. I know, bro. It's crazy. Literally, I'd say the best, bro. They've been killing it. They've been killing it. Call real estate, baby. 6 p.m. Pacific time. Or watching Ecolab. Wasn't that the one that all the congressmen bought into? What was it? Was it ECL? I remember that play. That one's all the congressmen bought into it at that one time. Crowdfunding and sites like Fundrise, they're not bad. If you're trying to raise money, it could be good. Even for some, if you have an early stage company and you want to raise investment, if a successful Kickstarter campaign is actually great for investors. So you're more likely to raise money if you have a successful Kickstarter public campaign where people support your new company or business. So I don't know if you could invest in those companies, but they're good. Again, if you could pull it off, it's actually fire. Do you think ChatGPT will kill Google and Expedia? I think it could change behavior for the younger generations and the more AI becomes normal to us. But if you haven't seen it, the main thing right now, I don't know if the only way AI kills you is if you don't get involved, is what I'm getting from all these other companies. So if Google and Expedia, if they fail to incorporate, if Google never worked on an AI, then they would have been affected negatively. But it just seems like everybody can make a generative AI. You know what I'm saying? So it's Google is going to have their own AI. Expedia, the travel companies, even Airbnb, they're creating their own version of it. But what I mean by behavior is that now, I've already heard it from some of the Chads in here. We have a lot of, younger Chads, pretty much college and younger. And a lot of people have told me, they're I don't even Google anymore. like it changed behavior in the sense that some people now, and the more they adopt it and the more they get exposed to it, they don't Google things anymore. They chat GPT it, right? You know, it's like, oh, how can I find this out? Instead of going to Google, you know, some people have already adopted just going straight to the generative AI. So that's what I mean by changing behaviors, is that it could do that, but at the same time, I don't think it's going to kill anybody unless they don't get into it, unless they completely miss the boat, don't create their own version, and then don't have that alternative to account for those people who would prefer AI rather than a search engine. Yeah, that's a great point. Instead of needing to know modifiers for Google searches, you could use natural language to do searches. Yeah, exactly. Interactive search, 100%. U.S. regional bank woes open up new credit opportunities. SPY did fill the gap. The gap has fully been... Actually, I mean, there's been days we've ran very, very big off of this. So we'll see. And then the bonds are still up. I'm going to go with another MES to the long side. Just one. Yeah, Euro close in 19 minutes. Today's huge. It's already been huge. The bring... Stream is dying. Yeah. It's like every 30 minutes you guys are like, no, the buffering. Yeah. Europe was bad. Again, as of like an hour ago, Europe was down 0.5. So I'm pretty sure they're down right now. Let's see. FTSE, yeah, down 0.5% on the FTSE right now on their futures. About 0.5%. Canada down 0.6. Italy down 0.25. Germany down 0.5. Swiss down 1%. And then Asia was down 2. CSI 300 dropped by 0.9. So everything's down right now. Actually, the only country in the green is Mexico and the United States. Mexico and the NASDAQ are the only things green, and then SPY is practically break even. We could run after Euro close if we're going to hold on positive gains. But then if we dump Euro close, that's it. Until like 11 o'clock Pacific time. If YouTube is buffering, drop the quality of the video so you hear the audio. CPI was good. No more recession. It depends how you interpreted it. So again, in my opinion, CPI was a nothing burger, and that's it. Just in the morning, everybody took it positively, just because core services. So headline was a nice surprise, but I don't think anybody cares about headline going lower than core for 5 months in a row, because you guys know that doesn't happen, right? So up until a couple of months ago, I think it's only happened a couple of times in history where core CPI is higher than headline. So usually headline is higher than core. And now this is the 5th month in a row where headline is now lower than core. Tesla went red. Apple's getting a candle now. Yeah, Tesla just sold off 2.75. PayPal new low. Yeah, PayPal, very bad. Very, very bad. And then bonds catching another bounce. Again, until they move out of this range, though, it's very hard to tell. DH on the low. Definitive Healthcare down 2%. Again, you're at 41.23. Again, 41.26. That's where we can't get above. That's another baby level. That's where you bounced on the big bounce earlier today. So you're 3 points away from it. Yeah, we're waiting on. I don't necessarily think we're waiting on PPI. It's just the next data set. Does that make sense? So it's not like you have to wait for it to get an answer. You got data today and you got information. It was a positive sign, but it wasn't the most concrete thing, is how I've interpreted it. But it's just going to set us up for the next couple of weeks until we get closer to the final Powell date. That's the real thing we're looking for. But as of now, it's just like the next set of data that will be related to this and can have a big effect. It will be PPI tomorrow morning, hour before the bell. Yeah, Roblo or Europe close will be interesting. ECB policy to stay tight for some time after rate peak, says ECB Centeno. Workhorse on the high. Palantir came down. Red Fund still at 1060. Yeah, the next Powell date is in June. So and why is that one important? Because you get an updated summary of economic projections, and that right there can change everything if they raise the terminal rate. And then Powell will be vague. Well, even if Powell is vague, the SEP will not be vague. That's the beauty of it, is that we'll get to see it. Oh, Chesky on CNBC. Where's my Airbnb boys? Come on, Chesky.
So you really of demand. And what happened with us in 2020, 2021 is demand surged. That was great, but it grew faster than supply. That probably increased ADRs. And ultimately, that's good for the bottom line in the short term, but you have to make sure you're delivering great value. So it's really about balancing supply and demand. That's a bit of the secret sauce.
Does a more pressured consumer naturally lead to more supply? You need some extra income, you rent out your room?
Absolutely. And that may be part of the reason why in a great economy, demand outstrips supply. In a not so great economy, you start getting a lot more supply. But ultimately, again, that makes prices, really more modulated, and that, of course, will create more demand.
We've talked to a lot of hotel chains after their quarters. Do you think Legacy Lodging is making a mistake on their pricing? Are they going to pay for this?
I mean, what I'm hearing is that they anticipate prices going up over the course of the year. Our hope is that our prices do not go up, especially in this economy. They either stay the same or they potentially even go down. And if that happens, I think we're going to see a lot more demand and potentially more mix shift to Airbnb.
Increased marketing spend, right? That was a big reason for the guidance.
It was also just change in timing. We intend to spend about the same amount on marketing as a % of revenue this year, but we are spending it earlier in the year.
Okay, because I was wondering if you were increasing it and how you're going to judge that return on investment.
Yeah, I mean, it's just really the same as before. We have a full funnel marketing strategy. It involves PR, brand marketing, and performance marketing. Most people in travel, they just do direct marketing and then a little bit of brand marketing. We try to do something that's much more full funnel. We get hundreds of thousands of articles every year. This is much more earned media. And 90% of our traffic is direct or unpaid, and I think it's going to stay that way.
So ultimately, I mean, I know tough compares with the Omicron.
Yeah.
Where does growth go after this incredible spurt that you had during COVID?
I think it's just beginning. I mean, ultimately, there's a few things we're trying to do. Number one, we want to mainstream hosting, get a lot more supply. That's going incredibly well. We added nearly 1 million new listings last year. That's growing. Two, we want to perfect our core service. The biggest strength of Airbnb is it's one of a kind. The biggest problem with Airbnb, it's one of a kind. And that means it's sometimes inconsistent. I think there will eventually be a tipping point where the service gets reliable enough that a whole bunch of people that only stay in hotels would consider Airbnb. So that's where we're really focusing right now. And next, we have a huge amount of opportunities to expand beyond the core. First, international markets. We're seeing tons of growth in Germany and Brazil, where we had a lot of international investments. We're going to be focused on Asia. We are massively underpenetrated in Asia, parts of Latin America, even parts of Europe. And then finally, next year, you'll see some new products and services from us.
Brian.
We're going to be expanding beyond the core.
You got one
I was
more
looking
minute.
at some top Google search trends lately, and there's record high about things like what to talk about at the office or commuting to the office. And I wonder if return to office will
be going downhill. No. No, I like it. But I think he's just, every time, he's been in like pump mode recently, Mr. Chesky. But I like it. Still we're waiting. Airbnb, I don't know my price target anymore. So we'll see. We'll see. Tesla, Nvidia. Cheeky talks about the positive while forecasting with weak guidance. It's good. No, I think all of the speeches are just him talking cheeky, but the guidance was it's beautiful. I'm telling you, it's for what we've dealt with. That's what we want. But I am not my price on it. I had a price this morning, but I changed my mind. Etsy breakout. The monthly budget could have some effect, but not too much. I think just in the scope of the debt ceiling stuff, that will probably be the biggest thing. Yeah, nobody is Googling what to talk about at the office, right? Yeah, how was that a Google trend? What if we default before June 1st? Everything goes poof. That's it. Again, it'd be wild. It would be wild. You won't default. Yeah. That's the base case. Base case, no default. Every day that goes forward. Again, yesterday, no positive developments. So we'll see. We will see. And then Walgreens, they're holding decent. Again, dividend plays came down in the morning. They were holding up a little bit. Tech is the leader. Real estate's number 2. Yeah, MPW came up. Stream is pausing. You'll have to refresh, but it should be faster. Walgreens, I mean, their growth rate, again, even losing a lot of these, you like look at anything related to medicine and the vaccine ever since COVID ended, a lot of those companies came down because the growth rate wasn't the same. So now Walgreens had other costs, and then they had lawsuits as well. But a lot of the pharmacy demand is it's not the same as what it was in the last 2 years for a lot of these companies. Dash is on the high. And then even Uber. Uber is still holding 38. My 10 is the Fed and government secretly want to default. A lot tells me they might. I mean, I'll give you my 10. You want 10? I could piggyback off of that 10 if you would like. The chat was right. Lower video quality if you listen to the audio, and that'll reduce the lag. Let me get like 100 likes. I'll piggyback off of that 10 for 100 likes. 100 likes. You got it or no? Y'all don't got it like that? Damn, I thought y'all had it like that. No, y'all ain't got it like that? Oh, they got it like that. Nice. All right. So here's to piggyback off of that 10, where people are like, the government wants to secretly default. I could agree with it in the sense, well, here's the tin, pretty much. The only way to actually get a great reset at this point would be if you had a government default. That would be the only way you could reset all of the QE following a giant stimulus and crash. Why do I say that? Because that's what happened in 2011. Remember, 2011 was coming off of 2 or 3 years of quantitative easing for the first time, pretty much. And then after that, that is what allowed the kind of the reset following putting in trillions of dollars, or at least that then it wasn't as big as today. So that's my tin. If you really, I don't think it will happen, but a default would be the closest you'll get to a great reset, because then that would quickly flush out all the money. It would mess with the credit. It would require everything to kind of be redone, essentially. You would have to restart. You would have to start with both lending and bonds and government payments. There would be a huge, huge shift, not to mention it would add enough demand tightening due to a default that you would be there. The Great Reset. I can't believe I hear this word here. Well, that's the thing. I've already said it, though, because in the past, everybody was like, Great Reset, Great Reset. I said it's already happened. I said that a long, long time ago. We were just saying that it was, what's it called? We were just saying that it was, like, most people were asking for this Great Reset, but we were like, look around. They just put in all this money, the house prices. That's already the Great Reset. Right now, look at what happened to the price of homes. That changed homes forever. So my argument was already it occurred. I don't think the Great Reset was what people think it was going to be. People thought Great Reset meant you were going to get a free home, not that it was going to change the fact that it will become way more harder to get a home. But we'll see. But that's just some tinfoil. You know, the world likes tinfoil nowadays. We were in this position during COVID, and they did come to an agreement last minute. Yes, they always come to an agreement last minute. It's not like it doesn't. You know, like we said, the only time this ever was an issue, sadly, is the last time Joe Biden and Janet Yellen were also in government, but it's only happened once. Like, you never had a time where they didn't have a deal come arise at the last minute. Our generation won't own anything. No, you will. It's going to be just like it was in the generations prior. There's just going to be a gigantic gap. So it's not, I think when people say, oh, you'll never own anything, I think that's dramatic. I think the reality of life and this country that it showed us is that the gap widens. Because I know a lot of Chads in here. I know 18-year-olds who bought homes in 2020, 19, 20, 25, 30-year-old. Again, a lot of people in here. Most people that I'm speaking to now, if you have listened over the last couple of years, you should own more assets than 80% of Americans. If you have a long-term, if you have a long-term, you're already doing better than most Americans. If you own something right there. If you bought a house, now you're again 60. You're doing better than 40% at the numbers, but we could probably argue better than 80% as well too. So I know a lot of people who have assets, like, and I'm not talking about people with big money. I'm talking like literally there's thousands of you in here who own assets. So I don't think no one's going to own anything. I just think there's going to be a very big gap between people who own stuff and who don't. It's just a different type of wealth gap that happens as a result of all of this, which has happened throughout history. All right, we're chill. I'm up $17 on the ES. The bonds are back up here too. Bonds are back down to up 200 on there. MCRB is just trippy, man. It's a very volatile name, like we talked about. It moves way different than the other ones, or moves different than like we were talking Proverbs in relation yesterday. PRVB. The median 401k is less than 30,000, so anything puts you way ahead of most. Really? That's the median? I thought the boomers all had like $1 million. That's crazy. So we're going to continue the uptrend. Well, we already had CPI. So this is the reaction. If tomorrow's PPI comes in good, that could help support upside. Even if it comes in bad, who knows whatever things we're going to get to. I mean, realistically, it's been 3 days with no bank news. You had FCNA today, but that's it. Chad says that's not true. Average is over 100K. Let's get to the bottom of this. Median 401k balance. Nothing came up. Your dad is 250,000 cash. He's 53, owns his house, has no debt. How should he invest? He's scared of losing it. Bonds. I mean, obviously, watch out for the debt ceiling situation, but that's an easy answer. And then if he has his other house paid off, he should probably get a rental property, and that'll make his life easier. But you'll be great. Okay, so this, I don't know how accurate this is. This is a Forbes article. The average 401k balances by age. So 20 to 29, average balance is 12,008. Median is 4.6. 30 to 39, the average is 43,000. Median is 16,000. And then 40 to 49, average is 100,000. Median is 32,000. And then 50 to 59 is 175,000. Median is 53,000. So this highlights my point exactly. Not the amount of you doing better, because again, but this highlights my point. I don't think you guys, do you see it? This highlights my point exactly of what we were talking about with the gaps. No, median is not average. That's what I'm showing you. So the stats of this shows you how skewed it is. Because in the middle, if you took everybody and then crossed off everybody one by one and landed in the 50%, you would have 32,000. However, the average is 100,000 because statistically, an outlier, it affects averages more. So that means the one person who has $1 million, he makes the average go up even if the other 9 people have 20,000. You see what I'm saying? So median is all of the people and going right in the middle, but the average is skewed by outliers. So this is exactly what I'm saying here, where the wealth gap, that's what's going to happen. That's where the spread happens. So it's just like, because all it takes is there's the one person who bought the, one person invested good, the other 9 didn't. They didn't start, but the average would be higher than the median. So just showing how one person can really, again, that's exactly what we're saying with in terms of comparing it to any of the peers. Is it Euro close was 3 minutes ago. We're a little up, $20 on the future. And then Airbnb's moving up, Netflix, let's see, back to the tech. I mean, NASDAQ's still 0.8, man. Last time it was 0.8 right here. Even right here, it's at 0.8 again, which is wild. So NASDAQ's still strong. Your coworker doesn't believe that you answer back to my question. What do you mean? I know option sniper all day, baby. Good morning. Good morning. Now tell your coworker to like the video. Tell him stop playing around. Why is it a coworker? It should be your co-Chad. You know what I'm saying? Where's he at right now? Tell him to pull up. Traders see a 3% chance of U.S. debt default as debt crisis looms. The markets are assigning a small probability to default, but much higher than previous debt ceiling crises. At the close of trading on Tuesday, the one-year credit swap default on U.S. Treasuries was quoted at 166 basis points, implying a risk-neutral default probability of 3%. The calculation assumes a 60% loss in the event of default. It must be kept in mind that derivatives typically assume a risk-neutral probability, and hence the physical probabilities may be different. U.S. credit swaps were priced to reflect a default probability of approximately 0.25% at the end of last year. During the 2011 impasse, spreads reached a peak of 80 basis points. During the 2013 rerun, the market reaction was similar, with the spread touching about 78 basis points. That's approximately the approximate default probability is represented by 1 minus e to the power of negative s times star t divided by 1 minus r, parentheses, where s represents the spread, t is time, and r is the recovery rate. While the U.S. CDS curve is inverted, as happens during most times of pronounced market stress, traders aren't assuming that the issue will be resolved once and for all this time around. 2-year contracts indicate at 122 basis point compared with just 18 at the start of the year. Yields on short-term money market instruments such as 2-year and 3-month T-bills have shot up, or 2 and 3-month T-bills have shot up over the past few weeks on concerns of the X date when the Treasury will have exhausted all special accounting maneuvers is drawing closer. For instance, 1-month T-bills have seen their yields surge more than 100 basis points this month to 5.46, with Yellen writing recently, our best estimate is we'll be unable to satisfy all obligations by early June. And then, however, during the infamous 2011 debt ceiling, FOMC conference call transcript showed that the administration was prepared to make principal and interest on Treasury securities to investors on time. President Joe Biden and Republicans made little tangible progress on Tuesday towards avoiding the first ever U.S. default, but pledged negotiations on spending that would open the door to a possible agreement eventually. All told, the surge in CDS pricing and money market bills shows investors aren't willing to assume that common sense will prevail at the end of the day. So again, it is a 3% probability at the numbers of the implied ratio. But like they're saying is that's more than any other time, or 2011, where now some reason traders this year are betting that it's going to happen, but the probability is still 3%. Does that make sense? Hopefully you understand it. It's just like, so it's a very weird concept. It's pretty much people are betting that common sense won't prevail, even though the probability is still extremely low. It is that low probability is still higher than any of the other times. And then Dispassionate with a very good addition. Risk neutral pricing, explain like you're 5, is that market participants have to hedge. If you don't, then don't read it as a probability of a future event. Very good addition to that. Thank you. So very interesting. So yeah, well, still a little bit of fear, but it's still very low. It's a very interesting one. Again, and then we had the Saudi news today, which I'm tying to the debt ceiling. I don't know. That'd be crazy. You know that for all the stuff we witnessed together, if we go through a default, my goodness. MO getting clobbered today. 3% is small, but it's higher than where it's been. I think pretty much last time, even in 2011, I think 188 basis points was the spread. So it was like a 1.8% chance in 2011. Don't say that. Every time you say something would be crazy, it happens. Well, so far, I'm still in base case nothing happens, but it's just go watch the first video I made on it a week ago, a week and a half, 2 weeks ago. Because, again, we talked about this in January. I told you when they were doing the special accounting maneuvers, the extra measures, but then it just like I said it 2 weeks ago. I just said, wait for it. People are talking about it now because now we're 1 month away. And then, like we said, it just every week that goes by, if this keeps going how it's going, then maybe we will watch fireworks, but it shouldn't. But again, a lot of people are just bringing up what we've already gone through. Remember, don't forget Senator Manchin and Biden and that little drama we already dealt with, right? And then now whatever Republicans and Democrats, if the tension is still high, then we're going to see, but we will find out. But it's just like every week we get closer to it. It shouldn't happen, but every day you burn is worth some money or worth a freak out more or less. Republicans got busy working to impeach Biden. Not much spent on debt ceiling work to be done. Well, I don't know, because I think if you were trying to impeach Biden, this would be worse. You would take collateral damage, but you don't need to impeach Biden if you just, that's it. If you become the president with a government default on your record, you're done. Like, it's not, again, you have zero chance of, at that case, I don't think Biden, at this point, I think Biden has a fighting chance in re-election, as whether you think that's sad or not. But if you get that default on your record, that guy is really done in terms of everything that's already happened. So Biden to discuss farm bill with lawmakers on Thursday. So it's like if Republican, that's why these debt ceiling issues are a problem, because it's like, how bad do the Republicans hate Biden? If you really hate him, you default this shit. That's because, again, that's what they did to Obama in 2011. It was a very political situation. People really did not like Obama when he first came into office, and that's exactly what they did. Like, they didn't fight with you don't need to fight with an impeachment. That's like a Donald Trump thing. That's new, unless you're getting head in the Oval Office. But it's other than that, he just straight up, they play this game to really go after the other political party. That's why it's a game of chicken. So, again, Obama has the record. He won re-election. He got a downgrade. He didn't get a default. But at this point, if you do get that default, I mean, it's not going to be good. So that's kind of where we're at with that. But we'll see. Again, as of now, you should assume both sides are just all talk and that there's going to be a last-minute deal. But every day that goes on, every meeting without a resolution, that's where we have it. Watch Zoom, Google competitor circulating. Damn, and that's after the pop yesterday. Zoom isn't moving, but Troy is saying Google competitor news is circling related to Zoom. So keep it on watch. Amazon. Wasn't Amazon at 110 earlier? I swear it was. I think it's Google competing with Zoom, not Zoom competing with Google. That's very audacious. Equities crashed in 2011, yeah. From the debt ceiling, just from a downgrade. It wasn't a default. This is the chart. So this is the SPY in 2011. So this was the debt default where I think it was it August? I think it was August or September 2011. And then you had this gigantic drop. This was about like 15% in a week. I think a little bit more. And then the next 3-4 months was very volatile. And then you bounce back up, and then you had another very big crash by the end of the year. And then after that, you recovered, and then the Dow and SPY that's it. They kept ripping. That's a tweet with 5 likes. It's a box for holographic conferences. Well, no reaction yet. I put out a stream alert just in case. Just because we've been getting a lot of news lately that has caused reactions. So it wouldn't hurt to watch. Airbnb 114. Where's Upstart? Did they scam us on that a little bit? Boeing, MO is getting rocked. In case of downgrade, will bonds be safe haven? That's the next weird part, because bonds should go down if there was a downgrade or a default. But what people are saying is that if the debt default did in fact happen, what would end up happening is that it would instantly guarantee a recession at this point. Because think about it, recession odds are already at like 70 to 90% already. So if you have a government default and credit gets destroyed, the logic is buy the bonds, even though they would default, simply because that means the Fed would come to the rescue and have to lower interest rates because of it. And then you would just make money on the rates being cut to zero after buying them at a high yield in the event of a default. So in a weird way, people are bullish on bonds no matter what. It's almost getting there. Because that's when we hit the TLT play in 2019 before 2020. That's usually when the bonds go crazy, is when you just start running into a corner where no matter what, every logic leads to buy the bonds. Does that make sense? So that's what happens here, is that even though the bonds would literally get negatively affected off of a default, people would still buy them because that would be the only way to respond to what the response would be. It's actually wicked. It is the paradox of the default. Money markets. Well, you even, like we even said, money markets, the worst case that happens is absolute worst case is nobody gets their money. But it seems like what would realistically happen, it would be a delay in your payment, and then maybe it wouldn't even be a full delay in payment too. Like they said in 2011, maybe even the Fed steps in or the Treasury and they find some way to guarantee it. Redfin's breaking out 1090 now. Again, this is the highest it's been since we bought it. So this is higher than the beginning of the year run now for Redfin. Yeah, then Airbnb's going up. MINM. We've watched this one a couple of times last week. They're going crazy. And then Zoom not really reacting to that. Regional still at the low. The NASDAQ still up 0.85. SPY up a quarter and Dow down a quarter. Yeah, Rum is down because Tucker Carlson. Again, people were buying that off the Tucker hype like very well. When does the option exodus happen? I've been watching the IV, but options have a lot of volume. It's going to be the same thing in a weird way. Your option exodus will probably occur with your bond exodus. And what I mean by, that's what I'm saying. The bonds are going to pump fake enough people over the next year that some people will just give up. I think after the next 2 market pump fakes, you might see a option exodus. It just depends on how it plays out. The way it happens is you need the move to happen 2 weeks later to burn everybody. And that's what I'm saying. The pump fakes are going to get everybody. And that's usually just in natural psychology of the market, just after enough back and forth, eventually people get worn out and then they rationally decide to step back. Oh, it was already a good day. Ladies and gentlemen, Bradley Frizzle and the Peach. It has arrived. Horn, Peach Nation, get your ass up. Oh, never getting the Peach Exodus. Let's go. Peach Nation. Stand up. I'm standing up right now. Wow, beautiful. DoorDash on the high, too. I already stepped away from options. Well, like we said, the gap is big, right? So the median 401k is 100,000. The average is 30,000. So you will have to wait for the gap to close for everybody else. And again, I think it'll apply to a lot of different assets and asset play types. Again, like the bonds. And there's MINM. Again, we were just looking at Redfin. Rumble came down. Again, SPY's right below VWAP, and this is the second time we've dumped this level a couple of times. It sucks. My ES is up. My MES is up like $20. But we're at a weird spot. And then the bonds, too. Everything's at the same level here. We haven't got out of it. Joe should take the MAGAs out behind the woodshed if they crash the economy. So much whining. Double the default. I doubt the default will happen. America's broken right now, so who knows? And honestly, it's the last. That's the point. The tensions are so high politically. I mean, if you're a Democrat right now, you're ready to catch smoke with Republicans and vice versa, you know? And I think just the last sentence of what you said is the fact is everything. Everybody doubts it will happen, but just the way things have played out, it's like everyone's like, you know, I don't know. Things do feel a little weird just in terms of the societal state of America. So we'll find out. Why would any investor buy bonds if the exact same instrument that defaulted? I feel you. That's why I'm saying I genuinely like it's perplexing, but it does make sense, but it doesn't make sense. Because the reason would be because if the bonds default, even though the asset that defaulted should have less value, again, there's a tremendous amount of bonds. Just remember that too. There's different durations. So not all of them will default, right? But just the default in general is bad, but you have to think about it because if you have a default, what would happen to the stock market and economy? The economy would collapse. So it would be recoverable, but it would be a collapse. You would legitimately have credit frozen as if COVID just happened again. So all of credit would dry up. All of the bonds, government to corporate, would have all these weird problems. People would freak out. People would move money around, take money out, try to move it to Japan, try to put it into gold, put it wherever, right? But if it happened, the effect would be disastrous upon the economy and credit, right? So even though the bonds would default, the result of the economy collapsing would mean that the government and Fed would have to step in and intervene. And what would most likely happen in the event of credit collapsing due to a default, they would cut interest rates, and then all those bonds at 5% would now go to zero. So if you buy them at 5, you instantly made a shit ton of money. So that's why people are saying buy the asset that defaults. It makes no sense, but it does. That's the paradox. So the paradox is that if you default on the safest asset, we have a big problem. But then the safest asset would gain value as a response to the problem. So, yeah, I don't know if that some of you that naturally should piss you off hearing that. Some of you might be perplexed and some of you will feel a lot smarter understanding it a little bit. But the point is it's batshit. So I get it. But unfortunately, I know too much about the bonds and the stock market to sadly know that that is true. So we'll see, but it just the interesting part where even though I say it's true, but we haven't dealt with this situation, so theoretically we don't know. The euro dollar market, I mean, currency volatility has calmed down, but everything, that's where everything gets destroyed if we get a default. Because again, default would affect all of that. But for now, as long as currency volatility stays how it is in the last 6 months, like if you haven't noticed, the currency volatility from the last 6 months has dropped considerably. Remember, this time last year, we were watching the yen start to fall. You were watching the pound, the euro. So any of those swap trades, the euro dollar, any of that, it's actually doing better than it's been in the last year almost. I think gold would be the big winner. Because gold would go down on default and gold would go up on default, and then gold would go up after a rate cut too. You see, so bonds would stop for a little bit, then go up after the rate cut. But then gold, I think, wins no matter what in the event of default. I think gold was made for a default, actually. That is the only event where gold, you win. Like, you know what I mean? Again, gold protects you in other ways. It's been one of the better assets on the year. But, like, if there was a real default, that's the only time gold has its disaster scenario where it wins hands down without any other problem. I think the yen is a close second. I think the yen will have the correlation with the 10-year, but it will do better. But gold is this would be the only scenario where gold actually gets a fat W with no questions asked. And just in the sense of, like, this is catastrophe. This is why people buy gold. They buy gold for disasters and the worst case scenario. This is where gold actually comes in for the win. Would they let the gold bulls win? Yeah, they will. You can't stop it. I think gold would win for sure. There's no that's it. That's the situation you buy gold in. Like, it's just, you know what I'm saying? Like, give me a better, take all the reasons plus Peter Schiff why everybody likes gold, right? And now throw in a government default. That's like the actual scenario that actually works is gold, believe it or not. Mm-hmm. Let's see, because I think in 2011, I think gold was high. It already had the run up, and then it did run up a little bit after 2011, but then it came down after the market ripped. JP Morgan is short gold more than assets they own. Yeah, well, again, gold is one of the most manipulated assets in the world. Again, there's only one centralized exchange in Europe, in the UK, London. I think with the default, everyone will realize the value in Bitcoin's finite, unmanipulated, non-inflationary system. It might actually. I think Bitcoin could be a second winner. Silver is the most suppressed asset. Well, silver is a weird. Again, I'm actually not as a fan of silver. Sadly, I'm sorry. I have silver, but I'm sorry. In this logic, I don't think so, because I don't think silver is suppressed the same way. The problem with silver is that silver has more manufacturing ability and applicability. You know, you have other uses for silver beyond gold. Even though we use gold in some manufacturing, it's nowhere near the same. So the problem with silver is that silver, again, if there was an economic collapse, let's say due to a default, that could, again, demand can affect silver. Manufacturing, production, if demand gets destroyed, silver can suffer as a result. Whereas gold is borderline useless in the event of a catastrophe. You see what I'm saying? So you could have a lot more there. Oh, the short position. Well, that's the thing. I don't believe that they manipulate it by shorting. In London, that's the gold exchange. So all of London, all gold is controlled by the price in London. They legitimately set it. So they could, the trades come in and out, but they don't even need to short it. They could be book trades. They could do all over, but just go look into London price fixing in gold, and I'm sure you'll have a nice weekend to read up on it. It's pretty insane. Again, it's like it is long time heavily regulated in terms of gold, and then again, it sucks that it comes from the only place that gives you the spot price of gold is in London. You would feel better if you had silver and I got my physical. I always physical, man. Always. Home Depot could be good, but then Do you guys, you want more 10? You got 50 likes, I'll give you lending tips 10. It's related to Home Depot. You give me 50 likes, I give you lending tips 10. It's lending 10. I could charge a premium for this lending 10. You guys showed me so much love today. I should give it to you for free. But since it's lending 10, I got to charge 50. You know what I'm saying? We don't want to devalue lending 10 in the global 10 markets. You know what I'm saying? We got to hold the fix. That's a macroeconomics joke for some of y'all. Okay? It's funny if you're a nerd. If you're not a nerd, you have no idea what I just said. It's okay. We'll get you there, though. We'll get you there. All right, beautiful. You got it. Are you ready? So, related to Home Depot earnings, lending tips. If I call him now, he will tell you to short Home Depot, I'm pretty sure. Because lending tips, he uses Home Depot as his recession indicator. You know how many, every time he goes to Home Depot, he calls me. And he goes, nobody's there. He's like, this is the 5th time I've been here this week, nobody's there. I asked the employees, and they're like, nobody's coming. And he's like, I said a year and a half ago, it would be packed. I'd wait in line. He said, I go in there now. I walk in and I walk out. And then that's his recession indicator. He says Home Depot. Damn, we're coming back low a little bit. Watch out. That MES went negative. I didn't think it would go negative here. You're dropping a little bit. Again, even some of the hype plays like Redfin coming down. And NVIDIA and AMD, I think. My charts are being slow. All right, you're down. I'm down $20. I was up $30 on the ES, now down 20. Where are the banks? Again, tech is still killing, but bonds are coming up. So let's see. Again, every bond bid has not been good for the market. It's a good indicator like lumber price, pretty much. But he's like, you ask lending tips about Home Depot, bro. He goes insane. It's just empty. That's what he says every time. And he goes a lot because he's working on a bunch of projects. But then I tell him that. But then I'm like, aren't you in there? Like, you're still doing a project. Like, I feel you. There's not as many people, but you're still operating. Only problem, lumber futures are down 80% and prices at Home Depot never dropped. SPY coming lower, another little bid, but you quickly got a green or a little cheek lay to stop it. Again, you're right above 41.19. You bounced at this same level, 45 minutes ago? At what point in your real estate career did you begin taking multiple deals on at once? Well, kind of always, but not like I started quickly getting more than one. Like after my first flip, I used some of those profits to buy some stock, and then that led into me getting my first rental. And then as I had my first rental, I proceeded to do another flip. But I would say after college, once I started to have a little bit more time, I was able to do, 2 flips at a time or something like that. But the pace really has always been dictated by the amount of deals and available capital and capital at a good price to work within. Good seeing you since 19, Gabriel Gill. I know, bro. I don't forget. You would be like, Josh, are you my dad? You'd be like, Josh is my dad. I'd be like, no, Gabriel. It's good to see you, bro. I hope you've been doing good. Love to see a familiar name. VIX 1D, 90, and VIX are skewed to the long end for the first time in a long time. Anecdotal evidence, the best evidence. I know. That's the lending tin. He said, did he find his dad? I hope so. But that's it. You know, he would always ask me. I'll be like, why you keep asking me that? I hope you do it good, Gabe. Uh-oh. So Alexander just sent me this. Because if you want to add to the lending tin, it gets even better. Because this was published today. Why betting on Home Depot could be a win right now, according to Jim Cramer. So there you go. Why don't people understand inflation is compounding and wages are not? Because it is and it isn't. So that's something I don't think. What's it called? I don't think people have given this one like attention, and I can, but don't forget, like, wage numbers are year over year. So in a weird way, ever since the first set of wage gains, we've low-key been adding to it. So like in July, wages were down 4% year over year after going up 4.4, which means it pretty much kind of stayed the same. But there was a big increase in wages, and we kind of held on to some of those gains. So don't forget, over the last 2 years, the pace isn't rising like it was in the beginning, like inflation, but people did get raises. There was still a lot of wage increases that arrived before. So just all, then you have to check real income too. That's the real average income there. So that's minusing inflation. That's why it shows decline, but there was gains that held. So there was some, I feel like there was some employment gains that people don't factor in, which I could give a little bit of credit to. Yeah, you got a 10% raise last year, 6% raise. So that's what I would say. I think a couple years ago, people got the biggest raises, and if that pay didn't go down and then it stayed the same or went up, that's where you start to compound some of those gains. But it's not like it's not that bad. Or I guess it was kind of bad, but it's not like there was zero wage gains to be had. And then we're near the lows of the day, surprisingly, and it is 9 o'clock right now. That number went up, purchasing power didn't. No, it did for a little bit. That's because what we were looking at was real income. So that's the gains minus inflation. So if it's positive, that's a real gain. So there was, for a little bit, it did. But that's why now all the data is it's all compounded and convoluted because we're talking from years ago and then it's a year-over-year increase. It's not like an overall one. Microsoft won't raise full-time employee salaries. That's coming out now. And then BioNTech experimental pancreatic treatment wins. Says news is old, though. And then Microsoft won't raise full-time employee salaries, insider. And then preventing default is the main thing on Biden's agenda, says Jean-Pierre. Is she talking now?
Speaking to this, taking questions from the press corps. He has been on television the last couple of days.
We'll listen for a little.
Being very, very forthright and providing information. You've heard from the Pentagon, you've heard from the Department of State on how we're moving forward. And we have put processes in place, not just now, not just the last couple of days from the beginning of the year. So we're taking this very seriously. Republicans in Congress refuse to act. What we're seeing from Republican officials are political stunts, and we want to deal with the situation in a real way.
Going back to that, what's the administration's plan B if the asylum...
you gotta let your other colleagues ask a question. Okay, all right, but go ahead.
I just wanted to ask, what is the administration's plan B if the...
I appreciate the energy, though. Go ahead. Go ahead.
What is the plan B if the asylum rule is blocked in court?
Look, right now, we're going to focus on the tools that we have in front of us that we are able to put forth. I'm not going to get into legalities here. That's not something that I do. Certainly, if it gets there, that's something the Department of Justice will deal with. What I can say is we have put forth a robust plan to deal with the situation. You've heard us talk about it in the past several months on what we put forward, whether it's the parolee program, countries that we have seen some success in, or whether it's extending a legal process, right? Legal immigration process. And so we've been very clear about this. We're going to continue to do the work. You all will hear from Secretary Mayorkas conversation as we
I thought it was going to come back in. No, it's tweaking out. They're really grilling home the questions, though. It's very interesting to see. 7.4 earthquake in Tonga Islands. Yeah, it's not loading. I think it's on their side. Again, they're in the air right now. So it's one of the Air Force One press meetings. Oh, my stuff's not working. Maybe it's mine? You should be a bull. Interesting. Let me see. Bop, 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 bop. Nope. Nope, 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 nope. All right, well, maybe it's either theirs or mine. I don't know if it's which one. But no more Jean-Pierre. It was getting good. Again, everybody keeps asking about it. They're asking about the backup plans and everything. It's actually getting kind of good. Uber's at 38.85. That one's running. And then Redfin again. And then bonds are near the high. SPY trying to bounce up here. This is where it gets interesting. Again, bonds near the high. We were roughly about the same price. So maybe when they match up, it'll start doing its own thing. Siegel on CNBC. Again, they got him. They like that guy. HYG will put Siegel. I was going to go pee while she was talking, so it kind of threw me off. Mr. Siegel. Bro, this guy's like a Uber bull.
Cause negative payroll growth.
Okay. What happens if the regional bank issue wasn't the last shoe to drop? And on that note, I want you to listen, Professor, to what Stanley Druckenmiller had to say yesterday at the Sohn conference on that very issue we'll discuss on the other side.
When you have free money, people do stupid things. When you have free money for 11 years, people do really stupid things. So there's stuff under the hood. It's starting to emerge. Obviously, the regional banks, recently we had Bed Bath & Beyond but I would assume there's a lot more bodies coming.
How would you respond to that?
Well, what I've said and what I've said on this show is the big failure was the free money and right after the pandemic when they were pumping trillions of dollars of stimulus into the economy. That was the problem. I don't have problem with the pre-pandemic monetary policy. I mean, we had 1.5% to 2% inflation, pretty good growth, great stock market. All the problems started with all the fiscal stimulus that was totally financed by printing money, causing all this inflation, a very late wrong read by the Federal Reserve, and then finally a read by the Federal Reserve, we got to do something. I mean, but it was that period that caused the explosion of prices. I mean, 45% housing price increase from March of 2020 when the pandemic hit until March of 2022 is just unbelievable.
But revisionist history, Professor, doesn't help think about what's coming next. Do you agree with Mr. Druckenmiller that maybe the regional bank issue was just the tip of some sort of an iceberg, that there are going to be more major issues to show up? We just don't know what they are yet.
No, I tend not to agree with that. I think we're going to have a lot of consolidation with banks. I mean, they bet wrong on the term structure, and we're overbanked in the United States, and we're going to have a lot more consolidation. Yes, and we're going to have restriction in lending. But I'm not going to say Bed Bath & Beyond and some of these failures. I don't see them happening at a particularly higher rate than before. I'm sorry, I don't see that. Even with a recession, which if it comes, I think is going to be mild. I don't see anything of a wringing out of the economy, such as we had in 2008 and 2009. Not at all. Do
you see any meaningful gains in the stock market between now and the end of the year? And if so, how?
Yeah, I would see a meaningful gain in the stock market. I think if I saw that the Fed will respond to the downside as rigorously as they responded to the upside. The worry I have is the Fed is going to say we're going to stay, and don't forget that we're talking about does the market believe it? We're going to stay tight if we see payrolls go negative, if we see GDP go negative. How fast are they going to respond? If they respond, I think this could be a really good year, 15% or more total return. If they don't respond quickly, it's a much more muted year, 5 to 10% return. I said it January 1st, 10 to 15, which was in the middle because I didn't know how they would react.
But I mean, the implication of what you're saying is that unless the Fed cuts, you use the word respond, unless they cut, this market can't go anywhere for the remainder of the year. Is that what you're suggesting?
If we see weakness, and I think we're going to see weakness in the payrolls, if the Fed does not cut, then it's going to be tougher sledding for the markets. Not going to say a crash or anything in that sense, but I think it's going to be tougher sledding. I think we're going to see some months of negative growth, and I think the pressure is going to be on Powell and the Fed. Coming up on election year, wow, you're seeing negative. We'll see if the unemployment rate rises. What are you going to do about that? You have a dual mandate. There's still a second mandate, not just inflation. Inflation has come down, yes, not to 2%, but it definitely has come down. And you have to start looking at not only that, but the employment mandate that the Fed has.
Interesting. Professor, we'll talk to you soon. I appreciate you joining us on this busy day with CPI, with look-ahead PPI, and everything else still to come this week. Professor Jeremy Siegel of the Wharton School. Surratt, what do you think? No cuts, no gains.
We've heard from Jeremy Siegel more than any time. Again, that was a guy we talked about the other day. I think even Bullard brought him up as well too. This guy trying to fear the market. He likes the markets. Mr. Siegel is. Did you not hear him? He's saying markets could go up 10 to 15%. And yeah, Uber's about to hit $39, so that's very, very good. RKLB, they're up from yesterday. Red Fund is about to hit 11. Yeah, they had a lot of background noises. And JPM, banks are still down. Damn, PayPal, another 52-week low. Square's still paying for it a little bit, but PayPal's starting to flush. Trump town hall today. Let's see. Oh, man, I got the hiccups all of a sudden. Any chance of a new high? I mean, it's possible the more time we burn, not really, but if we spend time without going lower and kind of dance, then yeah. But like I was saying here today, I'm expecting the cuck. I am expecting the cuck. Great news. We love you. Call Real Estate Day. I missed your question. I'm sorry. What was it? Banks like higher rates, pal. Well, banks like higher rates until we had a bank crisis. I guess there was a limit. Banks love the higher rates until it destroys their held to maturity securities. So it's 50-50, Habibi. Nobody loves the high rates. I mean, anybody who loves saving, or if you are lending and you didn't lend before, then you like the higher rates. Bro, I have the hiccups. It makes no sense. Yeah, high rates hurt the net interest, but hurts loan originations. Oh my gosh, what is happening? It's because I'm thinking about you. Is that what they say? You get the hiccups when someone thinks about you? That's cool. Microsoft signs deal with nuclear fusion company to provide electricity. Boyle, I mean, until we get the idea of the recession or not, I mean, that they've burned another 6 months here. But that's still the overall risk. Damn, PayPal 63. Oh my gosh. I'm holding my breath. You never got the hiccups? Okay, I tried the water thing. My girl says when your ears ring, that's someone talking about you. Ooh, I've never heard that one either. Is that you hiccuping? No, it's you. Met off the low. Even PayPal, man. PayPal's getting very interesting here. Again, if Airbnb 115, screw you, Airbnb. What kind of downside guidance is this? I thought we were going to party today. Yeah, PayPal is back to 2017. The problem with this level is that in 2017, the stock went up 50% from here. So it's 50% higher than where it started with. And then again, I think their, I don't know what their PE was back then. Uber, yeah, Uber for 39 is fire. Again, we're recovering a little bit here. I mean, Redfin is killer. Again, Uber, we have 20% on Uber in the long term, and then the covered calls are down 16. Then MPW still fighting. Walgreens. and build in 30M. Yeah, I mean, yesterday we did a lot. I mean, the sad part about this right now is that we're doing what we did the last couple of days. Like, if you haven't noticed, we have hugged 41.19 to like 41.26, even a little higher. But, like, we have held this little area, like these two little boxes, all the way down to here for quite a couple of days. Yeah, it's both support and it's like nobody wants to move until we get something. Airbnb's on the high again. So Airbnb's recovered about 6% from the bottom. Redfin is now at $11, so that's pretty big psychologically. So this is a new yearly high for Redfin. Not yearly, but on the year to date. And then now they're $11 is where they were at in May last year. So it either holds 11 or we start going up towards 13 or 1280. Then if that breaks, it gets nuttier. Would I consider adding another REIT? I don't know if I'd want another one, but I'd be down to add to what we have, like O and MPW. I'm pretty fine with those two. Uber, 52-week high now on Uber, 38.95. Remember, we're looking for the 40 on that one. No movement. Not at bam. 41.19 has been very, very solid. Why do you think the CPI didn't spark the market? Is because the core was still at 5.5. So, like, everybody was really loving the idea for the future and for the June CPI that core excluding housing came down. But in my opinion, there's something about saying that core hasn't dropped below 5.5 for 5 months now. Something about that just does not seem exciting. So I think it's the logic from the watch list yesterday. I said if we land between 5.5 and 5.7 on core, we're probably going to get cucked because it doesn't really give you a new development on the inflation story. There was a surprise development. Again, the core services excluding, coming down, excluding housing, but it's just not, it just wasn't enough. And then quite simply, core, like I'm saying, the phrase, core has not came below 5.5 for 5 months now in a row. So out of all the disinflation, out of all of the banking crisis, out of everything that's happened in the last 5 months, none of that was enough to bring core below the current rate of interest right now. So pretty much core is higher than the Fed funds rate, or it's about the same, but it's on the higher end. So for 5 months now, everything else has dropped, but core has been extremely sticky. He's wildly bearish. Me? I don't know. Somebody said that in the morning when it was going up, and they're like, you're just bearish. But I was like, nah, man. Core is still not gone down for 5 months. In a weird way, it's like, Peter Schiff. But even then, I'm like, in a weird way, something about it not dropping for 5 months is not a good sign. It's impossible to be bullish with everything going on. I don't think it's impossible. Like that little tin I gave you the other day, it's pretty simple. Is like, do I think the price of assets can come back up and go up a lot? Yes. But my logic is if they go up, if the price of assets go up again, everything's going up again. And then that means we have second or third wave of inflation now 40 months into everything, actually. Where was that one picture? I want to see if I could find it for you. I think it was at the beginning of the year. Which chart? I want to see. It's like the 36-month chart. I think I showed you that in October. That'd be crazy if I showed you that in October. Yeah, no, I showed you this January 4th. So at that moment, we were about just under 36 months into it. So now we're like right around here. The premature all clear, and then inflation comes back. So this is comparing the 1970s year-over-year CPI to today. So this is where we were at 7.7 in January. Then a couple months you had the all clear, and then it just slowly started to go up and up and up and up and up again. But this is all from months from the start. So right now we're about 3 years in, and then you get another 3 years of all clear, but then it slowly climbs back up, and then it takes off after that. So very interesting. But so pretty much we're like right here now. But that's what I'm saying is that like if asset prices go up, I think they can, but I don't think they come up without inflation. They don't want it to drop. I thought the goal is to maintain slow. If it comes down, we'd have deflation. No, they want it to drop. You just don't want a sustained drop that turns into deflation. If they could bring it down to 2%, that they'd love it. But there's just no way that that's going to happen. The CPI already came out, Doc. That's just okay. Honestly, it might have saved you some time. Mm-hmm. Oh, what the hell was that? Interesting. Messages from platforms. No, I hit the microphone button on my computer to like talk to Siri. Yeah, a lot of random noises today. Core not moving because inflation is rolling in different sectors. One goes up, another come down. Yeah, but for now, for 5 months. I don't think it's really bad, but that's definitely the downside of all of the disinflation we've seen is just simply core is not coming down. And we talked about it. So today's positive development in core services, the super core, remember we said by summer and a little later, the year over year should start killing that. But if that comes in and it doesn't drop it, we're fucked in terms of inflation, but we'll see. And then Datadog still running. What's that called? Upstart? They scam us on that one. Contracts are still $1 from 20 cents all day. And then Redfin now, 11.05. That's getting some movement. Palantir, First Citizen shared the loss agreement with FDIC. Again, they went up though like 10%. It's crazy. Regionals are down with even First Citizens. I don't know if they're still up actually right now. No, they're still up 8.4. You think the Google event would cause Microsoft to fall? No, I don't know. Maybe. I see what you're saying. If the Google event is good and then it brings down Microsoft, but then again, I think Microsoft has such a lead on the AI shit. I don't know if they'll drop. They might drop if the whole market comes down, but I don't know if like something specific will make people pivot that way. American Express on the low, Hawaiian Airlines, low tickers picking up on the 30-second velocity, even Citi's on the low now. So that was just a new low there, and then even Goldman, Celsius, then they had good earnings, right? Yeah, they're up 20. They killed it on their earnings and they guided up. Wage inflation has not gone up. That has been that has made our lives easy in terms of the macro. If you're a citizen, some people are like, Josh, the wages haven't gone up. How is all this happening? I get it. And that's why, but like for now, the wages they're not dangerous in the sense that it's not making the stagflation, inflation, deflation situation hard to read until it moves up. But pretty much as of now, the range on wages is stayed within. It's cooled down over the last 6 months, but they've stayed within the range, kind of like core. So coming down a little bit, 411 now on the SPY. The bonds have still been holding the higher end. There's actually bonds are near their high of the day. We have yet to go out of any of that. Will we cover the Google? Well, I'm sure we will. If there's a live event for it, we could listen into it. And then you're back to 4120. Again, the ironic part, this is where the CPI came out. So remember, on the futures now, you're like barely above the CPI release at this point, and then this is the level we've been out the last couple of days. So Redfin candle, SPY candle, Micron on the low, PayPal, again, another 52-week low. Disney puts or calls. I'm kind of leaning towards calls, but then again, Disney's ran up a decent amount from the lows, but if they do bad, I mean, they could start looking like PayPal. But I like them, but I'm not playing them. I don't want to play Disney until we get into their dividend announcement. It's been flat like this a couple of days. Granted, there's been like 1 day up, 2 days down, big or not. But this 41.19 has been solid for a long time here. And I don't know if it breaks, people won't like it. But if it doesn't break, everyone's be like, that's strength. Disney just has to say Mickey Mouse AI and they will moon. Yep. That'd be good. Zero hedge, 0% odds of a June rate hike. Okay. And then bonds could break out. Oh, they wanted to. Let's see. Again, bonds are at the level now. So SPY's kind of near the lows, but bonds are near their highs of the day. I saw Manu on the high, but it's just really just been staying in that level it's been at. Our bonds, I think it is. I believe in it. Again, none of this is a recommendation. This is just what I believe. I'm still short on the bonds, and I'm still positive on it. So even though I thought I would lose more money if the CPI was positive, but we didn't. Again, Google's conference, I think, starts here in a little bit. Manu is on the high. Google, 108.90. Redfin still at 11. The Google thing, it's on right now. Let's see. Pete Manu, I just had it on there. It's starting to run up, but it's still at the lower end of the range. I'd watch if it gets above 22, and then if we get a headline on anybody buying them. Where is it? Is it the live blog pixel? Annual IO Developer Conference. Oh shit, it is on. Are they going to let us play this, or are they going to ban me? Because Apple ban you if you play them.
Join the band. You're welcome to join the band. This is our first show. We're all members of the band, so thanks for joining the band. You can also quit the band at any time. And let's see how it goes.
So this is them. This is the Google thing right now. I don't know what in the world they got going on right here. It's kind of cool visuals, but I don't know how I feel about it. Is this the fun bunch? MVST on the high, and then Dexcom too. The presentation looks bearish. I don't know. How much money did they spend on this?
After this, it was the breakdown. Because every song needs a breakdown.
Wow. All right. Very cool. I kind of want to do the stream like this. If I ever showed my face, this is how I would stream. I would have like 4 different angles, and then I'd have like a camera on my keyboard. This is what I would make it look like this, honestly. I'm down with the vibe. It looks so intense, but this is the AI conference you've been waiting for. Just to give you perspective, I think Google's stock went up like $5 billion in market cap for this. So again, we're going to hear about AI today, but as of now, this is the Google event you've been waiting for. No, I would stream like this, bro. I'm not even trolling. This looks dope. It's just one guy. This looks so entertaining. Like, there's a lot of dopamine and just activity, right? And a lot of stimulation. It's hot AI summer. Yeah, if this was Meta, we would be shorting it by now. 100%. Google has a little bit more respect. Raring RVNC pump. Yeah, if this was Meta and Zuckerberg just spent all this, we would be like, nope, we're out. Imagine if it fails again. That will be the problem. So remember that. What do you guys realize? Google had their worst 2 weeks since 2009. Last time they had a presentation with AI. So remember, it was their earnings, right? Came down and people were excited about the earnings and AI. And then they had the presentation where young Baird, or what was it? Was it Baird? Or is that Google? But I think it was Baird. Their AI messed up and they went from 107 all the way down to $86. Bard, not Baird. Yeah, but they had that, again, it gave the wrong information and then the stock absolutely plummeted. So now you're back up to the highs as they get round 2. They get a second chance at it. Yeah, RVNC, Revance, they're down 6%, but it's popping right now, or it's at least recovering. Kind of looks like Airbnb off the bottom. And then bonds chilled out a little bit. SPY, again, still near the lows. And then NASDAQ is 0.71, so last time we were here, NASDAQ was up 0.8, so at least NASDAQ is giving up some. SPY is up 0.06, and then Dow is down 0.47. RVNC makes Botox stuff, I think. Really? Bro, I kind of want Botox. You know why? My sister got Botox. And this mother effer She pull up, bro, and she's like, look at this. I can't move my face. And I was like, what? Because, like, bro, we wrinkly as hell. Like, us Arabs, like, maybe I think it's just a family thing. Like, I told you, I got a forehead that looked like a pug. I look like an English bulldog in the head. Like, I got, like, mad rolls in my forehead. Anytime I, like, it's cute. I think it looks cute. My girlfriend says it gives me wrinkles. I think I'm a cutie. Like, I'm not going to lie to you. You know what I'm saying? I age beautiful as hell. Besides my hairline, fuck out of here, you know? But I'm a confident individual. But anyways, so, like, you know, I got this little pug English bulldog forehead, and then my sister, who just looked like a female version of me, she pull up, and then she, like, bro, her face was so smooth. It was crazy. Her forehead, bro, it couldn't move. I was like, wow, I didn't know we had that shiny of a forehead. Like, it was crazy. Like, it was actually, I get why people do the Botox now. I was like, damn, son, that is crazy. It was wild. It was wild. Idaho, my sister's an injector. She the goat. I might have to, bro. That's it. My sister was trying to sell me. She's like, just get a little one. I said, I got paid off of that Botox, but I don't know if I'm going to do it. I was like, maybe if I, like, freeze my forehead and I do, like, face workouts, or you know, maybe if I do it to do, like, better neck workouts. But yeah, I was surprised. It was I poked my sister's forehead. I was like, wow, this is weird. I got to see it, so it was crazy. Botox is real. Your sis sounds like a real winner. Legit haven't heard a positive. See, this is where I get to hit you with the pump fake. I got more than one sister. Oh, so it's actually a different sister, believe it or not. You only hear about my liberal sister. She's come on before. This is my other sister. She don't really, I don't even think she has social media. But she's a liberal too. They're all liberals. All of them. That's what I was telling people when they were like, you're such a conservative. I'm like, I don't know, man. In 2018, we were all considered liberals. I have no idea what happened. And then that's it. I read my Bible. Yeah, it is. Bro, even then. So I told you the stalker update, there's still, I mean, I haven't spoken to the dude yet, but we don't know what, like, the reason why he did it, but a big part of it was PHILO, believe it or not. So, again, that Bible reading that I do does get people, some people do get twisted off of it, but it's crazy how the social dynamic has fluctuated. Yeah, anytime you read the Bible, things could happen. The sad reality. That's so motivating and, like, scary at the same time, because amen. They're too motivating. Yeah, it's a long story. But now that we know who the person was, and we got a lot of information on them, they used to be a believer. So again, I don't know. I'm not gonna put their business on blast, but the PHILO seems to be the thing that set them off. But then again, we'll never know. That's somebody's personal decision and what they choose to do. Why is Redfin? Redfin is off of the earnings. Remember, they paid down about 30% of their debt, and then they sold off all of their homes. So they've reduced a little bit of their exposure. Do you get financial recourse? Didn't you say it cost a lot of money to go after them? I mean, it was a decent amount of money, but we're working through everything still. So it's still an ongoing process, but like we just, the biggest clue to the puzzle has been figured out now. So now we could do whatever we'd like. I gave him the opportunity. You all heard it. I said you could apologize now, call it a day, but unfortunately we have came to the conclusion. So we'll see. Mara, maybe for the downside. I don't like the 10-year auction is in 10 minutes. Yep. That's going to be your mover right now. So again, if you've actually been waiting for, if you think like the market could hit highs now or not, it's probably going to happen at this 10-year auction. The 10-year auction, yeah, it's for bonds. So we talked about it a little bit yesterday about the when issued and not. So they're auctioning off it's a new set of money. The Treasury said, hey, we got bonds. Who wants to buy them? So they do an auction. They go to the dealers, the commercials, the non-commercials, the public, and then they say, okay, we have this many 10-year bonds. Here's the discount we're offering, and then bid up on everything else. And then everybody puts in their bids to buy a new set of 10-year bonds, and then depending on that yield that comes in, we will find out whether or not there is more demand or not. So what people were saying this morning, because, again, people were very bullish, but we'll see how it ends up going from here with everything else. Because it's like some people are saying that after today's results, the demand should be strong on the 10-year. And then yesterday's 3-year auction was very, very strong. I think the strongest on record. You joined the bar waitlist 5 minutes ago and got accepted? Really? So you have barred now or what? Do you think the stalkers listening now? They would every day, bro. That's what I'm saying. Y'all don't understand it, bro. I'm telling you, for the last 2 years, they would be here every single day, and then they would harass me off of everything. And then they would contact anybody they thought had anything to do with me. And then then my email, again, I couldn't even answer emails to you guys for a very long time. So they were here every single, they're probably here now. I don't know. Now that they know that we know, I don't know if that changed their attitude, but some of you will never have to experience that. And I hope you never have to. It was wicked. It's wicked. Again, yeah, the same one. Again, voicemails to Lending Tips phone because he thought Lending Tips was me. It's just straight threatening on a weekly basis to kill my mom and just all sorts of shit. Sounds like a MAGA member. Actually, it's the exact opposite. but again, I'm not going to put their business out on blast, even though they didn't respect me. All I'm saying is I am very grateful to have that behind me now, or at least to have the information to put it behind and now not deal with anything. No, well, the sad part was I thought it was in the beginning. I thought it was like just a crazy MAGA Republican because they would say a bunch of racist shit to me. So like I'm telling you, the shit they would call me for being they would go off on me being Middle Eastern Like, it was very offensive. if I got offended, I would be offended. But I was like, damn. I was like, this has to be some like Harley Davidson, like, you know what I'm saying? I was like, okay, it's you would be shocked. You would be shocked who it was, which is how we all felt yesterday. How low would PayPal? Honestly, man, it's there. I think PayPal is like really, really good, but the PE ratio is the only thing. Like, I think to nibble at some of these prices wouldn't be the worst thing, but we're going to see. Middle East, Habibi, and the Kalam Arabi, and the Ifham Arabi, and the Masri. Can you tell your story of your electric box getting stolen? That was just a random crackhead. That's it. A random crackhead went through all of my neighbors' houses and they stole they were stripping the houses. So they went around the neighborhood and they just would steal everybody's electric boxes. Some people got their AC units ripped, like just any sort of metal, or it was just straight crackheads, bro. Like straight crackhead activity. It was crazy. How much? They probably got like $50 for the box, but then they did it like 20 times. So they made a bag. Like, honestly, they probably got a lot of crack for the day. Like, I was, I could respect the hustle, but I was like, damn, that's savage, bro. He said, looking for a side gig. I asked Bard how better they are than ChatGPT, and they gave you a few reasons. Best reason, there's no limit on time frame and have access to more of the internet. Oh, are we getting ready? So 3 minutes, I think the main part of the keynote is going to begin. So we'll keep Google up here. What's more wild? Josh was streaming. Yeah, man. Oh, that reminds me, though. You know what? Now I could switch it, too. I forgot. Now we could take you guys. You don't have to be a subscriber for 20 minutes now. But I'll still make you subscribe for like 5 minutes. Yeah, shit was crazy. You don't understand. I didn't have enough time to deal with somebody who had all the time in the world. Like, you guys don't get it. The mods get it. We're talking like 100 accounts created every single day to harass the chat. Like, so now, again, that's what I'm saying now. It's you have somebody to blame it on, so that's the good part. Oh, no. Oh, my bad. No. Honestly, I need to check that. My bad, actually. You were saying that a couple times. I saw it in the email, and then I was responding to the other ones. So, no, it was a good one. So, this is what, honestly, IDK said. This is the 1-year CDS. He sent me a Bloomberg chart. So this is the chart. He says it's the 1 year. You can see it's gone wild. The thing is, though, it's priced in euros because if the U.S. goes under, so will the dollar. So they have to make sure the payout is viable. That's the last resort thing I've heard. But anyway, this is the CDS curve from 1 month out to 10 year, massively inverted. CDS curve does not look great either. So this is just the CDS. Here is the curve that he sent me. But yeah, that's, again, and this, we talked about it earlier, the probability right now is 3%. So it's weird because the other picture showed how it's at one of the highest points, but it's just weird that it's not, what's it called? It's like it's still only 3%. Google stream is starting. 45 seconds. We're going to get that here in a little bit. And then SPY is at the lows. Bonds, again, near the highs. Not as high as a couple minutes ago. But, again, you're into the low candle right now. You got a little bit of a green for this stream. Yeah, I hope it's a good one. Again, watch Google, though. It's at 109 coming into it. It was at like 107 prior to the announcement that they were going to do another AI presentation. So I'm glad we get to watch this one live, because if we do watch it live, it's going to be very interesting. For the last time, turn the play speed higher on your stream to get real time. What do you mean? So this is it. Okay, they're going to come in with their intro. Bank of America on the low. What's this?
People as possible. And with a little help.
Okay, we just want the AI stuff, Doc. Turn it up to 2 times speed. What do you turn what? My play speed? I'm not watching the stream. If you're saying for everybody else, but and then I think if you lower the quality, you should be good too. Oh yeah, where's the bond auction? Watch the 10-year now. Hold on. Treasury 10 yield 3.439 when issued. So that's the WI, the when issued number, 3.439. Okay, anything lower, TLT pops. Anything higher, TLT goes down. 3.439. So give it a couple minutes. That is the number, 3.439. 4.439. Damn C5. Tell me one more time. Get low. Oh, I'm like 2 times on there. Playback speed.
For granted. So while our ambition is bold, our approach will always.
This is weird on live. All right, we'll see what happens. It's 369. I know this time it's 3. What's the number? I already forgot it. Is it 469? All right, 344. Whoa. What was the number? Shit. 3-year draws 3.448. Bonds went down a little bit. Allotted at high 7.3469. So yields went lower, but not by a lot. That wasn't enough, especially with how strong people thought the data was. So 3.448 versus 3.439. No, it went up. Whoa, dude. Switch gears. So it's not a big one, but it went higher. That's very different than what people thought from this morning. Again, everybody was like, "Oh, it's so bullish." They're like, it should lead to a straw. Even Ira Jersey was saying that. No, it's higher. So it came in at 3.448, and then it was at 3.439 when issued. So the fact that it came in higher means that demand was lower. So less people wanted to buy a 10-year today, even after the data. Yeah, it's basically unchanged, but again, if you were expecting a bullish reaction for today, you would have thought the bond market would have bought it up. Oh, that's what you said? I thought you said the opposite. Yeah. So in this case, the fact that yield went higher means that demand went down. But it wasn't by too much. But then again, you see it. The bonds could have rocketed right there. It could have rocketed if it had big demand, but I think that's just another sign of evidence that today wasn't as good as people thought, but then we'll give it a couple days. Because the interesting part is yesterday's 3-year was a record. That was record demand, and now today, the 10-year is kind of like meh. It's barely higher, though. Yeah, it's not it was less than, not even a quarter point. So it was very, very minimal gain. But again, there was not a pickup in demand following the data. That's the easy way you could look at today for the bonds. It could help stocks go up if the yields drop, because today, anytime our yields went up, the market was able to go up on that. So this should bring the bond yields higher. Bonds should come down, and then stocks like that so far, but we'll see. Again, there's a lot of other stuff happening. Oh, PayPal. A little green shoot. Or Google, are they actually talking now? Oh, I think this is the AI. I think they asked it the same question.
And there you go. I think it's ready to send. Help Me Write will start rolling out as part of our workspace updates. And just like with Smart Compose, you will see it get better over time. The next example is maps. Since the early days of Street View, AI has stitched together billions of panoramic images so people can explore the world from their device. At last year's I/O, we introduced Immersive View, which uses AI to create a high-fidelity representation of a place so you can experience it before you visit.
Jesus.
Now we are expanding that same technology to do what Maps does best: help you get where you want to go. Google Maps provides 20 billion kilometers of directions every day. That's a lot of trips. Imagine if you could see your whole trip in advance. With Immersive View for routes, now you can, whether you're walking, cycling, or driving. Let me show you what I mean. Say I'm in New York City and I want to go on a bike ride. Maps has given me a couple of options close to where I am. I like the one on the waterfront, so let's go with that. Looks scenic. And I want to get a feel for it first. Click on Immersive View for routes, and it's an entirely new way to look at my journey. I can zoom in to get an incredible bird's eye view of the ride. And as we turn, we get onto a great bike path. It looks like it's going to be a beautiful ride. You can also check today's air quality. Looks like AQI is 43, pretty good. And if I want to check traffic and weather and see how they might change over the next few hours, I can do that. Looks like it's going to pour later, so maybe I want to get going now. Immersive View for routes will begin to roll out over the summer and launch in 15 cities by the end of the year, including London, New York, Tokyo, and San Francisco. Another product made better by AI is Google Photos. We introduced it at I/O in 2015. It was one of our first AI-native products. Breakthroughs in machine learning made it possible to search your photos for things like people, sunsets, or waterfalls. Of course, we want you to do more than just search photos. We also want to help you make them better. In fact, every month, 1.7 billion images are edited in Google Photos. AI advancements give us more powerful ways to do this. For example, Magic Eraser, launched first on Pixel, uses AI-powered computational photography to remove unwanted distractions. And later this year, using a combination of semantic understanding and generative AI, you can do much more with a new experience called Magic Editor. Let's have a look. Say you're on a hike and you stop to take a photo in front of a waterfall. You wish you had taken your bag off for the photo, so let's
Google's
go ahead
still ripping,
and remove that
then
backstrap.
bonds are getting above the level of the
The
auction.
photo feels a bit dark, so you can improve the lighting. And maybe you want to even get rid of some clouds to make it feel as sunny as you remember it. Looking even closer, you wish you had posed so it looks like you're really catching the water in your hand. No problem. You can adjust that.
Oh, that's pretty cool.
There you go. Let's look at one more photo.
There you go.
This is a great photo, but as a parent,
Kinda
you
cool. I
always
know,
want
yeah,
your
little
kid at
bit.
the center of it all. And it looks like the balloons got cut off in this one. So you can go ahead and reposition the birthday boy. Magic Editor automatically recreates parts of the bench and balloons that were not captured in the original shot. As a finishing touch, you can punch up the sky. It changes the lighting in the rest of the photo so the edit feels consistent. It's truly magical. We are excited to roll out Magic Editor
cool.
in Google Photos later this year.
I mean, this isn't what I thought when they said AI was going to change the world, but it's progress. I'll take it.
From Gmail and Photos to Maps, these are just a few examples of how AI can help you in moments that matter. And there is so much more we can do to deliver the full potential of AI across the products you know and love. Today, we have 15 products that each serve more than 500 million people and businesses. And 6 of those products serve over 2 billion users each. This gives us so many opportunities to deliver on our mission, to organize the world's information and make it universally accessible and useful. It's a timeless mission that feels more relevant with each passing year.
Yeah, Google's loving it right now.
Making AI helpful for everyone is the most profound way we will advance our mission. And we are doing this in 4 important ways. First, by improving your knowledge and learning and deepening your understanding of the world. Second, by boosting creativity and productivity so you can express yourself and get things done. Okay. Third, by enabling developers and businesses to build their own transformative products and services. And finally, by building and deploying AI responsibly so that everyone can benefit equally.
Okay.
We are so excited by the opportunities ahead. Our ability to make AI helpful for everyone relies on continuously advancing our foundation models. So I want to take a moment to share how we are approaching them. Last year, you heard us talk about PaLM, which led to many improvements across our products. Today, we are ready to announce our latest PaLM model in production, PaLM 2.
Palm Pilot? Yeah, you thank God this stock dropped. Fuck you mean Palm Pilot? I thought we talking about
PaLM 2
AI,
builds
dog.
on our fundamental research and our latest infrastructure. It's highly capable at a wide range of tasks
fuck you mean,
and
Palm
easy
Pilot?
to deploy. We are announcing over 25 products and features powered by PaLM 2
This shit would
today.
have ripped in 2001.
PaLM 2 models deliver excellent foundational capabilities across a wide range of sizes. We have affectionately named them Gecko, Otter, Bison, and Unicorn. Gecko is so lightweight that it can work on mobile devices, fast enough for great interactive applications on device, even when offline. PaLM 2 models are stronger in logic and reasoning
SPY just hit a low.
thanks to broad training on scientific and mathematical topics. It's
410,
also trained on
4110 is the
multilingual
low.
text, spanning over 100 languages, so it understands and generates nuanced results. Combined with powerful coding capabilities, PaLM 2 can also help developers collaborating around the world. Let's look at this example. Let's say you're working with a colleague in Seoul and you're debugging code. You can ask it to fix a bug and help out your teammate by adding comments in Korean to the code. It first recognizes the code is recursive, suggests a fix, and even explains the reasoning behind the fix. And as you can see, it added comments in Korean, just like you asked.
Oh no, you lost me at Palm Pilot.
While PaLM 2 is highly capable, it really shines when fine-tuned on domain-specific knowledge. We recently released SecPaLM, a version of PaLM 2 fine-tuned for security use cases. It uses AI to better detect malicious scripts and can help security experts understand and resolve threats. Another example is MedPaLM 2. In this case, it's fine-tuned on medical knowledge. This fine-tuning achieved a 9x reduction in inaccurate reasoning when compared to the model, approaching the performance of clinician experts who answered the same set of questions. In fact, MedPaLM 2 was the first language model to perform at expert level on medical licensing exam-style questions and is currently the state-of-the-art. We are also working to add capabilities to MedPaLM 2 so that it can synthesize information from medical imaging, like plain films and mammograms.
I wonder if Apple.
You can imagine an AI collaborator that helps radiologists
this is Google trying to get
interpret
into the medical
images and communicate the results. These are some examples of PaLM 2 being used in specialized domains. We can't wait to see it used in more. That's why I'm pleased to announce that it is now available in preview, and I'll let Thomas share more. PaLM 2 is the latest step in our decade-long journey to bring AI in responsible ways to billions of people. It builds on progress made by two world-class teams, the Brain team and DeepMind. Looking back at the defining AI breakthroughs over the last decade, these teams have contributed to a significant number of them: AlphaGo, transformers, sequence-to-sequence models, and so on. All this helps set the stage for the inflection point we are at today. We recently brought these two teams together into a single unit, Google DeepMind. Using the computational resources of Google, they are focused on building more capable systems safely and responsibly. This includes our next generation foundation model, Gemini, which is still in training.
Yeah, Adobe did react
Gemini
to
was created from the ground up to be multimodal, highly efficient at tool and API integrations, and built to enable future innovations like memory and planning.
Again, 2 points off the
While
lows,
still
bonds
early,
are at a high.
we are already seeing impressive multimodal capabilities not seen in prior models. Once fine-tuned and rigorously tested for safety, Gemini will be available at various sizes and capabilities, just like PaLM 2. As we invest in more advanced models, we are also deeply investing in AI responsibility.
411,
This
about to hit
includes
a new low.
having the tools to identify synthetically generated content whenever you encounter it. Two important approaches are watermarking and metadata. Watermarking embeds information directly into content in ways that are maintained even through modest image editing. Moving forward, we are building our models to include watermarking and other techniques from the start. If you look at the synthetic image, it's impressive how real it looks. So you can imagine how important this is going to be in the
Tesla
future.
at the low.
Metadata allows
down
content
0.3.
creators to associate additional context with original files, giving you more information whenever you encounter an image. We'll ensure every one of our AI-generated images has that metadata. James will talk about our responsible approach to AI later.
So again, you
As
hit a new
models
low
get
on that
better
candle.
and more
Now you're
capable,
bouncing.
one
Yeah,
of the
Bitcoin's
most exciting
dumping.
opportunities is making them available for people to
Bro,
engage
Bitcoin
with
just
directly.
dropped $1,000 in a
That's the
candle.
opportunity we have at Bard.
Bro, $2,000
Our
in a
experiment
candle.
for conversational AI. We are rapidly evolving Bard. It now supports a wide range of programming capabilities, and it's
Parago
gotten much
over-the-counter
smarter
birth control
at
gets
reasoning
FDA
and
backing.
math prompts.
PRGO.
And as of today, it is now fully running on PaLM 2. To share more about what's coming, let me turn it over to Sissy.
What is this music? Da, 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 da.
Thanks, Sundar. Large language models have captured the world's imagination, changing how we think about the future of computing. We launched Bard
they
as
gave
a
me a
limited
decent
access
fill.
experiment
I
on a
grabbed
lightweight
Parago.
large language model to get
I grabbed 100 shares of Parago. They top ticked me though, but it wasn't too bad. I thought they hit me on the fat one. I grabbed 100 shares. We'll try to flip it. Again, over-the-counter drug news, but it's already up 5.
math, logic, and reasoning skills made a huge leap forward, underpinning its ability to help developers with programming. Bard can now collaborate on tasks like code generation, debugging, and explaining code snippets. Bard has already learned more than 20 programming languages, including C++, Go, JavaScript, Python, Kotlin, and even Google Sheets functions. And we're thrilled to see that coding has quickly become one of the most popular things that people are doing with Bard. So let's take a look at an example. I've recently been learning chess, and for fun, I thought I'd see if I can program a move in Python.
They're like, take it
How
back
would
to
I
basics.
use Python to generate the scholar's mate move
Make
in
it play
chess?
They're like, we can't fail at chess. It's
Here
a computer.
Bard created a script to recreate this chess move in Python. And notice how it also formatted the code nicely, making it easy to read. We've also heard great feedback from developers about how Bard provides code citations. And starting next week, you'll notice something right here. We're making code citations even more precise. If Bard brings in a block of code, just click this annotation, and Bard will underline the block and link to the source. Now, Bard can also help me understand the code. Could you tell me what chess.board does in this code? Now, this is a super helpful explanation of what it's doing and makes things more clear. All right, let's see if we can make this code a little better.
Spies at the low, bonds are at
How
the
would
high.
I improve this code? Okay, let's see. There's a list comprehension, creating a function, and using a generator. Those are some great suggestions. Now, could you join them into one single Python code block? Okay, now Bard is rebuilding the code with these improvements. Okay, great. How easy was that?
Bitcoin is down $2,000
I can
in a
move this
minute.
directly into Colab. Developers love the ability to
Spies
bring
now
code
flushing
from
a little
Bard
lower,
into their
bonds
workflow,
are going higher.
like to Colab. So coming soon,
Low
we're
ticker
adding
is
the
taking
ability
off
to
now.
export and run code with our partner Replit, starting with Python.
Bro, another $200 or $300 on Bitcoin. No, it's dying. SPX 4108, new low of the day. You're at 4109.
We've also heard that you want dark theme, so starting today, you can activate it. You can activate it right in Bard or let it follow your OS settings. And speaking of exporting things, people often ask Bard for a head start drafting emails and documents. So today, we are launching 2 more export actions, making it easy to move Bard's responses right into Gmail and Docs. So we're excited by how quickly Bard and the underlying models are improving, but we're not stopping there. We want to bring more
Coinbase
capabilities
is on
to
the low
Bard
now.
to fuel your
Google's
curiosity
still
and
going
imagination.
up. This could be a new update
And
on
so,
Bard.
I'm excited to announce
Watch
that
Google.
tools are coming to Bard.
That was a delayed clap. Nobody knows what that means.
As you collaborate with Bard, you'll be able to tap into services from Google and extensions with partners to let you do things never before possible. And of course, we'll approach this responsibly in a secure and private way, letting you always stay in control. We're starting with some of the Google apps that people love and use every day. It's incredible what Bard can already do with text, but images are such a fundamental part of how we learn and express. So in the next few weeks, Bard will become more visual, both in its responses and your prompts. So if you ask, what are some must-see sites in New Orleans? Bard's going to use Google search and the knowledge graph to find the most relevant images.
Ask this mother effer how to fix world
here we
hunger.
go. The French Quarter, the Garden District.
I ain't never been to Louisiana.
These images are really giving me a much better sense of what I'm exploring. We'll also make it easy for you to prompt Bard with images, giving you even more ways to explore and create. People love Google Lens, and in the coming months, we're bringing in the powers of Lens to Bard.
Watch Snap.
So.
That could be negative for Snap.
So if you're looking to have some fun with your fur babies, you might upload an image and ask Bard to write a funny caption about these two. Now Lens detects that this is a photo of a goofy German Shepherd and a golden retriever, and then Bard uses that to create some funny captions.
That's weird.
If you ask me, I think they're both good boys. Okay, now let's do another one. Imagine I'm 18 and I need to apply to college. I won't date myself with how long it's been.
What?
But it's still an overwhelming process. So I'm thinking about colleges, but I'm not sure what I want to focus on. I'm into video games, and what kinds of programs might be interesting?
Man, if you asking the AI about what to do with your, just give up at that point.
This is a helpful head
start. Just go get a job. Like this ain't.
Animation looks pretty interesting.
Come talk to me. You're
now
not.
I could ask.
I'm not asking the AI about my life path.
With animation programs in Pennsylvania.
All right, flush right there. You're below
a good
409.
List of schools. Now, to see where these are, I might now say, show these on a map. Here, Bard's going to use Google Maps to visualize where the schools are.
Bro, MES is down, too.
This is super helpful, and it's exciting to see that there's plenty of options not too far from home. Now let's start organizing things a bit. Show these options as a table. Nice. Structured and organized. Nice. But there's more I want to know.
4104
Add a column
is the low.
Showing whether they're public or private
away.
Schools. Perfect. This is a great start to build
Bonds
on.
are ripping
and now let's
so again,
move
we're
this
doing
to
the
Google
inverse.
Sheets so my family can jump in later to help me with my search. You can see how easy it will be to get a jump start in Bard and quickly have something useful to move over to apps like Docs or Sheets to build on with others. Okay, now that's a taste of what's possible when Bard meets some of Google's apps. But that's just the start. Bard will be able to tap into all kinds of services from across the web with extensions from incredible partners like Instacart, Indeed, Khan Academy, and many more. So here's a look at one coming in the next couple months. With Adobe Firefly,
all right, another
you'll be
flush,
able to generate completely new images from your imagination.
I'm now negative on the bonds.
Now, let's say I'm planning a birthday party for my 7-year-old who loves unicorns. I want a fun image to send out with the invitations. Make an image of a unicorn and a cake at a kid's party.
Jesus.
Okay, now Bard is working with Firefly to bring what I imagined to life.
Oh, wow, it's pretty. Oh, that's with Adobe. That's some of that stuff there. Actually looks good. 4102.
How amazing is that? This will unlock all kinds of ways that you can take your creativity further and faster. And we are so excited for this partnership. Bard continues to rapidly improve and learn new abilities. And we want to let people around the world try it out and share their feedback. So today, we are removing the waitlist and opening up Bard to over 180 countries and territories.
That's big news, but they're not again, everything's dumping right now. Google speech is not enough to save it. Again, if you don't realize it right now, the bonds are just getting a fat bid after a bad bond auction. And then again, we're doing the inverse right now, and we are way below CPI. The NASDAQ is about to go red. Okay, did we cut it?
Talk to Bard in Japanese and Korean. Adding languages responsibly involves deep work to get things like quality and local nuances right. And we're pleased to share that we're on track to support 40 languages
Apple's
soon.
Dumping. Again, regional banks are selling off here now.
It's amazing to see the rate of progress so far.
Okay,
more advanced models, so many new capabilities, and the ability for even more people to collaborate with Bard. And when we're ready to move Bard to our Gemini model, I'm really excited about more advancements to come. So that's where we're going with Bard, connecting tools from Google
now.
and amazing services across the web to help you do and create anything you can imagine.
All right, I added
through
two
a
of my
fluid
MESs.
collaboration with our most capable large language models. There's so much to share in the days ahead. And now, to hear more about how large language models are enabling next generation productivity features right in Workspace, I'll hand it over to Aparna.
Is giving up all the gains now. Oh, they are so loud. So again, I added 2 MESs. I had the 1 MES from here. I added to it, but we're flushing the level now. So it's either we go to 4088 or we go to 4060 or we back up to 4100 then 4110.
very beginning, Workspace was built to
went
allow
long.
you to collaborate in real time with other people. Now, you can collaborate in real time with AI. AI can act as a coach, a thought partner, a source of inspiration, as well as a
Lag. I might go pee once it starts playing again. Again, it's pretty much at the same level here now. I'm getting a little bit of lag again. Market just flushed, though. It's a very big level. It either gets a lot worse from here or we get some improvement.
These features are being used from writing essays, sales pitches, project plans, client outreach, and so much.
Nope, Google hates us now. I don't know, man. Tesla's on the low.
Since then, we've been busy expanding these helpful features across more surfaces. Let me show you a few examples. One of our most popular use cases is the trusty job.
Dude, this thing is lagging.
Been helping. Say you run a fashion boutique and need to hire a textile designer. To get started, you enter just a few words as a prompt. Senior level job description for textile designer. Docs will take that prompt, send it to our Palm 2-based model, and let's see what I got back. Not bad. With just 7 words, the model came back with a good starting point, written out really nicely for me. Now you can take that and customize it for the kind of experience, education, and skill set that this role needs, saving you a ton of time and effort. Next. Let me show you how you can get more organized with sheets. Imagine you run a dog walking business and need to keep track of things like your clients, logistics about the dogs, like what time they need to be walked, for how long, etc. Sheets can help you get organized. In a new sheet, simply type something like client and pet roster for a dog walking business with rates and hit create. Sheet sends this input to a fine-tuned model that we've been training with all sorts of sheet-specific use cases. Look at that. The model figured out what you might need. The generated table has things like the dog's name, client info, notes, etc. This is a good start for you to tinker with. Sheets made it easy for you to get started, so you can go back to doing what you love. Speaking of getting back to things you love, let's talk about Google Slides. People use slides for storytelling all the time, whether at work or in their personal lives. For example, you get your extended family to collect anecdotes, haikus, jokes for your parents' 50th wedding anniversary in a slide deck. Everyone does their bit, but maybe this deck could have more pizzazz. Let's pick one of the slides and use the poem on there as a prompt for image generation. Mom loves her pizza, cheesy and true, while Dad's favorite treat is a warm pot of fondue. Let's hit create and see what it comes up with. Behind the scenes, that quote is sent as an input to our text-to-image models, and we know it's unlikely that the user will be happy with just one option. So we generate about 6 to 8 images so that you have the ability to choose and refine.
I got an early release.
Whoa, I have some oddly delicious-looking fondue pizza images.
I got the new Palm Pilot. So here's Palm 2. Again, it's pretty crazy. I don't know if anybody has this right now, but it looks groundbreaking. Again, Palm 2 with Google now. Very, very dope. Very, very dope.
No limits on cheesiness or creativity. Starting next month, trusted testers will be able to try this and 6 more generative AI features across Workspace.
That's a joke. That's not real.
And later this year, all of this will be generally available to business and consumer Workspace users via a new service called Duet AI for Workspace.
So Sorry.
Stepping back a bit,
I thought we were supposed to.
I showed you a few powerful examples of how Workspace can help you get more done
EFX
with just
on the low.
a few words
Yo, Equifax
as prompts.
dumping. Oracle ordered
Prompts
by
are a
lawmakers on
powerful
consumer
way of
data.
Collaborating with AI.
Oracle
The right prompt
and Equifax.
can unlock far more from these models.
Again, lawmakers
However,
demanding
it can
data.
be daunting for many of us to
Oracle
even know
and
where to
Equifax.
start. Well, what if we could solve that for you?
And then
What if
Apple-
AI could
shut
proactively
up.
offer you prompts?
Again, Apple executive in charge of TV Plus and sports to leave. Apple's distarred Hulu veteran has left. He's been at the company since 2013. And then again, Oracle and Equifax ordered by lawmakers on consumer data.
With AI coming to life. Let's switch to a live demo so I can show you what I mean. Tony's here to help me with that. Hey, Tony.
Hey, Aparna.
So, my niece Mira and I are working on a spooky story together for summer camp. We've already written a few paragraphs, but now we're stuck. Let's get some help. As you can see, we've launched a side panel, something the team fondly calls Sidekick. Sidekick instantly reads and processes the document and offers some really neat suggestions, along with an open prompt dialogue. If we look closely, we can see some of the suggestions, like what happened to the golden seashell? What are common mystery plot twists? Let's try the seashell option and see what it comes back with. Now, what's happening behind the scenes is that we've provided the entire document as context to the model, along with the suggested prompt, and let's see what we got back. The golden seashell was eaten by a giant squid that lives in the cove. This is a good start. Let's insert these as notes so that we can continue our little project. Now, one of the interesting observations we have is that it's actually easier to react to something or perhaps use that to say, I want to go in a different direction. And this is exactly what AI can help with. I see a new suggestion on there for generating images. Let's see what this does. The story has a village, a golden seashell, and other details. And instead of having to type all of that out, the model picks up these details from the document and generates images. These are some cool pictures, and I bet my niece will love these. Let's insert them into the doc for fun. Thank you, Tony.
Whoa. GIC? I don't know if this is them.
I'm going to walk you through some more examples, and this will help you see why this powerful new contextual collaboration is such a remarkable boost to productivity and creativity.
I can't do this anymore. I think we're done with that. Again, that's the Google speech, but OMH, I don't know if it's linked to it, but GIC is said to be frontrunner in buying stake in Germany's Messer. But OMH is popping again. Oracle and Equifax. We listened to it for a little bit. It moved the stock. It moved Google a lot, but now it's below it. And then again, it feels like a weird like preschool presentation. I don't know how to describe it. They're like, we can make a picture, and you could do this, and then this, and then look it. I told it to write a story about goldfish. So, and then they said they're going to release Bard to everybody, so give it like a day or two. Because if Bard gets released to everybody, you're going to start seeing people post their interactions with it, and depending on if it's better or not than last time, that will probably cause the reaction. So let's see. And then Occidental said they need $75 oil price to maintain preferred repurchase. Yeah, 3M went below 100. So again, we got to keep our eyes out because we just got Walgreens. I want to buy some more 3M, but then again, I'm also waiting on Airbnb and the other ones. But if you did want to add a little lower now, this is a decent start. So I will be watching that there. Oh, and then Perigo, that one slipped. Damn, down $1 a share on that one. Yeah, I bought Perigo on the news. That one didn't work for a little bit, but again, I even said, I think I top ticked it. The Qs are red. Spies, yeah. NASDAQ is about to go red right here. I added to my MES, so I have 3 MES on the day. The first one dropped 100, and then I averaged on 2 more right here. And then we'll flip those by the end of the day. But you're back to 4,100 now or right below it. So again, 40.88, even like 40.93. Those are the next levels. And then 40.80, then 40.60. Yeah, I used the full deposit on Walgreens. So I still have cash, though. I still have 4 months of cash left, so I'm just waiting on it. We did not get into PHILO today. Again, we were doing a lot of other stuff here, and then the AI event started, then the bond auction, so we've yet to hit that, actually. Looking for 4097. I could see that. That's why I went a little early on the MESs, but I was surprised it even dropped like that because, again, the bond auction, the bonds went opposite of what the auction said, and then now they're there. And then you just got another price target decrease on Airbnb, 130 from 120. Oh, wait, price target increased. No, someone just raised the price target to 130 from 127, Morningstar. So again, I bought MES. The commission so much on futures. The micros, it's a lot on the micros. On the big ones, it's not that bad considering how much leverage you get. But you could always message your broker and ask them to lower it. What happened? I don't know what happened here. I think it was just they suckered some people in on the CPI, and then now we're not even down a lot. Like we could be up by the end of the day or even by tomorrow. Today's now looking a little bit more precarious since it's almost 11. But you know, when you look at the numbers at the margins here, like it doesn't look like we did much today. The Dow got murdered, but other than that, I think this was just a reaction. We did move after the bond reaction, but in a weird way, again, bonds went opposite to the auction. I call Webull. They weren't messing with the margin rate discount. They said 1 million accounts get that leeway. Was Webull, man. That's it, Webull. They said, hey, man, we'll give you a free share, but what do you mean we're going to give you a discount? NASDAQ, did it break the low? NASDAQ set lows of the day, but it hasn't. NASDAQ has yet to fill the gap. I guess, or technically it has, or it's about to. It's really, really close to it. It's really, really close. TLT puts. I like it. I mean, I'm going to wait. Remember I said, like, wait till the future goes down $800 to $1,000. That's where I'd want to re-short it. Because, again, we should have taken it last time. I would have doubled up, but I didn't. But then it went back to positive. But I don't think I do like the bond short play, especially as more data comes out. Yeah, market. I mean, Google was weird. It was like it's good and bad, but again, I think the real test is when everybody starts using Bard, and then we see how it actually performs. You could short the bonds through ETFs. You could play inverse ETFs, and then I utilize the futures. I am short on /ZN. This is the interest rate hike sell that was just waiting on CPI. We thought it was jobs. It could be. And then even tomorrow, the PPI, since that factors into PCE, it could be there. Total Walgreens on the big account, we have a total of, I think, 199 shares. And then the YouTube account, the small account, there's only like 10 shares, I think. 10.33. So the crazy part is, like, I think Walgreens, like, how many of these are free? So we've bought 188. That means 10 shares, 11 shares out of that was just all dividends we've gotten back. Oh, yeah, PayPal. Google's coming down again. Bond's still at the high. Yeah, PPI could have a big effect. Damn, see, that's what I'm saying. Like, I want 3M. I want to wait for Airbnb. We just bought Walgreens, and then I'm like, what about PayPal? So I don't know. I think we're going to have to wait to add anything on the long term because there's too many names I want. And then I want them all a little lower. 3M is probably the one closest to where we want it. But again, like PayPal with a 5 handle, that could be kind of dope. Google says generative AI will make search smarter and simpler. Yeah, 3M next stop's like 97, 98. No, I still have my Goldman short. I'm actually up on it now. I want to close it because that one's a big play. But I do like where it's at now. And then I still have JP Morgan and Bank of America long. What percent of the long term is still cash? About 8% right now. A little bit lower. So we were at 10%, used the deposit. That was about around 2%. So we still got like a decent amount of cash. But that's what, again, I was hoping Airbnb was going to be lower and I was just going to throw a good amount of cash at it. But now I got PayPal at a 2017 low. I got 3M hitting below $100. And then there's also, what's it called? And even Walgreens. We just made that play. But then why not pick up more AbiVi? Because AbiVi is about 39% higher than my last purchase. So if I could buy something cheaper, I'd rather. That's why I save my money, because I want it cheaper. I don't want to pay more for what I already have. So again, I waited 3 years to buy Walgreens. We made that one. It was finally a decent amount cheaper after collecting the dividends. Again, like I'm saying with like PayPal, that's at a low, multi-year low, which is very, very good. And then I'm waiting for what's it called? Airbnb. PayPal. Yeah, bro. I guess, what was PayPal's earnings in 2017? Yes, Della, you're not. Della, you literally ask every day if you're banned. Why do you feel that way? I might ban you the next time you ask, because that's very suspicious. How come every day you think you are banned? You are okay, my friend. You are okay. Let's see. So what, 2017? Damn. So yeah, I guess they make a lot more revenue. Shit. In 2017, PayPal's revenue was $13 billion. Now it's $29 billion on the year. So that's actually crazy. But then their debt has also gone up a decent amount too. When you said you had good news to share, you thought you were engaged to your girlfriend. Honestly, I'm probably not going to tell you if that happened. But that's sad. That's not the good news. It's probably the last thing I was thinking about, to be honest. Don't tell my girlfriend. A new debt ceiling is live? What? Don't even tell her that. I mean, I do tell her that. But yeah, but anyways, back to PayPal is low, man. PayPal is low. You wouldn't tell the chat if you got engaged? Nah. I would tell you when I got married, but I wouldn't want to jinx it. Where's Meta? I got an invite to the reception. Yeah, if we do something public, that's it. Or we'll just get married live on stream. I figured that'd be the only thing appropriate. Home Depot, I'd want it cheaper. The hell? Let's see. Please hold. I love seeing the chat. Yeah, I did it. I want to wait for the 5 handle, but I feel like the farmer never plants if he waits for perfection. I can't believe I bought 2 long terms this month. I added to the long term, not a recommendation. I grabbed PayPal. You already know. Yeah, we sold some bill. Put 1 deposit, about $3,000 towards it. What was that? 62.94. I grabbed 51 on the big account and then 5 on the small. I still think it could go lower. That's why, but just like you got to realize, like, even when we bought Facebook, it went lower from when we bought it, but we were, as long as you're in the general fucking neighborhood, you'll be good. So I do like that it's on the bargain bin. So that's kind of the main logic with it all. I think $50 is where it could go down to, but then again, if it even if it flushes $5 for a little bit more, but then it doesn't hold there, then there you go. Yeah, PayPal 50 is good. Even then, I like it now, though. Everyone kept asking me that. Even from yesterday, we got an additional 5% off it, but I think once it hits 50, it'll be there, but it's good enough. It does not have a dividend, but thankfully our latest purchase was a different one. I see why you'd want long-term. One of the prediction models shows this is the last dip. Well, either way, whether we go down or not, I mean, we've worked our dividends. We still got cash, but then again, in like a couple more weeks, we'll add a little bit more. I'm getting the money moving now, but now we're down to 6% cash. But I'm glad that we at least bought something for what it is, or at the bargain bin. So it's a bargain bin stock. It's a household name. I use PayPal. I think a lot of people have at some point in their life, and that's it. It's just at a 2017 low, and revenue is triple what it was doing then. Now, obviously, the high PE I don't like, and that's why I think it could drop like another $10 maybe, but I don't think it's going to hurt with one deposit. I think I might as well get a little bit of it. It meets all the criterias for the long term. Airbnb says North America travel weaker than others. Says Airbnb isn't losing market share to competitors. Brian Chesky is on Bloomberg right now. He's making his rounds. Note Google partnership circulating. Yeah, Note is popping. Oh, that's the one we played. We played Note a couple times. I think we traded it at the same price around here. Yeah, Note Google partnership is circulating, says Troy. Yeah, I think that's Twitter. Wow, PayPal. Yeah, we did PayPal, man. We did PayPal. Oh, shit, my MESs are up now. I didn't even realize that. So we got a little bounce. If this fails, I mean, bonds are coming down. We either get a nice pop here or we don't. Is it Note or Palm? Is one or the other, Habibi? One or the other. HD, I mean, hopefully you could get it back in time. I think that would be your best bet. So, like, if you could get it at, like, like lower 2020 levels. It's actually there kind of now, but I think here, because it's not like, again, like a lot of names, even if it's coming down, it's still relatively high to their 2017 run-ups. PayPal. PayPal is Venmo for some people who don't understand PayPal. I mean, I think PayPal is still $70 billion market cap. That's the crazy part. And then Catalent on the low, SPY's running. The bonds are break even. Our bond short now right here is break even on our bond play. But again, now the bonds caught that bid. This was when the auction happened, and then the market's been running since we flushed there earlier. Oracle, I didn't check. There's Oracle and Equifax. Yeah, they recovered. And then so did Equifax, too, from the bottom. Yeah, Cash App is Square. And then Venmo is PayPal. PayPal lost me when they said they would deduct money from the linked accounts if there were woke comments. I forgot about that, actually. So, yeah, that one wasn't... I remember PayPal was becoming a little Nazi at some point. So, we'll see. New Timuros article. I bought a 10-year the same time I bought ZN, and I'm still up on the 10-year. Yeah, there's probably a little bit of the spread between them. All the homies hate PayPal. Yeah, but like you got to realize you're American. So you love Venmo. You don't love PayPal anymore. But overseas, PayPal goes hard. That's what I was explaining to my girlfriend. She was like, "Does anybody even use Facebook anymore?" Like, and I was like, "Girl, do you realize how poppin' Facebook is in India?" Like, I know a lot of you like actual Facebook.com and using Facebook. You guys are like, nah, only grandmas use that. Like, do you know how poppin' that shit is in India? Bro, in India, it's just like they got Facebook. So they still posting pictures. They loving all the cat pictures. They're going hype out in India, bro. So that's the other part we forget sometimes. So there's a lot of larger markets that get exposure with some of these companies. Oh, they do. They're just getting the marketplace. They're loving. Facebook is groundbreaking in India right now. That's why like Americans are like, who uses Facebook? Oh, they're loving it. They just discovered the ads. They all connecting with their friends still. Everything. Oh, Roblo price target increased. Whoa. Yeah, Roblox price target increased by BITG, $60. Previous was $55. As if teenagers in America don't live on Instagram. I think a lot of them live on TikTok. But yeah, they do. But then it's like everybody in India, Meta and Facebook is like, that's their thing, bro. In like a lot of places around the world, it's there. So same thing with PayPal is what I'm trying to say is that I don't think a lot of people in America, most Americans use Venmo if they don't use PayPal, but don't underestimate PayPal's international exposure. I'm with you. I think people who say we don't use Facebook in America are off. I mean, they still have. It's like hundreds of millions of users in America. It just, Facebook, just remember back in the day, it was popular. And that's kind of how it is everywhere but here now. But it's still used a lot. But again, Instagram, I think, has a little bit better U.S. presence. Why did we bounce? Why not? You know what I'm saying? No, we just, again, we hit 4,100. So the level of support all day was like 41.19, even 41.13. This is a baby level, but we hit right below the level of support, and then we just bounced right off of it. But again, today's the cuck day. I called it from the beginning. I called it when it was up. It didn't look like it, but tell me this isn't a cuck with the Dow down a ton, the NASDAQ still up 0.5%, and then the SPY barely down. Go. No. All right, I sold out of my MESs, so I got to play from here. Again, I had the one here, then I averaged down 2 over here. Google's popping, and Note is still on the high, but I made like $77 on that one. Yeah, Note is going crazy now. I don't know. Is that rumor confirmed? Again, Troy was saying it earlier, potential Google partnership with those. Fiscal Note selected by Google as launch partner. Oh, they put out a press release too. So that's confirmed. But that was like 2 minutes ago. It got confirmation. So Fiscal Note, we played this on AI not too long ago. Remember, we made like $1,000 on this one. So this one, Google did select them, and Google's coming back up. Yeah, already up 40%. PayPal uptick, Google. Again, the bonds are still there, but no, that's a big one, and Google just came right back to the high when we first caught. Did we play it at, I thought we played it at $2 to $2.40. I forgot. We played this. We made a lot of money on this one for a small play, but it's already up 40. That news is confirmed, though. Again, Troy gave it to you right here, and then they just put out a press release right there. So now it's confirmed. It's moved like an additional 20 off of that. Google is running now too. Good luck. I can't see, but did everybody watching like the video? I hope. We'll pray. Nvidia is popping now. A lot of tech is starting to go. And then bonds have calmed down after that little run up and sell off. Again, Google at the high. Note is a hype play. Still holding there. Oh, yeah, where are the banks at? Again, Google's at 110.58. Note another high. Regionals ain't really doing much here. Again, a couple of big banks off of the lows, but still dribbling down there. Decent. What time is it? It's 11. We still got 2 hours? Oh, man. Woo! You got 2 more hours of this, bro. So get ready. Again, you're back to the earlier level in the day. So after we flushed here, we flushed into a new low. You're right back up here. This is like 41.16, 41.14. So this is the next level here. If we break above there, you could go back up to 41.26 or 41.19. Otherwise, we'll do the remix and then go from there. It could do the Dancing Queen. And then again, Google was pretty much the bigger news today besides the CPI. So circulating Google Cloud running on NVIDIA GPUs. So again, another update by Troy there regarding Google and the AI stuff. So they're already, NVIDIA moved up a little bit. Squeeze the rest of the day. I don't know. We'll see. Google again. Yeah, 110.67. I mean, we got 2 hours left. So 2 hours left, and we're at the earlier low. And then the bonds are still screaming. And then it's a full-on cuck day. Again, just to show you how spread out everything. SPY is barely down. Dow is down 0.6. NASDAQ up 0.5. And then Russell up 0.03. So everything's all over the place. And then energy is still the worst. And then financials are now down 1%. Yeah, we're not buying 3M this month, okay? So now it's below 100 and I like it, but unfortunately, I already bought Walgreens and then we just bought PayPal for the long term. So we still have money, but for the sake of time, I don't think we're going to be buying any more for this month until I get another deposit. I just want to keep a little bit more cash on there. We'll do earnings reads. It's just going to be Disney though. I say, where's people? Where's the people? Oh, wow. Look at people. We have a people now. 51 shares of people. You use some priors today. I got you, Chris. Let's go. Prior warriors. I know you see it. Amen. Again, Google might still be running. SPY is still holding this initial bounce. And then again, NVIDIA has a AI rumor with Google. And then Google's hitting 111, NVIDIA. Google, yeah, that Google reversal was crazy from the bottom. Google's going insane now. Again, NVIDIA is starting to react. Our Parago top tick is coming back up. And then NVIDIA got the rumor, and they're running up. That one hasn't been confirmed yet. But, yeah, Google is insane now. That's 111. Again, this was during halfway through. I think the speech is still going, is it? Yeah, they're still talking right now.
API. Generative AI is changing what it means to develop new products. At Google, we offer best ML infrastructure with powerful models, including those in Vertex. And
so Chad is saying the NVIDIA news is confirmed. Giglet. Let's see. Bonds are coming down. SPY's still working its way up. Tesla, a little pop. Google is just running. Yeah, Google again. Roblo now. Yeah, when are they going to bring up some games? Google, bro. That's it. Google's gone. 111, bro. MSCN. Regionals need to start talking AI. That was the previous plan. No one did it yet. And then Roblo at 39.39. SPY is starting to break up to the higher end now. So you're this 1 hour rally here. I guess it's been like 30, maybe like 30 minutes though. It's holding. You're back to 41.9 now. So let's see if this actually ends up holding. Roblo above 40 breaks out, but then it still might slow down a little bit. Airbnb, I can't believe they didn't take him down today. He's still down, but like I thought they were going to murder him. Nvidia is still climbing. SPY is break even now. NASDAQ back up to 0.62. The difference is last time NASDAQ was here, we were up 0.7. Here we were still up 0.8, and now NASDAQ has came down. And then bonds are starting to go back down here. We're back to green on the bond short. And 41 again. SPY is at break even right now. BBWI. I don't know. I like the shit at Bath and Body Works, but I mean, how often does your sister go to Bath and Body Works? I can't believe they're even trading higher than 2020. That's crazy to me. But I don't know. I'm not a fan of the company, but if your sister uses it a lot, it's a name people know about, but it's not, it doesn't get me excited, but you could maybe justify it. They got great products though. I love that. Just like, bro, you ever like get like a body wash from Bed Bath & Beyond or whatever that place is called, Bath & Body Works and Beyond, whatever they call it. Oh man, you ever get like a nice smelling body wash? That shit's addicting, bro. It could change your life. To have young PayPal. And then don't forget Redfin, man. Where's Redfin? Bro, we're at 215% on equity on that. Yeah, so Redfin's still up. SPY keep going. I could have made another $100 off of that. Yes, probably. Woof. So you're right back up here again. Welcome to the cuck day. It's still a violent downtrend. So if you just drew a line straight down from here, this would all be flowing. If you could hold up from here, you could break that, but I don't think you neutralize the move till 41.44. And then we're still below VWAP for now. Redfin, I don't know if I would buy Redfin at these prices. Again, I'm up 200% on that for the long term, so I don't know if I'm a buyer of Redfin at these levels, but I like it, but it's a Chad play. And one thing we've been saying here lately is just like, if a Chad play works, don't buy it at the high. Wait till it comes down. So that's the best advice I could give you. Biden is, I think he's going to be talking on the debt ceiling, so we'll see. Again, bonds stopped moving there, but market's still ripping. The irony of all of it is that bonds at the same price, the SPY was at the same price. So nothing has really changed, even with all of this weird movement, believe it or not. Yeah, Biden speaks on debt ceiling.
Playing the system.
Where's the system?
Well, I think that we should have
we should have a party.
Again, looking at what in fact we're spending and whether it's going where it's supposed to go.
I have no idea.
It calls for an unprecedented effort to combat identity fraud by tripling anti-fraud strike forces to prosecute pandemic fraudsters and seize back stolen funds. There's billions of dollars in stolen funds that we haven't gotten back yet. It's strengthening the inspector generals and watchdogs for taxpayers' dollars. It's estimated for every $10, every $1 we spend in hiring these folks, it's going to save $10. $10. This debate is about fundamental choices. Would you rather continue a subsidy of $30 billion for big oil or cut $30 billion from veterans? Would you rather cut big pharma or cut health care for Americans? These are real world choices. That's what's at stake, literally. You know, I ran for president to see to it that ordinary folks got an even shake. I was raised in a family that was a typical, we weren't poor, typical middle-class family. My dad, we lived in a 3-bedroom split-level home in a housing development it was a nice area. That was when they were developing suburbia with 4 kids and a grandpa living with us. I look back on it and wonder how thin those walls were for my mom and dad, but at any rate. But, you know, the truth of the matter is that, you know, my dad did fine. I guess by the time he retired, he managed an automobile dealership. He was probably making the equivalent of $20,000 a year, which would be like, what, 60 or 70 or 80, I don't know what it would be. But my point is that I've always thought the middle-class folks are getting the short end of things. I think the trickle-down economy, not much ever trickled down on my dad's table that I can recall. And so when I ran, and my whole career as a senator was about making sure middle-class folks get an even shot. That's why I believe we should grow the economy from the middle out and the bottom up, not the top down. The wealthy will still do very well. Because when the middle class does well, the poor have a ladder up and the wealthy still do very well. And that's fine. We all do well. We've made enormous progress. Just look at what we've done so far. Over the past 2 years, we've created a record 12.7 million new jobs. More than ever in that period of time. Including 800,000 manufacturing jobs. Unemployment is at 3.4%, the lowest in 50 years. Black unemployment is at one of its lowest levels. Hispanic unemployment across the board. In part, our policies and the pace of our annual inflation has been coming down for 10 months in a row. We still slowed by 45%. We still have more to do. But, you know, when we're in a position to invest in America, in all of America, the way we do that is we buy American products, we hire American workers. I get to spend a lot of money that Congress passes. So if I have $60 billion to spend, and I'm going to have to put new decks on aircraft carriers, I don't outsource the work. There was a law back in the 30s that said, buy American, buy American. So they have to use American products. They have to go out and make sure that they hire American workers. For a long time, in Democrat and Republican administrations, it was cheaper to go get the cheap labor overseas and bring back the expensive product. No more. Not on my watch. Not on my watch. Instead of importing jobs abroad for cheaper labor and importing product, we're exporting product and buying American workers the opportunity to make a living. Folks, I signed the American Rescue Plan, which sent $27 million to this community college to keep students enrolled and keep this school afloat, help vaccinate our nation, got immediate relief for folks who needed it the most, and got our economy back in track. It didn't have a single solitary Republican vote. Then I signed the bipartisan infrastructure law, which had some Republicans voting for it, to build the roads, the best roads, bridges, airports, water systems, high-speed internet, get rid of all those pipes that are polluting water, et cetera. You know, how can we be the most prosperous economy in the world without having the greatest infrastructure in the world? We used to be ranked number 1 in the world in infrastructure. You know what we rank now? 13. 13. Next week, this is Infrastructure Week. Remember all for 4 years in Alaska, we had Infrastructure Week every week? Well, under my predecessor, Infrastructure Week became a punchline. On my watch, we're making infrastructure a decade, a headline. We're already announced over 25,000 projects in 4,500 towns across Westchester County. It's projects for better water, wastewater, and sewer systems, repairing dams, and doing so much more. I signed the CHIPS and Science Act, which I felt very strongly about, to bring back key parts of our supply chain back to America. Remember when we had real trouble when automobiles, Detroit said they had to stop making automobiles? You know, they take 3,000 chips. Well, guess what? They were all being made in Asia. And when the pandemic hit, they shut down. So we were in trouble. Folks, these are the small computer chips the size of the end of your little finger. Nearly everything in our lives, from cell phones, automobiles, refrigerators, most sophisticated weapon systems. America invented these chips. We invented them. We made them better. But over time, we went from producing up to 40% of the world's chips to producing only 10%, despite leading the world in research and design. Now we're turning that around. The private sector, I went around the world and at home and I convinced people that they had to invest in building the chip factories here. They call them fabs, F-A-B-S, factories. Investing, guess what? We've got a commitment for investments of $470 billion by American companies home and abroad for manufacturing clean energy, like Micron in Syracuse investing $100 billion over the next 20 years to build semiconductors thanks to the hard work of Chuck Schumer and Governor Hochul. IBM and Poughkeepsie investing $20 billion over the next computer chip. Putting America back in the game and creating thousands of good-paying jobs. Many of these jobs, first of all, the construction takes a lot of jobs. They don't require 4 years degrees when you're in these fabs. You know what the average pay is going to be? Close to $100,000. You don't need a college degree. That's progress. But I know folks are still struggling with inflation. The way I think about it is the way my dad used to talk about it around the kitchen table, for real. He said, how much is the monthly bills? At the end of the month, you have enough to pay for all your bills and just have a little breathing room left, just a little breathing room. Well, that's why I wrote and signed the Inflation Reduction Act. Americans pay more in prescription drugs than any advanced country on earth. We're fighting for years to allow Medicare to negotiate those lower drug prices. Well, we finally beat Big Pharma, and we did it without a single Republican vote.
This is awful. I'm not talking about the president. I'm talking about the fact that the speech sounds vaguely the same and that you could vaguely recite this speech. All this is telling you is that there's zero progress on the debt ceiling. Again, this is the title of this speech. This is President Biden on the debt ceiling. Even though it's a conference that's at Westchester Community College in Valhalla, but again, it's the literal. This is what Mr. McCarthy said yesterday. Everybody is holding the same exact narrative. So, again, that's the only thing that's not good right now is that just pretty much the dialogue on the debt ceiling, even after a meeting and now even doing a speech, we are not watching any progress on it. It's always the same except for maybe max 13 minutes. I mean, that one it's the same. I mean, again, the chip discussion, we invented the chip, lowering the drug price. Like you've heard this speech before, but that's why I'm saying, again, why we need to raise the debt ceiling and how again, he brought up the COVID money and all that. That one was a kind of new, but there's no real shift in the stance. Again, AKA both sides, Republican and Democrat, they're holding a hard line, and nobody has yet to make a concession. Disney, we could actually go. I think we already did. We go over Disney's earnings report? I don't think we did Disney. Do you guys want Disney's earnings report? Do you guys want the preview? Oh, you already hit 2,000 likes today? Oh, you guys are a blessing. Let's go, baby. I got you. We could do Trade Desk too. I might have to charge you. I just care. I do it for her. Listen, we invented it. We invented the TTD. We invented the Trade Desk. I'm trading every day on my desk. We invented that. Come on, we got to be the best at it. How do we invent it? We're not going over the preview for the earnings. I'm going to tell you seriously. It's a job you could become a trader without a college degree. That's it. We could trade at your desk. No degrees, no nothing. I know. You know how much they make? $100,000. I'm serious. So that's what we could do right there. We're gonna bring it on home here, and that's what I said. We're for real. I'm not fucking around. I won't fuck with you like that. I'm gonna keep it real with my boys, huh? So let's go. Let's get to the bag. All right. I'll get you that preview here. All righty. All right, thank you for liking the video, man. I appreciate it. Out there for real. There's people out there. They come in every day in this country. They come in. They take in the stream. They don't got they're not even in a union. They ain't even joined the stream union. And they come in here, they take the info, they take in, they get a smile, they don't even like the video. And then they walk on out of here. I told you got to pay your fair share. Huh? Nothing wrong with coming in and getting some fast news. I'm fine with that. Everybody's fine with a little bit of fast news. That's fine. But you got to pay your fair share. So go like that video, okay? You got to pay your fair share right now. Like the video. That's what I'm talking about right now, you know? That's it. Is it too much to ask? Come on, you make a little play, you get a little update on debt ceiling, and we're going to do the CPI, inflation down. We brought it down from 9%. Come on, pay your fair share. Like the video. Okay, I got a little carried away. I'm not going to lie, if we're being completely honest. I got a little carried away. I was having way too much fun there. As far as Disney to report with focus on ad sales and cost cuts. When Walt Disney reports on Wednesday, the test will be whether the company's traditional TV businesses can withstand some of the headwinds peers are facing. Both Warner Bros., Discovery, and Paramount reported steep drops in traditional TV advertising last week. Investors will also be looking for any signs that losses in streaming business are ebbing amid an overall cost-cutting push at Disney. So second quarter, Disney Plus subscribers is expected to come in at 163.1 million, adjusted EPS at 94 cents, and revenue of $21.8 billion, with $7.6 billion coming from the parks. There's a lot of other metrics. I'm not going to read them, like Disney Plus, ESPN, Hulu. That's like all the specifics. Analyst commentary. Guggenheim, they have a buy target, price target 130. Fiscal second quarter ad revenue is forecasted to decline 9% to $1.9 billion. Streaming is on track for an improving in the operating loss to $848 million. Forecast for subscribers additions is 1.3. Bloomberg says Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3 kicked off the summer movie season with $118 million opening. Against the worrisome 2023 media backdrop, the silver screen may emerge as a silver lining to the economic pressures at the studio as they hike the number of exclusive cinema releases. Let me see. Google, again. This is the retribution, revenge from the drop, bro. That's it. You're like a good $2 higher than last earnings and last barred F up. So we are going to see. But here's Disney for their earnings slowdown, or their Disney Mojo strong on parks but lower streaming losses. With no signs of a consumer slowdown at the theme park, strong domestic demand trends likely sustained fiscal second quarter after the unit posted a 25% profit increase in first quarter, driven by solid attendance and per capita spending. Still, inflationary pressures on wages could eventually crimp margin. A heavy focus on improving streaming profitability is already taking shape, with losses expected to moderate around $850 million versus $1.5 billion fourth quarter and over $1 billion in first quarter. While average revenue per user should benefit from a recent price hike, linear networks operating income may be slashed by 35% or $1 billion, mainly due to higher college football right fees at ESPN. Despite concrete action by Bob Iger to revamp the business, bigger strategic questions remain. Hulu's future is still in limbo, while ESPN's endgame remains murky. So people are looking for a modest 2.5 plus Disney gain on Disney Plus. There's 31 buys, 7 holds, and 0 sells on Disney. Average price target is $127, 23% upside from current price. Implied one-day move following earnings is 7.2%. Adjusted EPS has beaten 8 of the last 12 quarters. Shares are down 4% in the past year, while the index is up 3.3%. And, whoa, annual dividend expected 20 cents. Next declaration, November 27th. So that's interesting. Dividend comment was there. But dividends expected November 27th. So talks of that could be good. Oh my gosh. 120 memberships gifted today. Look at the Chad. Ladder Daddy 69, babe. I love reading some of your names because then it's just like it's a username. Ladder Daddy 69, baby. Or is it Later Daddy? Is it Ladder Daddy? Is it weird if I ask what a Ladder Daddy is? Am I going this? Or not? We love it. We love it. Spy loves it too, man. Spy loves it too. You're up a little bit here. You got to make sure you turn your membership gifting on in your YouTube settings so that you could possess one of these beautiful membership badges. if they are getting, because they're throwing them around right now in the chat. They're throwing them around left and right, bro. They just throwing them around left and right. Ladder Daddy shows you the way to Sky Daddy. I hope. Otherwise, I just said something. I have no idea what it means. And that's always risky. You know what I'm saying? That's 140? Oh, I thought it was 120. Damn. Damn, son. Where'd you find this one? Damn, son of God. Where'd you find this one? Fed hikes odds are 99% for a pause. For now, Habibi, these guys, I've seen them change. Bond volatility, very, very volatile. Actually, you know, everybody talk about the VIX one day. Everybody talk about the June, the debt ceiling. But you know, nobody talk about? Everybody stop talk to the move index. Remember, bond volatility, Habibi, very historic this year, Habibi. You much never seen this before, where bond volatility is like, Horizon Pharma, this buyout deal on low ticker. I don't know how I turned into a Russian, but I'll take it. Anyways, nobody talk about bond volatility. Everybody say Russia, Ukraine. Nobody tell you about what is happening in the 10-year and 2-year bond curve. But still, bond volatility much elevated on the year. We must take another gander back here. But still very elevated. But still, it has calmed down a little, so your Fed futures still may become victim to bond volatility. But so far, it has been remaining at this level. But who knows? Maybe you have another bank failure, wake up a bond market curve. $41.21. You're working up a little bit. You love the Russian accent? Yeah, it's all jokes now until I'm fucking sanctioned in the morning. I'm like, what the hell? I didn't. Man, this is bullshit. So you better watch it. You know what I'm saying? I don't even, you know, like, I have the Ukraine bumper sticker, so please don't sanction me. Thank you. Anyways. Para goes up at the high right now. Above 40. Where is the ES? ES is at 41.35 right now. 41.11 or 41115 on the SPY, and then 412144 on the SPX. So you're coming up a little bit again. You're above 41.19. 41.26 will be like a baby level, or like 41.25, and then back to 41.30s. But you're like 2-3 points above the gap fill and close. AMD dying. Yeah, it's still up 1.6. Remember, AMD was up 4.9 at one point in the morning. That was the crazy part. I sold Bill to buy PayPal. Yes, that's what we do with Bill. Remember, Bill is not, you know, we're not married to Bill. So every single purchase I've made, I have gotten out of Bill to make that purchase. So I bought Walgreens. I did the same thing. But then remember, at the beginning of the month, I also put the deposit into Bill. So I made like a penny or $2 on it, whatever it may be. But all of our cash is sitting in Bill right now, and that's where we're at. So now we only have $5,000 in cash. So we're less than 8% now. We're probably like 5. Damn. I put PayPal in the long term today. Yeah. I didn't want to. I think there could be downside, but legitimately, I dead serious. The farmer never plants if he waits for perfection. I mean, it's a bargain bin stock now. That's it. Like, it's simple as that. We're talking, you know, not too many names that you all know about, higher than 50 billion market cap that is used on a daily basis. Could I tell you is at 2017 levels? And they are. They're at 2017, borderline 2016 levels. So I just thought, you know, I think there's a little bit more downside, but I think one deposit is a great place to start and just call it a day. And then we've bought a lot of dividends, so that's it. Square, I like Square. I think is way better, even besides the short report. But Square is just they're not as low. I don't think Square has gotten to 2017 levels per se. Oh, I guess they are. Square's at 2017, 2018, but then they came up off of a way, way lower low. So like $12 to $60, they're still up like 5 times. PayPal, I count the 20, they're like 41 to 60 now, and then even 35. But Square, I think, is performing way better. The ticker for Bill is BIL. I was gonna add Airbnb, bro. I thought Airbnb was gonna flush. I was like, all right, here's our moment. I was like, all right, it's been a year. Finally, Airbnb, I got exactly what I wanted. Good earnings, bad guidance, low stock price. I really thought it was gonna go. I thought it was gonna go more. I mean, it was priced to go down 10%. So 10% on Airbnb sucks. Why? Does anybody know why? It's a very simple explanation. It's because you were there like just over a month ago exactly. And then even like 2 weeks ago, Airbnb was give or take around the same price that it's at today. And that's after running, like 50% year to date. So they're already up a lot. That's why 10%, it moved within expectations. Like it didn't, it didn't. I was gonna buy Airbnb at 90 last time it was lower, but at that same moment we bought everything else. So like I think it was and then again Wall Street was just beating that thing down, but around the time it broke below 100, we just started buying everything else. I think I went with dividends with HBI instead. So I thought that was good. I wish I bought Airbnb instead of HBI, because HBI, if they kept the dividend, that would have been great, but we would have made the same gain, built up a position, and then owned a name we actually wanted and then that we would have held, easily. Disney, I don't have any Disney place. I'm out of Disney. I have Netflix. I already got out of Disney. We took like $1 per share for pre-earnings run up a couple of weeks ago. I played it pretty early. Note confirmed it with a press release. They were selected by Google's Bard to partner on AI. They came down though. They came down that 28%, and this is actually when the news was confirmed. So it's even came below there. Again, we played this. I think we bought it. I swear we bought it at like 180, and then flipped it to the high 2s, and then it kept going a little bit, and then SPY's back at VWAP. $41.25. But yeah. And then I don't know. I feel weird. I feel naked. We have $5,000 in cash left, but like I want more cash. It's weird. Again, this is what happened last time. Just even though you save the cash for a while, you could easily just, once things start coming down, it's very easy to find some things to buy. What's Redfin? Yeah, 217 clean. That's actually crazy. Notes coming down a little bit more. And it's only May 10th. No, that's good. We're next to the deposit soon. You bought at 180, sold at 240. Yeah, that sounds familiar. You think we stole PayPal like Meta and Redfin? That's what we did. You never know though. Again, but the odds are in your favor buying at the low. But the difference is, like, I guess all those stocks Meta's price to earnings was not that high. Redfin had no earnings, so that was a total dog shit. But their price to earnings is still pretty high. There's still premium in the stock. The one thing I do get consolidated in, or like I get consoled in, is the fact that they still got good numbers in terms of revenue, and at least last time it was at a same nominal price, 5 years ago? 6 years ago. So that's I could have some confidence in that. And then again, name brand, 70 billion market cap, all that. But it could still go lower. Again, that's the thing. Meta went lower after we bought it. So just let me give you an idea. Again, Meta dropped almost 10% after we bought it. So we're holding Meta right now. You know, you're like, it looks like, again, Meta is up 150%. Redfin, we're looking at 217%. Both of these stocks, it dropped more after we bought it. So Meta especially dropped almost another 10%. Or I guess it was $6, not $9. So just under 10%. And then it started to go back up. So keep that in mind. PayPal, their guidance, they gave good yearly guidance, but they had a softer revenue guidance. Datadog's on the high. We've been seeing that all day. Can't believe Snap was at 70. I know. Everything. Again, Bitcoin was at 60,000. Snap was at 7. I think Snap went higher than 70. Again, Apple, Google, anything you could think of. So that's the crazy part. Even PayPal was at 300, right? Was it, or 200? That's actually crazy to think about. Yeah, PayPal went up to $300. That's actually straight up 2 years ago. And then Redfin was at $60. Redfin was higher. I remember I had a price alert on Redfin at $60. I was like, yeah, I think so. Yeah, Redfin was $96. But again, bargain. And then we bought it at $3. So we were bargain bin hunting. Again, that's the big reason with PayPal. It's just a bargain bin. So we'll see. FRCB, I haven't looked into that. Sounds like a bank, so I'd be careful. Yeah, I'm closing only. Oh, this is the fake. That's the fake First Republic. Or no. FRCB is the other one. Oh no, stay away from that. Don't let them get you. It's up 5%, but I think all banks closing only, my friend. Goldman's, even banks, dude. That's a nice recovery. So we would have been up on all. If I held that, we would have had a nice bag on the MES. But right there, back up to the second level here. So you're doing pretty good now. 41.27. You're above 41.26. So let's see at 41.30. And then if you even get back, you can neutralize at 41.40. And you have enough time. You have 15 minutes till power hour. Why did PayPal go up? Because PayPal was part of the whole e-commerce shit. So all of the e-commerce, the Shopify, the eBay, people reselling stuff, PayPal got in on that. The Venmo, the Cash App stuff. Again, Cash App is Square, Venmo is PayPal. But they ran up with that. So, bro, all of the payment volumes of online payments in those last 3 years, they again, the numbers are ridiculous. They've doubled, they went from 13 billion all the way up to like $29 billion. So they grew a big bag, even bigger, which is what led to that. But again, a lot is still priced into the future, more or less. Again, they're still trading 30 times to earnings. Disney, no play. Honestly, I'd rather play Netflix. I'm still in the Netflix from earnings, and we're like break even or slightly positive on that. And SPY is going up again, 41.26. You're above it now. Oh, I needed water. CDX short everything. Now you're back up to the morning lows. Not like the actual morning lows. That was after we had the flush. Disney. I'd want Disney before the before the dividend announcement. That's it. And then NVIDIA's making a move up. Again, Redfin at 11. Giglet. Damn, Google's still at the high. MPW, then UMC, their earnings today. So that brought them down a decent amount. Not as bad, though. And then where's O? Amazon. Apple. I can't believe Google, man. Is the AI presentation still going? No way. They're still doing this. Holy crap. How many
app experiences for larger screens, including more than 50 of our own apps.
Yeah, I just saw a headline. They're showing Pixel tablet with home dock and 11-inch display. Disney can flush if they show weakness in streaming, even the movie stuff, if their cost discipline, if Bob Iger's recovery doesn't materialize fast enough, people will get very worried with that. But then again, it just depends what happens with parks. I think that's the only way Disney really goes down is if streaming goes down and then they miss big on the parks, then people will not like that at all. But if anything, even if they miss, what I could see happening is miss on subscribers, miss on TV and advertising and streaming, and then huge beat on the parks is what I could definitely, I could see that happening. But I'm not playing it, so I'm in Netflix shares. We'll see what happens afterwards. I mean, I will be eyeing Disney towards the end of the year, though. PayPal. I thought PayPal used to give a dividend, but I'm pretty sure it was eBay. eBay's the one with the subtle dividend. Oh, that shit. What time is it? It's 11:40. Still got a lot of time. Perigo just hit a high, and then now it's coming down. Universal. Again, all the other streaming and advertising TV stuff did bad. And honestly, I didn't notice it here. Little by little since here, bonds were creeping back up. So we'll see. NEO, not NIO. The third view. This is I guess, this sell-off, we barely got above VWAP. This time you're barely above it and selling. I'm still in the upstart. Yeah, those options, they've held the premium. I haven't looked at them all day. There's like 90 cents on the bid. We bought them for 20 cents. So we have till June on those. But I thought Upstart was going to really squeeze. And maybe if we didn't have those options, but we'll give it some time and see. But I think if you need that, you should take it because it was a good hit. Easy, holding up all day, a couple 100%. So you have all day to make your decision. Mm. 10 shares of PayPal. Amen. Amen. You came out from the loss at the beginning of the year. Thanks very much for the help. Let's go, baby. I hope you got the long term too. We love the long term. We have an hour and a half. I mean, this has been an hour and a half of running up. I think a solid hour of straight up. Again, I sold out like what? Like right here? I think right when we got up to the 41.16, 41.14, I took that level. But then we went through 2 more to the upside. Oh, yeah, where's Bitcoin, dude? You guys are watching wicked Bitcoin moves. That was like $2,000 in a candle. Yeah, that was insane. So that was exciting. Today had a lot of exciting, man. A lot of excitement, a lot of pump fakes. I mean, I just love how it played out to be a cuck, because this is exactly what a cuck would look like, because you're still green on the day. Only thing down is the Dow Jones, but right now we are green on all of this. And then to give you an idea, you're just right within the first release candle. But yeah, that Bitcoin, bro, that was looking like, what's it called? That was looking like Bitcoin back in the day. You know what I'm saying? $2,000 candles, that's what I'm talking about. No, we do not have a Discord. Yeah, I still have the NASDAQ short. I think it's been about 8 months now. But that one, I'm not, like, I gave up on the Dow one after a similar time. But that one, I'm going to push that till I have to. Worst case, I mean, I've already taken a lot of pain on it. But at this point, I don't think you could hurt me, you know, but that's in God's hands. But what I mean by that is that it could still rip another 10%, but at this point, we could balance it out, I think, a little better. I definitely got shaken up a little bit to start off the year, but that's even what happened last year, too. But still riding those out and excited. Could have been worse. No, it's already been worse. So now it's like, I think I'm starting to see light at the end of the tunnel. And I like how I've positioned around it, because I've added some shares. I'm down on some of those. We've got to take some profits too along the way. But it's now, I'm liking the balance a little bit better. You look good. You look good today, baby. God bless you. Is PayPal even viable? Apple and Twitter have the same features at PayPal. I think people like PayPal overseas, and then Venmo. But that's it. It's just bargain bin. It's bargain bin. That's I have no other reasoning. I have a lot of reasoning, but I just bargain bin. You sell Bill before the debt ceiling, assuming we don't have a resolution. At this rate, though, I don't know. I hope I don't spend all the money before the debt ceiling. We only have 5,000. We have 5,900 in cash, I think. This is a big shift. Big shift. Where is fucking Bill? Where is it? No, 4,900. 4,900 in cash. When would you add more? 3M, we'd have to wait a month now. I would like to buy it right now, or again below 100, but I bought other stuff that were hitting. They took too long, man. I went with Walgreens for the 6%er instead of them, and then I took then we just bought PayPal. So y'all ain't like PayPal? I mean, I like it enough. It meets the criteria. It's in the bargain bin. It meets every other long-term criteria. You know, I'm not trying to I'm not going to be, for all of these plays, because again, all of these companies hate me too. So it's like, I'm not here to be the defender of some corporate asshole in these companies. You know what I'm saying? I'm not going to tell you all these things about PayPal when at the end of the day, I feel like it's in my best interest. It meets my criteria. And then I'm going to just start with a small stake in it, which is not even a stake. It's 50 shares, and then go from there. We're staying. We got a little bit of cash. We made sure we still deployed capital this year too. So we'll see where it takes us. If the government cuts rates and you buy Bill, what happens? You would still get the maturity, but then the next month the whole thing would reset. So you'll be good till the end of that month. 3M ticker is 3M. It's at a good stock. It's a good price. I like it. It has a lot of risk though because of their lawsuits. It's actually the worst Dow name in the world right now. It's actually one of the most heavily hated stocks by analysts with the least amount of buy ratings and most sell ratings. And again, they have a giant court case that adds them a bunch of liability. So it's a value play, but they are at a good level. We bought it at like 108. We expected that it could come down to 100, even like $90. But it pays a 6% dividend. If things get resolved, there's a lot of upside, and it's decent. I mean, here's the deal. Somebody said it earlier today. They're like, should I get Redfin? Redfin's at $11. We bought it at $3. And we were like, I really wouldn't chase all of what's it called? Like, I wouldn't chase all of the Chad names that are higher. So Nadru said it, man. Just you should look at the Chad names that go down. Again, like 3M, Walgreens, those are names that have gone lower. Those are going to be the ones where you have a better opportunity than chasing Meta or Redfin when they're already up. Again, they could keep running and stocks down could keep dropping, but just in the sense of you don't want to necessarily buy when it's expensive and then sell, and just be buying when it's too expensive. PayPal. I think PayPal is pretty downtrodden on the recommendations, though. Yeah, 3M confirmed next dividend. That's good. It's a high yield, too. There's Wally. Where's the other Wally World? Dude, Google all day since this. I think the presentation is still going on, and this thing is going crazy. Altria settles vaping cases in the United States, California, for $235 million, lawyer says. Altria settling vaping court case. Altria resolves vaping cases mid-trial in San Francisco. I hate buying the long term when the market is up like this. Would have preferred loading the boat in October. Well, that's exactly what I'm saying here. We're trying our best to buy names that are not going up, which is very contrary to some people's beliefs. But it's like, again, 3M is at a low. PayPal, that's hitting 52-week lows today. So it's like not everything is up. And that's kind of the idea, but just that's what my broader philosophy here is you don't want to pay for the premium in this type of market just because we don't know what's going to happen and if it could confirm it. Users report OpenAI is having problems. Down detector. I found you. Well, we had every hit October saved us. We killed it on the future trades from August till December, but then everything we bought, there was the only play that went negative on the year and then came back at the beginning of the year that for 2022 on the long term was Airbnb. So again, we were buying JP Morgan between 130 and 116. That's why we have 10% on that. The Redfin, the the Meta. So you had a chance in October, but guess what? It was the same logic in October. The market was down, but the same logic. We were just buying in the bargain bin. That's it. We were saying, all right, it's cheap, it's low. We saved up some cash. We saw what was going on. So just in general, don't buy the premium. That's it. Is kind of the lesson here. Why not? We were our next thing after Meta. I was about to buy Google, NVIDIA, and Amazon, but then everything just started bouncing. That's it. If the November, December meeting, I didn't think people would be as like good, you know what I'm saying? But that's why I went to the end of the year. I went with HBI. I said, we'll grab dividends. We already bought enough growth, and they were already low, and I wanted them. So I'd get them, but I want them at lower prices. The problem with a lot of names right now, it's crazy that it's been 5 months, but you got to think about it. Every single name, unless it is at a low, is probably up 10 to 30% right now. So like even Google year to date, 30, even Airbnb is still up 20, 30% year to date. So you see what I'm saying? So like even this year, we're looking for stuff that's lower. That's why I'm saying, considering everything, just like if you buy into anything right now, there's a nice yearly premium from where the stock was just trading. It may never go back down there, or it may go back down there tomorrow. But the idea is you got to be looking for less premium than not. Talk about PayPal versus Square in the watch list. Yeah, the simple answer is I think Square has more premium. That's it. I don't know about the price to earnings, but from the starting point, Square, was like a $12 stock where PayPal was like a $30 stock. And then Square doesn't even have earnings. So PayPal has a price to earnings, but then Square, they don't even have a PE ratio. Adobe and NVIDIA, that would have been good. Adobe too. I like them for the AI. And then Altria, again, they just got that news from the case. And then there's PayPal. Dump a little bit. What time is this? Power hour. 12 o'clock on the dot. 12:01. So again, they resolve mass majority of Juul-related state and federal litigation. NVIDIA could react to the news, but I don't know where NVIDIA should go. NVIDIA is insane. It's up. It's literally next to Facebook, the #1 stock this year in terms of how it's moved. So I don't know. Fruity Juul, nah, man. No more. They've really cracked down on that. You ain't go to the gas station, you won't see anything behind the counter with a fruity flavor. Even the tobacco. They turned us into Canada. I remember my homie would come from Canada, and when he would come here, he would load up on all of the flavored dip. And I was like, why do you? He would go and buy Cherry Skull, and he loved it. I was like, he would buy cases of it. And I was like, what are you doing? He was like, we don't have flavors in Canada. And he would just go home and bring them home. But now that's it. They're all gone. Swiss profits, baby. I can't hear nothing they telling me shit. Can't tell me nothing. My profit on net, so I'm calling it Swish. It's crazy, bro. But yeah, they've cracked down on that a ton. So now you just got everything. Altria sees $235 million pre-tax charge in second quarter. Why does I feel that number feels lower than what they expected? Wasn't it supposed to be $1 billion loss? Yeah, Altria, a lot of Altria news, man. They're pumping that. So getting volume on Altria again. Market's still holding up too. 41.30, not a bad day. Not bad. A lot of volume at 41.45, or a lot of orders there. But bookmap very finicky sometimes. The difference between Meta and NVIDIA is that Meta reached very undervalued levels. NVIDIA barely even reached fair value before skyrocketing. Well, that was with a lot of them. Again, Amazon, Google, NVIDIA, that would have been our next set. But all of those were the names that they were still holding premium. So, again, that is a great one. Like, again, Redfin was dirt cheap, but then they were borderline failing. And then Meta, though, is just like $40 billion in profits, trading at the lowest PE it's been at ever, probably. We've been this price level all year, this year, but also last year too. Again, the ironic part is that this is a one-year chart. So take a look at the 100-day chart. This is a quarter, right? And then look at 1 year. It looks exactly the same. So again, don't underestimate how much time it has been since you first started worrying and positioning for inflation and rate hikes. It's mind-boggling. And then Altria is still ramping on that news. The Google demo's over. Yes. All right, finally. The stock loved it. The stock absolutely loved it. Now it's starting to come again. 107 since the announcement, and now it's up then to hit 112.70 at the high. Uber, I think Uber's already in the process of breaking out, and then PE is being high. Well, that's why PE is a weird. It's just factor it into your analysis, but it's not the set all be all. Unfortunately, it's pretty much been like that since 2013, 2012. Powell hour. I got 55 minutes, 54 minutes remaining. API was awful. Debt ceiling. I mean, today, this is a cuck. I don't think anybody's happy. Let's see where we close it. If we shoot back up, maybe they will be. But I don't know. So it's like, if you think it was good, or this is not like, this is a 0.3% move with just indexes very sporadic. I mean, the NASDAQ is up 1% almost. But the wild part, this is a shockingly small reaction. This is a shockingly small reaction for a CPI. So when's this crash? No one's right. Well, I like to use the stock market's going to crash for clickbait because YouTube loves it. But, if you've really been watching, it's good. Just wait till the yield curve uninverts. That's it. I've been saying that for a very long time, and it has simplified everything. That's all. Like, if you really want to simplify it, just look 2 and 10 year curve, wait till it uninverts, and then we could start talking recessions and crashes and all of that. And that's, again, even the time frame, it's 2 months shy. Nobody knows the hour, indeed. Indeed. And again, just like lightning, it will be here very quickly, and just like lightning, it will disappear. I think PPI is going to be the driver for tomorrow. Even then, we're not done with today. Microsoft's hitting a 52-week high. So again, NASDAQ is high. So like I was telling you, where was it? I think last time we were here, we were up like 0.7, 0.8. You're up to 0.94. So they've rallied a lot. Have you been holding off on options? I would say so. I would say I have. I've made a couple of plays. We're holding like a plus 400%er right now from yesterday, but definitely not trading them as active. Still more shares in futures. LT said it best. People have to feel pain. I agree. Need more. But that's why even then, though, I think it might be more. I think it might just be more pain for Wall Street, low key. Puts from the morning are now back to break even. More pain, what does that mean? Like you need, like, again, if you're worried about a banking, like imagine the banks failing, imagine FTX, people losing money, certain high quality assets down 50%, certain bonds down X amount, like, you know, and you still have yet to watch a big change in consumer or business behavior. You have not watched credit contract. I mean, you have watched it a little bit given the banking stuff, but still not to the level that is going to slow down both inflation and that could slow down, you know, it's hard to say you have a economy crashing when there's a lot of profits being generated and economic activity is near all-time highs in many facets. But then again, there is also many other data sets that are showing complete collapse. And then again, throw in a little bit of lagging and leading, and there you go. Damn. This is the first low we flushed to. What time is it? Still 50 minutes remaining. All the data, you just need a catalyst or not. Pretty much. That's it. That's all it is. You're waiting for an event. That's the best way to describe it. Everything is there to, if you will, like, again, you just need the catalyst for the upside or downside, but really everyone's looking for the negative catalyst. But then it's like if it never shows up, what do you think's going to happen? It's going to work its way up. We just bought PayPal for the long term today. What is PayPal? So will you buy? What do you mean? I mean, I've been buying. I just bought today. But then again, I still have cash. I have long and short. I have 1 foot near the exit and I have 1 foot in the game. I guess I'm ready to get out if I need to really quickly, but I'm not gonna, I'm not so light where I'm not getting exposure. So I haven't sold any of, like, I've sold some of my real estate here and there as normal practice, but I'm not worried. I did not dump my real estate because there's a crash. I did not say over the last couple, I did not sell anything in big fashion out of a worry of an impending downturn. All I've done is, like I've told you, from about a year, and I think it was almost 2 years ago. I mean, how long ago was I telling you save up cash and have reserves? And I said, if you're going to buy a house right now, I still like it, but just make sure you have 12 months of payments. I was telling you that for a long time. I was saying I set aside a lot of cash from a long time for ahead of this, and then just putting that to work. So again, I'm getting return on it, but I'm also still heavily invested between equities and real estate. So that's about it. I'm invested, but I'm not leveraged. I think that's the best way to put it. That's the simple way to tell you how I feel about 1 foot in the game, 1 foot near the exit. I'm in the game, but I'm not in the game with leverage. Then we're working up. You got a good nap. 45. A lot happened there. We came right back up. I'm not going to be live for PPI tomorrow. It will come out an hour before the bell, but I don't think I'll be in the chat, but I'm not going to start early. I knocked out. Were you here? We got PayPal for the long term. I don't know if you fell asleep or not, but that was the only other thing. Remember, Tesla was up 3% in the morning? It's crazy. NVIDIA. And then bonds, same level as all day. So again, any other time we were here, I guess actually, No, stocks are doing a little bit better than the bonds for now. Disney, I already answered that for you a couple of times, Aaliyah. So you got to figure out your play. Like I said, I think parks will probably do good and streaming will miss. But I'm holding off on playing this one around. And then again, Analyst, you have a lot of buy targets. Price target is like 27% above the current price. And they've beaten like 9 out of 12. And it's all about the recovery story put in place by Bob Iger. So that's it. But if you're worried about your play, if you're asked that many times, you could always play afterwards and just make it easier. Mother's Day this Sunday. Wow, it is. Happy Mother's Day. Shout out all the moms. Better go hug your mama, especially if you still can. Can you roll your stocks from Webull to another? Yeah, but they might charge you. Any brokerage, you could transfer your whole portfolio to another one. This pump ain't natural. It's not a dude. This is, I think, exactly. I'm weirdly content with today because in the beginning it didn't look like it, but this is exactly what should have happened. That's the funny part because that never happens. But this is exactly what should have happened today. And so I'm weirdly content about it. Again, there was a couple of plays, but it's still like, again, the bond, we should have gotten blown out on the bonds. If there was anything dead wrong, this would have been way, way crazier. But this isn't this is exactly what should have happened. Core did not go down. It stayed at the same price. People got excited by it, but this was exactly what should have happened. We should have cucked and did a very tiny move, which was priced in from the get-go. So that's it. There was just a lot of emotions behind the super core in the morning, but again, we could still end up high. That's the crazy part, but even then, overall, it's decent. I mean, the NASDAQ at 1% isn't small, though. Yeah, we'll see again. About 45 minutes. Earthquake reported in Japan's Chiba Pref. I don't know what that is. With all the data not changed, I think it's safe to say PPI print won't be that interesting. It all depends on the scope of it. So it's just like today. You need things to go down. It needs to give a new development. So remember, why we rallied in the beginning of the year, why the bonds changed, there was a new development. Because remember, it was right after October. It started right here in November. It's CPI finally came down. And then by the time we got another CPI, it came down another time. Or no, it was like we saw it, then it was confirmed by Powell, and then the December meeting, CPI came down again, and then it was confirmed by Powell, and then as we got to the beginning of the year, what happened, you had another month of CPI coming down. So that was the new development, because now you had 3 months in a row of declining CPI. 3 months can help create a trend. That was a full quarter of inflation going down. It changed the whole entire curve of the inflation chart. It looked like it was a straight up chart, and then you had a quarter of a decline. How big was it? Here's the funny part. The numbers came down, but the real factor was that it gave analysts and economists a new BS number to look at. Because now people started doing this thing called quarterly CPI, or they were saying it's the quarter. If you look at the 3-month average, or if you look at the quarterly average, CPI is actually at this number. That's what 3 months in a row allowed the market to do. It allowed a new development in inflation. So any of the data right now, whether it's CPI or even PPI, you need it to move down to a level where it's showing us a new and actual development on this whole issue. So again, in this case, it was core. That's what we wanted to see, is core CPI actually go down. Bro, you're ripping right now. Hold on. So again, we may end up here into the top, but you have 40 minutes left, and now you are getting to the second. This was your first rally of the day, really. You're in between it now. There's only 2 other points that you were higher than here now. So get ready. Yeah, Redfin's. I'm mad we closed out that ES. Microsoft and Google are really running. Tesla could do a lot. They were up a lot more. Apple's moving up. So watch out. Tech is now up at 1.1. Tech was up 1.1 at the high of the day. So now this is just the S&P lagging. The irony is that bonds are not justifying this. Or I guess bonds could give you up to 413.50 on the SPY. But let's see. And then bonds, we're back up on the short, ironically enough. Do you get scared anymore? No more days, just jitters, but today was. Nah, you'll get some people, if you call it numb, you still haven't gotten there yet. I think the proper term is jaded. And then also, too, my number one thing, use an amount that you are comfortable with, and you will feel nothing. I promise you. It's a whole different ball game. That's it. Just control your balance. The market can never take from you what you don't allow it to take, and it's such a different ball game. So if you don't believe me, try it. If you don't believe me, then and you don't want to try it, then God bless. I can't explain it any other way. Yeah, everything, bro. You might go to the highs, bro. If we might get a crazy red there, but remember I told you, if it makes any move towards the highs, it's crazy it's doing it this late. But now this is where supercore narrative was right here. So let's see what we got. No, I don't know I like the news, but I'm not ready to put an AI play that's not Google or Microsoft or Adobe into the long term. I think that's way too premature. You could flip that shit, but I think putting it in the long term, again, you could justify any growth play to the long term. You just can't put a lot into it, and you have to make sure you have your balance, but just don't fall for the low quality trap. Because remember, if it fails, you have to hold that shit forever. And you're going to look at it every day in your long term. Shout out to Overstock and Coinbase and BigCommerce. I put PayPal in the long term, yeah. I think we're up like 0.5% maybe. Making moves. Yeah, 0.69, son. Holla at your boy. Always fun on the first day of buying something. You watch it and then you forget and you're like, okay. Tick 1,000, damn. So that's a lot of advancing stocks right now. Again, you're back up to the second round. The bonds are again, last time the bond levels were here in the morning, you were just under this price level. And then again, I sold off on the early one. We would have hit it. That was a perfect bottom buy. We just sold it out too early today. But it is, you got a little bit more room. 41, you're above 41.40. It's a little bit higher than I thought it would have gone here. But like I said, you neutralized the move here. So again, speaking of the cuck, if this turns a little more bullish here, if this could hold, and especially if it squeezes, but I'm still a little skeptical. But we'll see. You got about 30 minutes left, 36 minutes. Bro, Redfin is insane. Again, another high. This is all tech, though. Tech is higher now. This is a new high for the NASDAQ. So NASDAQ is the winner right here. NASDAQ's hitting a high. NASDAQ has now gone above the opening. So tech stocks are the winner. And again, you do got a little bit of a boost there from the Google stuff. Yes, we added PayPal to the long term. To the moon. If it's tech related right now, it's mooning. So 41.42, we'll see. If it comes down, this will just add to the cuck, but you're starting to neutralize that downtrend. So that if you drew that line there, now this is broken out of it a little bit, but 41, 44, 46, it's kind of where you want to be here, or again, this previous high, 41, 46, if it can't get above there. But if it gets above there, you know, market get crazy, my friend.
On the next episode of The Stock Market Hates You, as inflation barely moved down, traders saw it as the second coming of Jesus.
It's going up. No, we think that the super core and the super, if you exclude everything, excluding everything, inflation's really coming down. No, we really think that it's good today, and it's a good sign that they could pause.
They bought the market up 1%, only to sell it off 15 minutes later down to 0.5.
I don't get it. But we still think the Fed could pause it. Why is it moving like that? I told you it was going to crash. You should have sold everything and bought gold.
As traders digested everything, the stock market was at the same level as they heard this episode. On the next episode of The Stock Market Hates You, PPI comes in tomorrow, 1 hour before the bell. Traders will be disappointed once again on the next episode.
Damn, a 5.2 earthquake near the coast of Honshu, Japan. It's another one. $41, $30, $50. Okay, very high so far. Okay, 41, bro. This is neutral. You are neutralizing the downtrend, and you're back up to 0.6 on this. The Dow's about to go green. So, and you got 30 minutes left. Oh, that bottom entry. Everything was perfect up to selling that too early. And then bonds are still down, though. I can't believe I'm still up on that, considering. Oh, where's Bitcoin? I forgot about that one. You sounded so disappointed on the Dow going green. That was just that was just a surpriser. I didn't think I was going to say it was going green, because that one, that was down 0.7, I think, at one, or 0.9. I think that was the worst on the day. All right, man, you're neutralized. You're at 41.45. Watch 41.46.70. If you don't break that, if you break that, you're probably going to go to 41.55. Where's BTC? Yeah, Bitcoin. That was even a nice bounce on Bitcoin, bro. That was crazy. So first little red candle in like an hour and a half. When was the last time QQQ hit 30? I don't know. Tomorrow's going to be fun, though. And then Redfin is up 15% right now. That's the part I'm loving out of it. So that's good. Tired of commercials? Thank you for reminding me. 'Cause I need to go potty. You know, I've not gone potty all day. No, I have gone potty, just not in a while. We have like 500 or 600 shares of Redfin. We bought it at $3. So it was only one deposit. It's crazy. It worked out very well. And then I sold covered calls, which are killing me now. We're back down to those, but if it keeps going at this pace, we're going to roll our ass out of that, and we're going to be good. Or we could take a guaranteed 300%. So we have 500 on the big account, and then 50 on the small account. So 550 total. All right, first little red candle there. Again, giving you time. 30 minutes, though. See if we get 330 ramp. All right, a little lower. And then PayPal. We're up almost. That's like, what, 50 cents? Good for you, PayPal. Okay. I'm going to go to the bathroom. Follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity. I love you. Get ready for the rest of the day. You got Disney earnings after the bell and a couple of others. But yeah, that's it.
About 30 minutes left here in the trading session. A trading session we're actually starting to see stocks perk up a little bit. Now not far off session highs.
Absolutely. We opened higher on a fairly tame inflation report in that prices rose exactly as economists had anticipated. Then we gave up all those gains, but we've come roaring back. And you've continued to see communication services and tech companies lead the way higher, all except Disney, for instance, for some reason. Disney, of course, reporting earnings later on today. On the downside, energy off by 1%. They've been a consistent underperformer today as oil prices decline. And financials still under pressure. The regional banking story has not gone away. And if you look at the volume in KRE, it's definitely come down from what it had been last week.
All right, well, at least in the aggregate level, not the most scintillating day, but take a look at some of the individual names. Microsoft up 2% on the day and at $312. That's basically a 52-week high for Microsoft right now. Upstart Holdings having a phenomenal day. Of course, this is the lender that is powered by AI. It was sort of doing AI before AI was cool. A phenomenal day here on the back of its results here. Meanwhile, we did get some interesting commentary out of Topgolf Galloway. Remember, there was this huge renaissance in golf during the pandemic because, well, it was a perfect pandemic sport to play, outdoors and all. But maybe that's been moderating. You're seeing the shares come down about 13% on signs here that some of the growth levels investors have gotten used to may not necessarily be the growth level that they're going to be used to going forward. After the bell, we do get Disney earnings. Disney slightly weaker here on the day. That's after the bell. Before the bell, we did get the setup, and the setup was, well, the macro CPI report. And the good news, it did show some moderation in most areas out there, maybe enough to even get that pause that the market had been pricing in. But take a look at the chart behind me here. The blue line is food, well, at home. The white line is food outside the home. Restaurants, both elevated, but more importantly, well, what we're buying at the supermarket, that's been elevated for quite some time. Maybe finally starting to see some relief. We saw a little bit of that in the latest CPI report, a moderation in some of those price levels. That's good for the consumer. Is it going to be good for the companies that sell those goods? We do want to get some more insight into what's going on in this space with the CEO of the supermarket chain Kroger, Rodney McMullen, standing by right now, along with our very own Simone Foxman. Simone, take it over.
Yeah, thanks, Romaine. Rodney, I want to hear, we've seen grocery prices up 24% since pre-pandemic levels. What are you seeing from consumers? You believe, I think, that inflation will moderate, but will consumers ultimately hit a wall if we continue to see high single-digit year-on-year inflation numbers?
Well, first of all, Simone, you're always worried about customers having to deal with inflation. It's something that you always worry about. We've always felt that as you move throughout the year, inflation will continue to moderate year on year. So if you look at where inflation is this year versus last year on a percentage change, it will moderate. But we still expect to have inflation. And we would not expect, we don't see.
Not bad. You're going up. That's a crazy move so far. So, Chad, you got about 30 minutes less than that. We are back up to the, not even the low end, but I still can't even believe it's already here right now. You guys even emailed me. You guys bought daily options on that bottom when we bought the MES ones. Those went 1,000% already. So to give you an idea, this was already a big squeeze here, but if we get up any higher, I mean, most likely I'm still expecting the cuck, where I think we stay within whatever range that we already were setting, but as of now, though, there's still a lot of time for either ending at VWAP or ending to the high. And then again, everybody piggybacking off of, even hearing them now, they all say the same thing. Slower inflation.
A welcome inflation is good for the consumer. Play the music. Bap, bap, bap. Disney. We went over Disney a couple of times. I'm not playing it. I think parks will do good. Streaming will do bad. And I don't know how the stock will react. The amount of greed in the market. They are greedy. Oh, yes. Yes, aren't we all? Hence why we are here. The invisible hand. For the greed drives us on, they say. Wow, look at it in full effect. Even Snapchat's getting bought. My goodness. He said it's not even greed. It's just manipulation. They manipulate it for the fuck of it. They don't even have a greedy incentive. They just want to manipulate it to fuck with you. And I feel, because on the next episode of The Stock Market Hates You, as traders digest what just happened, they realize the market hates them for no good reason. I feel you, bro. I feel you. Like I said, eventually you'll get to the point where it's jaded. Seriously, like, Will. I don't know. It's like, things hate you, and the market hates you, and you're not in their club, but you still just do not care. Like you don't feel it. That's all I'm telling you. That's all I'm saying. Like, again, how many times have I told you? I'm like, everybody hates me, bro. Trust me, you'll hit a point where you will get used to this. So let it mold you, my friend. The market will mold you into just something that will deal with everything that we deal with on a day-to-day basis. Okay? It's good. You'll be good, baby. You'll be good. We love you. Yeah, because we are one, man. I think we are one, for real. That's that's what I'm saying. It's either we vibe or not. And I think some people vibe. Like, you feel me on this. Like, I know there's no hatred. You guys some of y'all are the opposite. You are in the light. You know what? Stop playing with me. So, amen, bro. Amen. But you guys will get used to it again. Just whatever in the market, though. But just expectations can be a bitch in this type of environment, is what I'll tell you. Even then, I had my expectations for the day. It's not like I tell you that it's not like I tell you that like I came in today without any expectations. No, like, I made a whole fucking video about it, but it's more along the lines of just make sure your bar is really low and make sure that you are flexible with it. You know what I'm saying? But more honestly, I wouldn't even be as flexible just because, again, you see, you don't want to confuse yourself, but have low expectations. Because, again, my expectations were you needed something that hasn't happened to happen for us to get a move. Otherwise, nothing was going to happen. So the bar was very, very low for today. And even then, it's at a very interesting spot because it looks like everybody was right and wrong now at the same time. And this is where it just gets funny because we're going to see. But you only have 23 minutes and then tomorrow. So now it kind of even makes, again, we'll even see if you close into you have enough time to squeeze and, again, enough time to end at VWAP. Are they done raising rates? That's the going notion since Powell. Some people like myself disagree, and some people like John Williams and people on the Fed disagree, but hey, it's okay. But the Fed futures in the bond market are currently saying no more rate hikes, and then, in fact, Fed futures are pricing in a rate cut by multiple by the end of the year. Oh, Siegel disagrees, I guess. Yeah. He's pretty bullish, but even he disagrees. That's actually an interesting one. And there was Redfin. Again, bonds are down, but like we were saying, anytime bonds were here, it was good. But this is what you peaked at the bonds. Once the bonds peaked, so did the lows. So again, that correlation and the correlation too is just, dude, it's wicked. That hits very, very heavy. Again, we're watching it in real time, so you don't see it. But every time we start, take a step back and you see how it plays, I mean, it seems pretty violent. The correlation is strong, even if it's opposite. And then again, I think we're at the level of the bond auction. That one was an interesting nothing burger. That could have been big, but it really wasn't. But we did start moving there. That's where we hit lows after the bond auction. And again,
once the bonds hit their low of the day, once everybody stopped buying bonds, stocks started getting purchased. Oh, maybe that's tinfoil. Maybe when they run out of money, they just legitimately sell bonds to buy stocks and vice versa. Maybe when maybe that's why the correlation exists. That's what it is in general, but it seemed like some days in some environments you see it way, way stronger than not. So today, looking back at it, you see a little bit of it considering how big the move was, but there was the other factors. And then still holding a little bit. Again, you peaked out. You went above the high, so technically you set a new high, you went higher than the previous one here, but not the first one. But still just holding up here. Again, 20 minutes now. China, they might have CPI or PMI data. We've already got a little bit, and then we are getting UK. I think the United Kingdom, they're announcing rate hikes. So, and then I think Australia? No. Something, I think Australia might be GDP. So we'll see. The KR and A. I haven't followed that for a while. I know there was like the lawsuit over the dividend, but I haven't really caught up with it. So it's hard. I wouldn't want to say anything without knowing too much on it. Bro, the bond short is green by $30. That's still amazing. Because again, I thought, like I told you yesterday, I thought we would be down like maybe 800 to 1,500, or we would have been up that amount, but nah, man. So even then, bonds had a bigger day, or just as big as the SPY as of now. That's matched up perfectly, but not so hot in terms of, or it's like you saw more movement there than not. We will be here for after hours. We'll have Disney and then Robinhood. My chance to jump back in. Oh, UWMC. I sold it at this price. I sold it at $4.90, I think, and I was like, that's a good price, and then it ran. So we'll see. I want to wait. Is it sad that I want to wait until Kevin Durant and then Devin Booker get re-signed? It's a joke, but not really. I feel like the best jokes have some truth to it. But like low key, bro, I don't know. I really do not want anything to do with UWMC until we know how much Kevin Durant is getting paid. Just out of abundance of caution. Because I don't trust Matt, especially after the technical. So I'm not. I gotta approach with caution. Earnings today: Disney, TTD, Unity, Hood, Beyond, Mara, HPK, Sono, and Groupon. KD getting paid in stock. Nah, man, shut up. Don't say that. He might. You know damn well. Fucking crypto went up for fucking 12 months. And you had NFL players. They're like, I'll take crypto. Yeah. Pay my whole contract. Fucking, man, Tom Brady, bro. The world's greatest got dragged into the world's greatest frauds. Stop with it. That's a crazy one when we look back at the books, man. And you know that? That's actually mind-blowing. That the world's Tom damn Brady, bro. Tom Brady. Thomas Brady. Tomas Brady got scammed by Margaritaville, man. Okay, just let that sink in one more time for the timeline. But, so that in general, man. It's crazy. But the whole point, I wouldn't be surprised. KD would probably take it in stock. A lot of, everybody. Giannis just went public with the ETF, bro. They'd be like, stock payment, let's do it. So, I don't know. I think Disney's pricing in 7.9%. So we'll see, man. We'll see. Tom Brady lacks good judgment. He chose getting his ass kicked in Tampa over Giselle. I mean, hey, man, just keep it up with the pocket presence, and as long as he sees stuff on the field, man, that's all the judgment we need from Thomas. Thomas is amazing. And you ain't never met Giselle. What is she crazy? Y'all like you want to blame Tom. You have no idea, bro. I don't know either, but still. I don't know, man. I'm a big Tom fan. I feel like it's my patriotic duty, to be honest. That's why it hurts so bad he got scammed by Margaritaville, man. I feel like if you don't like Tom Brady, there's some of you is in Antifa. I don't know. That's just my take. It's okay. It's cool. Just a little bit. So it's not like I won't hold it against you, but I feel like it's an American thing to just support Tom Brady. Yeah, it's a solid correlation. I think it. I don't know if there might be a study, but yeah. They even approached you, didn't they, FTX? Oh, fuck yeah, bro. I was about to make a bag. I don't know. I'm glad I didn't, but it was enough to consider it. They were really friendly, bro. They were really friendly, man. Good call. I mean, it's a good call. I mean, for my personal beliefs, but it's not like anybody got in trouble for taking the money. It's almost been a year, bro. Stop it, Chad. This thing's, you guys hear, you don't want to hear the truth. I'm sorry. I didn't know. Did you hear what I just said? You realize it's been almost 1 year since Sam Bankman? It's been a year since Luna. So that's it. We're like halfway or closer to a year than not a year. So, yeah. Just let that sink in. Trial hasn't even started. Yeah, right now he is at his mom's house. I don't know if this is factual, but there's a statistically high probability he is right now at his parents' house doing something at his computer that's disgusting, or he's playing League of Legends and he's still awful at it. That's crazy to me. That's crazy. Just chilling. You might go outside and take a hike today. Honestly, he might have a little bit. He in a multi-million-dollar house right now, in a multi-million-dollar neighborhood. He's probably gonna DoorDash some celery drink too right now. Again, none of this is factual, but I'm just saying, if I could make the odds, I would say some of this stuff is happening. No, he could access the internet. He just can't access it he just can't do it. They want to know what he's doing. That's fine. He's doing it. He's doing something. You know damn well, he's at the very least, bro. At the very least, I'm telling you, he is, what's it called? He's at the very least playing career mode. You know what I'm saying? He may not have Xbox Live, but he's playing career mode of something. He's weird. He's probably playing Elder Scrolls right now from the beginning. ACI Worldwide, ACIW, Popper. I don't see anything yet. ACIW. No, I see strategic, or they completed a periodic review. They got their price target lowered 4 days ago. I feel attacked by Elder Scrolls. Well, that's the first game that I thought, like, that's like, you got to be involved into the story, you know, and it sounds like Elder Scrolls, you know. It's actually a dope game, but I'm sorry if you got taken out as collateral damage to Sam. It's okay. Just brush it off, man. Again, he stole $50 billion and brushed it off. You can too, just without the theft. He'll be fine. I don't even know whose money he stole, to be honest with you, because it's been a year almost, and I still don't know, like, where did that... That's a lot of I'm just saying, I don't even know who got robbed. That's it. I had a couple of, like, random cousins, a couple of people, like, you know, they lost, like, they got their, like, $50 back or something. But then anybody else, I'm like, where did the rest of hold on, whose money was taken at this point, sir? I think Josh would make a great dungeon master for D&D. What the? Nah, man. Dungeon. I listen, man. Maybe one day. I'm always open-minded, but I have drawn the line at Dungeons and Dragons. Okay, I know some of you like it. I know. Again, I used to say that about League of Legends. I played League of Legends before. You know what I'm saying? I used to think watching anime, you were a little bit too crazy for me. And then you know what? I ended up very much enjoying and appreciating a good anime. So, but right now, currently, my line stands at Dungeons and Dragons. World of Warcraft, I understand, and then I understand some of the League of Legends stuff. But no, Dungeon and Drag, that's where I have drawn the line, my friend. But we'll see. We'll see. Spy's coming down. I think it's a solid line to draw, bro. Like, you know, I got way too much Riz for that. I don't know, but maybe. I've never been exposed to it. So if they're at the right moment, I'll keep an open mind. But right now, that's where my current line is, you know? Or Magic the Gathering, that too, I think applies. I think they're the same, right? Either way, that's just, again, that's where I'm at. That's 10-minute rigged, actually. So welcome. 41, damn. 5-6 points. Okay. Again, enough time to squeeze, enough time to VWAP. And then bonds catching their bid now. Again, they've been dropping since that peak here. So even then, this little drop was core. If the bonds hold the bid, we'll drop. If not, we'll see what happens here. I think they make it very easy. Here comes the pain. You do so well making up stories. All you do is sit there with the master book and you narrate the story, telling the players what's happening. Oh, I could be good at that. But then I don't know. I'm like a troll sometimes, though. You know, I could use this creativity and throw in a random, you know, I don't know if they'll get mad. I'll be like, and then the evil dragon walked into First Republic and withdrew all his money. Does anybody have a card for that? No? No? Okay. I'll throw in some weird shit. I would throw in ad-lib. Can you do ad-libs? That'd be dope. If I had Migos behind me, that'd be mama.
Then he came in, and as the market dropped, it's lit, mama.
That'd be dope. I could get behind that. I don't know. Maybe, like I said, I'll keep an open mind. But currently, there is a line drawn. Make a Twitch channel, Dungeon Master as Biden.
Yeah, come on now. You thought Josh would be the guy for this? Yeah, come on. You guys are playing around. You should have let me at this. I'll tell you a story. I love telling you a story. I'll tell you what happened, so you got to break the card out. You know where we're starting this game of Dungeons and Dragons? We're gonna start this one out in my good old town of Scranton. Alrighty. So let's go. What happens? Oh, man, now you got to run away from the evil dragon. You know why you got it? Because he's not in the union. Let me tell you, how do I do this? Let me find out. Give me a Dungeon Dragon book. How do you ever, come on. Give me a book on how do I do it? What do you call me? I'm a dungeon master? No, that's a weird name, but I could get behind it. All right.
You know, we'll solve credit concerns and inflation. Biden singing 50-cent songs. Oh, man. All right, honestly, bro, I had a lot of fun with that yesterday. But we have to make it better. You know that?
Yeah, I got ready for this one. I knew you were going to ask me this. And I said, who doesn't love a great American rapper like 50 Cent? No, seriously, I mean it. They shot the guy 9 times. He came back. He still rapped on the beat. So I said, I can't disrespect him. I'll tell you a classic today. I got a classic one from one of my favorite songs from young 50. You gotta love the guy. 21 questions. You heard this one? Come on, girl. It's easy to love me now, huh? Would you love me if I was down and out? Would you still have love for me, girl? It's easy to love me now. Would you love me if I was down and out? Would you still have love for me, girl? If I fell off tomorrow, would you still love me? If I didn't smell so good, would you still hug me? If I got locked up and sentenced to a quarter century, could I count on you to support me mentally? If I went back to the hoopty from a bands, would you poof and disappear like some of my friends? If it was a hit, if I got hurt, would you be by my side? If it was time to put in work, would you be down to ride? If I got out and they got, would you chill and drive? I'm asking questions to see how you feel inside. Girl, it's easy to love me now, but would you love me if I was down and out? Would you still have love for me, girl? It's easy to love me now. Would you love me if I was down and out? Would you still have love? I missed the final 5 that. Yeah, thank you for that. I appreciate it. It was a good one. Thank you. That's Biden's 50 Cent Classics for the Day, Volume 2. We're glad that you were here today. You're coming down, 4112. It's a good song. It's a good song. That's a good song, bro. Honestly, he did great, man. That's great. That's stuck in my head now. That is stuck in my head now. 4136. All right, let's see. Watch for 4130. 4138 should be the level. Otherwise, 4133, 4130 to 4127. You've got the final 5 in Chad. Look at the time. So listen, all my softies out there, we love you, man, and I'm just looking out for you. This is time to now mute your speakers for the next 3 minutes. Otherwise, they will get destroyed, and I will destroy your eardrums. So you better back up right now. You can't say you weren't warned. All right, ladies and gentlemen. We're making our final approach. As we make our final approach, you guys are holding on to any bags. Please throw them in the overhead bins above or firmly beneath your seats. We'll be coming through the house with a trash bag if you'd like to dispose of those bags. But as we make this final approach, we're going to be landing here into the second link terminal. Second link terminal in description. That's going to be your nightly watch list and main channel layover. That's the second link terminal in description. Then we're going to be taking on promptly around 6 a.m. after out of San Diego, California at 6 a.m. So we make this final approach into San Diego International Airport. It's about 66 degrees and sunny, looking like a very beautiful day unless you thought 5.5 core was going to change anything. But besides that, we are no longer under COVID guidelines, so no masks are required, but we do ask that you exit one row at a time and drop a GG on your way out. As always, we appreciate you guys' business. If you're interested in your Colt Rapid Awards program card, please flag down your flight attendant, and we'll get you that as soon as possible. As always, thank you for flying with the Colt, and hopefully have a wonderful evening. Oh, let's go, baby. Oh, yo, Gabo. Oh, man. Chattadonia, bring it home. Yo, Gabo, with the blessings. Horn. Wow, that's how we ended. And honestly, I told them all to mute this shit. You know what I'm saying? We doing it again. Give me another one. They're already muted. Ain't nobody gonna cry about this shit. Let's go. The day was a cuck. Look at where you're at. It's fine. Let's shout out all the members, baby. Let's go. Time to bring it home, Chattadonia. Give him another one. Let's go. Oh, yeah. Give him another one. That's what I'm talking about. Get hyped. You're crying? Hell yeah. There you go. They're all muted anyways. They're all muted. You know what I'm saying? Anybody who's crying right now is muted, and if you didn't mute, you just don't fucking like good advice at that point. So let's go, baby! 1 minute!
Go, 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 go. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, you've went through a crazy CPI day, but it's only 0.5%. The NASDAQ did do a lot better. A lot of things have happened. You have PPI data in the morning. You got Disney earnings and a couple of others after the bell. But Chatadonia, you need to make up your mind. Finalize your plays. Speak now or forever hold your peace. Less than 5 seconds remaining. 4, 3, 2, 1. Ding 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 ding. Oh, nah, let's go, baby. Oh, let's go. I need the GGs. You're gonna get Disney. I'll get you the earnings. Don't worry, I don't think it's out yet. You might have a little bit of time. But I need GGs in the meantime. I need my GGs in the meantime. Let's go, baby. You made it. Let's go, GG. It don't matter if you made money or lost money. I know you learned something. Everybody who stayed in the game, contributed. Let's go. Good game. 7 hours in the books. That's what I'm talking about. All the laggers, all the lurkers, all the lovers. Let's go. Why would you get this far to be shy? Why? Good game, baby. Let's go. All the members, all the non-members, all the stream alerts. They hold it down. God bless you and thank you. Good game. Oh, let's go. I see you too, Twitch. I see you too. Don't forget about the Twitch. Don't forget about the donos. The members. There's like 200 members, baby. God bless you all. Don't forget about co-real estate tonight. Oh, I'm putting D's. I meant G. My bad. Let's go, baby. Let's go. Wow. 7 hours. Another one. God willing tomorrow. God willing. I need me the rock. You won't see me a lot. Monday to Friday, you need me, let's talk. Ooh. Oh, wait, hold on. We get movement. Hold on, I don't see Disney out yet, but Chad, good game. God bless you. Before anything gets crazy, for real, if you gave us a minute of your time today and you spent your trading day with us, I just want to tell you thank you, and thank you for being here. I appreciate the opportunity, for real. It is rare to be surrounded by such an awesome community, and I'm telling y'all make it a great place to be, for real. 99.9%. I love all of y'all, man, for real. Even if you hate me, I love you, bro. So God bless you. Seriously, thank you for being here. Thank you for your time, and I really hope you learned something, and I hope you got something out of it. I hope you are ahead of the game, and I hope some of the info helped you in any way, shape, and form, and hopefully you get a long-term. And that's it. That's all you need in life, bro. But God bless you and thank you for real. Shout out to the members. Again, all the people who support the stream alerts, and even them, man, the non-members and the people who really contribute and add something to this chat and have been here day in, day out showing love, man. God bless you. We love you. And thank you, okay? So God bless all of you. Long term. Yeah, man. Amen. Disney, I don't got numbers yet. I do not have numbers on Disney yet. No. You have SLR, Trade Desk, Beats. I'm not looking at the numbers. Revenue, I think they guided up. And then Genpact, Corsair, Tetra, Topgolf. Topgolf had post earnings. Thank you. Every day, man. God willing, though. You know what I'm saying? So, honestly, God willing. But thank you guys, for real, man. Like I said, we got very, very good news today, and it's just like, it's just amazing, man, because it's crazy to think, bro, just so many of you in here are so genuine and so loving and just are an amazing contribution every day. So thank you for being here, for real. That's if you got the vibes, Hopefully, if you've been a little weirdo lately, you know we love you, man. And hopefully you vibe with the way the majority, again, and it's funny because the majority in here is like the minority, I feel like, in society. So, that's why. Just get with it or something. I don't know. But either way, bro, thank you guys, for real, man. And it's another fun day. TTD now, flip. So I guess they didn't guide up on TTD. Now I have to check the numbers. They said Raul came to visit TT. Yeah, sales beat the estimates, and then they guided for revenue 452. Estimate was 445. They guided up by $3 million on EBITDA. Yeah, no, they guided up. And they named new CFO. They announced plan for CFO transition. No, they beat and guided up, but they popped and flipped. Something happened. Very interesting. Again, we're waiting for Disney right now. Love listening en route from Amazon. Up 15 on my long-term, 10% solid rule. Let's go, baby. Damn, only 7 months too. Let's go, baby. God bless you. And shout out all the member badges today. And again, shout out Cole Real Estate. That's tonight. But for real, man, God bless all of y'all. And let's make it to the end of the year and let's have fun. That's it. Are you guys still muted, though? Can I keep going crazy? Oh, Disney. They miss on Disney Plus. 157.8 million. Estimate was 163. And then Parks beat by $100 million. Experiences and Parks. And then subscribers missed. EPS missed by 1 penny. Hulu missed by 100,000 subscribers. ESPN missed by 200,000 subscribers. And then revenue came in line. And then streaming loss narrows to 659. Estimate was 850. So that's a weird one. So subscribers missed by a big amount, but then they're not losing as much money on streaming. They're actually losing way less. So that was the good part. And then Parks beat by a little bit. It was a slight beat on Parks, which could have been better, but it was still a beat. And then they missed on just anything with streaming. But again, the loss wasn't as bad. So subscribers missed, loss wasn't as bad. And then EPS beat, and then revenue missed or came in line exactly to a T. Robinhood, there's TT. Yeah, Robinhood popped. Beyond's moving. I think it's decent, but it's I don't know, lukewarm. Again, the streaming loss is positive. It's still a loss, but we were 805 or 850 was expected, so not losing as much on streaming is good. But then again, I mean, Netflix, if you saw how people reacted to subscribers there. Disney, I think that's their first miss on subscribers, I want to say, unless they missed last time. But and then everything else was pretty much in line. They could have done better on Parks. It was still a beat, but I really thought they could have done better. So let me give you Robinhood. So Robinhood rises 7%. Net revenue, $441 million. Estimate was $422. So they made $20 million above estimates. Net interest revenue, $208 million. Estimate was $191. Transaction revenue, $207 million. Estimate was $203. Other revenue, $26. Estimate $27.9. Adjusted EBITDA is $115 million. Estimate was $94. So that's a big beat. And then crypto revenue, $38 million. Estimate was $38.7. So they came softer on crypto, which kind of sucks considering all of the crypto volatility. So Coinbase did very much better than Robinhood in that space. And then adjusted EBITDA, they beat by $15 million. Honestly, it's not too bad. And then they're making they make $200 million in interest. Disney kind of lost. It depends, Habibi. Again, they missed on subscribers. They beat on estimated profits for subscribers on Disney Plus. On the estimated profit or the adjusted profit, they did good. And then the revenue came in line. And then so did what's it called? So did Parks, or Parks ended up beating. Yeah, Unity's flying. Is Roblo going off of that? Because Roblo is Unity sympathy usually. No, Roblo not. Oh, yeah, Unity's up 13. So let me get you that one. What's the other one? We heard TTD beat and guided up, but they dropped. Unity, they guided up 510 to 520 million for next quarter. Estimate was 497, and then they cut 8% of their. No, that was a couple days ago. No, that's it. Guide up. That's all I see for you. I don't even see the numbers. The headline just says they guided up. I think that's the main focus there. But they guided up revenue $10 to $20 million higher. What about Mara? Let me check if it's out. Beyond was running. Beyond's going to be like, we made $21 million in revenue and our adjusted gross profit was $12.32. What? I don't know, Beyond. I don't have Mara yet. I don't think they're out. So Beyond first quarter adjusted EBITDA loss, $45.8 million. Estimated loss was $48 million. Net revenue was $92 million. Estimate was $90.7. International revenue, $33. Estimate was $23. U.S. revenue, $58 million. Estimate was $68. They reaffirm outlook of $92.2 million. And they still see full-year CapEx, $30 to $35 million. And they sold 19.8 million pounds of fake meat. Net revenue, $92 million. That's crazy. I want to see what their margin is. I don't even know if they give margin numbers anymore. It's a lot of fake meat. It is. Unity, and let's see, I don't know if there's anything on Disney. Robinhood's giving updates. Robinhood beat, and they're giving updates right now on CapEx, I think. Let me see if there's guidance on Disney. Again, we've been having to go through the 8Ks lately. Segmented results. No forward-looking statements. Come on. PPI, yes, hour before the bell. I don't see the next. They might give it on the conference call. But again, we need to see what Disney says for Q3. Right now, they're down 2% so far. 2.9 total, 2% since the release. Then TTD's coming back up after that pop and drop. And then Unity just guided up. They're killing it. Robinhood ended up beating. They missed on crypto, which was weird. But they had a slight beat, but not too crazy. Adjusted EBITDA was like 20 million higher. And then I think that's it for the important ones. I bought PayPal today in the long term. So I became a PayPal person. Is that what they're called? I don't know. I'm excited to be a part of the team. Thank you. Have I heard Beauty and the Beat by Wayne? No. My girlfriend showed me the F1 Lil Wayne song. The chorus was awful, but the Lil Wayne verse, he said, call me Wheezy F1. I was like, oh. Is PayPal person a pen pal? Maybe. PayPal people. That's exactly what they're called? Oh, okay. PayPalian. It's a pie. Look at the PayPalian, huh? Don't forget about me. Don't worry, guys. I'm here. I'm circling in the back. Don't you damn worry here. Don't you damn worry. Yeah, righty? I'll be here. Don't worry. I'm taking a break. Again, everybody's saying recession. Why the hell would I be working? Well, there's no point in me working out here. Everyone said recession. I've been stacking up some gold over the last couple of earnings. But don't worry. We'll be back to the watering hole very, very soon. All righty. All right. Peace out. Hopefully you've been enjoying Joseph, Mr. Robinette. You've been enjoying him. That's been my replacement.
Yeah, what about me? What? Come on, you want to? I could give you. I could give you a. Come on. You want another one? Come on, bro. Huh? Come on. I could do way better than Nigel. I said, man. Wish that to prime me. Blood in my heart, dog, I can't see. I'm trying to be what I'm destined to be, and they trying to take my life away. Come on, many men. Wish that to prime me. Lord, I don't cry no more. I'm not going to look to the sky no more. Have mercy on me. Yeah, come on. Come on, man. I told you I could kick it out there. I told you the streets of Scranton raised me. I was out there in Scranton. That's what we used to do on the Amtrak. You'd have to get on the Amtrak train. If you came on the train too late and you wouldn't punch your ticket, You had to get out there. You had to freestyle for a ticket. They would make you go on the train. Back on we would go. I'd take every day to work. I'd take the Amtrak every day. If you got on late, you had to freestyle for your spot on the train. That's how we did it out in Scranton. Come on. Come on, y'all playing with me. Huh? Come on. Fuck with your boy. Yeah, anyways. All right, Chad. Well, anyway, I told you, Disney earned it. I'll let Josh finish it up for you. Unity. Still ripping. But, Chad, I think that's it, bro. I think that's it. I don't think there's any. Again, earnings is over now. That's it. Until you'll probably get guidance. Wait till Bob Iger. He knows how to speak to analysts. Remember, Bob Iger's been there for a while. So we'll see how it plays out. But Chattadonia, I think that's the day, man. I think we're going to call it. So, honestly, I hope you checked out all the links. You know what I'm saying? I hope you got to check all the links. Thank you for liking the video. 2.4, baby. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. God bless you. But for real, thank you guys again. Check out all the links. First link for the Scream Alerts Bootcamp and Real Estate course. Second link for the nightly Watchlist and main channel. Third link for the membership badge, baby. Shout out to the members. Okay, we love you, members. You know what I'm saying? We love the members out there. We got to show some love to the members. But that's the second link. So you can run that one up. Or the third link. Check out the merch, okay? Maybe you want some merchandise. It's good for you. Some merchandise. But again, I don't know if you're in a recession or not. Inflation is moderating, they say. So I don't know if you're super core. If you exclude everything that you've bought this month and you still have money, feel free to go buy a shirt, okay? That's that link right there. Shout out to everybody rocking the bull. We love you. Check out all the new channels. I screamed because Cole Real Estate tonight, baby. So 6 p.m., come to this channel and you will find out that there is another live stream all about real estate. It is not hosted by me. It is hosted by Chad, just like you. It's like PBS, like viewers like you, bro. It was Chad's, who they were at Chad one day, and they just came for the stock market, and then they walked away with a real estate career, and now they're leading a team of over 100 real estate agents, doing like over $100 million a year in transactions for like 2 or 3 years in a row. It's kind of sickening how amazing it is, but that's why we say finger to the sky, bro. But check that out, Cole Real Estate, 6 p.m., okay? Pacific time. That's them tonight. There's some other channels too. Follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. I love you. I am the account that is private. Do not fall for the fake ones. I will never DM you asking for something or telling you to WhatsApp me or some shit like that. That's honestly weird. So I got you, bro, okay? I got you. But follow me. Then tutorials on options. We had a 500%er today. But if you want to learn how to find 1,000%ers, this is a great place to start. How to set up the long term. We added to the long term this week a lot, and the long term's looking good, man. So find out how we created that and how you can too. And if you haven't done it at this point and you've listened to me for a very long time, one day I'm going to show up and slap you. I'm going to say, what are you doing, man? Hey, what are you doing? Come on. Come on, what are you doing? Wake up. Get the long term. You got to own something. How are you going to let Biden own more stock than you? Come on, how are you going to let people in Congress? These guys don't know shit. You're going to let them own more stock than you? Come on. Come on. That's not funny. You got to do it. Get a long term. Stop being a prick. But yeah, check that out. And then finally, last but definitely not least, baby, the prayer request wall, man. So me and my moms, this is what we do. And I know the rest of the Chad joins in and does it with me, man. But you know what we do? We pray for the Chads. Every weekend, every day, I say a prayer too, man. So God bless all of you. God bless all of you, man. But this is what you got to do. You got to fill this out. Even if you don't fill it out, we still going to pray for you. If you ever want to do anything for me, you pray for me. But Chad, pray for everybody, okay? The world needs it. You never know what people are going through. And that's why you never know what I'm going through either. So pray for everybody, man. And that's what we got to do. And just show some love and just know that if it can't flow through you, it won't flow to you. We praying for all of y'all. And thank you for everybody out there, man. Amen, amen, amen. Oh, man, amen. What God? Honestly, I don't think I said God at all. All I said was pray. But if you heard God, don't get mad at me. But he may be speaking to you. I'm just saying, because all I say, you could say pray. I'm just saying I'm praying for you, and you pray for me, dog, okay? So send some good vibes my way. I love all of you. I don't know. Maybe God's speaking to him. I don't know. Maybe he heard a voice. Who knows? Maybe. I don't know. I'm just saying. Maybe. Anyways, but Chad, I love you. God bless you. And that's the day. That's the day, man. That's the day, bro. That's the day, man. That's the day. So I love you all. Go read the books, Richest Man in Babylon, Proverbs, New Living Translation, and The Strangest Secret in the World. I don't think we could do PHILO. I might just wait. I might as well today. We didn't have time to work it in. Robinhood will launch 24 trading 5 days a week on select stocks and ETFs to make 43 securities, including Apple, available overnight, 24 hours a day. Wow. They're definitely going to book you. Great. Another new invention. 1 days and now 24 hours. Nah, man. God is good, bro. And just thank you for everything, Chad. And I love you. J&J and Medtronic takeover deal of Shockwave. Suave. Oh. Is that old? It already had a little pop there. Is that just right now, or did they just halt it? Again, they had earnings too yesterday. Love you, big dog. Nah, man, I love all y'all, man. And God is good, bro. And that is, it's all in God's hands, okay? That's what I believe. That now I'm saying God for Mr. God searching for God, or who had God talking to him earlier. But yeah, and it's a blessing, bro, just to be, there's one thing to deal with, like, very negative people. And, like, honestly, though, too, for real, I've always felt it and believed it from day one, man, because, like, you never know why people go through stuff. And, like, I've seen dark days, and I understand why people act a certain way. And it's one thing to see the negativity, but on the other end, too, man, there's a lot of beautifulness out there in the world. And what I mean is the people, and there's a lot of good out there at the same time. And to be surrounded by this many people that I believe are good and that I know they are. I mean, I've seen some of y'all right by my side for a very, very long time, bro. It's a blessing. So it's few and far between, it seems like, in these modern times. But, we have numbers of a lot of blessings, man. So it's a blessing, and it's a blessing to be here. And I hope all of you are grateful for the life you have, and it's a gratefulness to have the community that we have, and just, you got so much more ahead. God willing, and that's it. And, just control what you can control. I didn't give you the PHILO claps, but again, it was what we posted on the membership thing the other day. What was it? There's pretty much, there's no such thing as anything bad happening to you. There's no such thing as a bad event. Events gain their value based on what you ascribe to them. So that's it. Whatever happens in your life, there's no such thing as good and bad. It's the value that you ascribe to it. That's, again, this is an extended way of the parable of maybe, if you really think about it. But, chat, all I'm trying to tell you is it's a blessing. Thank you guys again, as always, and I am grateful to be here, and I love all of y'all, and God willing, we keep going. You know what I'm saying? So let's keep going. All about how you react to it. You give it the value. It's in your hands. I got the whole world. But, Chad, that is the day. I will see you on the watch list. God willing, I'll see you in the morning, baby. And let's keep going. Thank you all once again. And that is everything. And do not forget why we are here, why we keep going, why we don't back down, why that faith, hope, and love ain't ever going out of style, and why it's a blessing that we even could be here to this day, baby. Why? Finger to the sky, baby. To God be the glory, and through the grace of God alone. Amen. Amen. Woo! But Chad, that's the day. I'll see you guys later tonight, and peace. Yeah, you want a little more? Come on, I told you, man. Huh? Come on. I tell you, I could kick a floor. What else you need from me? I got it for you. Listen, though. I'm not going to rap anymore until we get the debt ceiling resolved. So you relax, okay? I'll figure it out. We're not a deadbeat. Come on. You know, maybe, I don't know. What do I look like? Do I look like Nick Cannon? You think I got a bunch of kids and I'm not paying my bills? Come on, I'll fucking pay that shit. Stop tripping on it. Tell the bond market to chill out. Tell the Saudis to calm the fuck down. Do you know the Saudis want to short? You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to drop some SPR on them. That's what I'm going to do. They want to short the U.S. equities. I'm going to drop some SPR on their ass, huh? Come on, Ben Salman. What you got for me? Come on, I could dance. Come on, I know. What you want to do? What you want to do? Let's go. Let's go. Anyways, I got to get going, Chad. I love you. Okay, you have a good day, okay? Have a good one. I'll see you later. I'm leaving. Hello.